Are y'all ready to roll? Let's go.
Tonight, the breaking news here, U.S. embassies and consulates under attack, Americans stranded tonight. The attack on Iran and the retaliation now widening, U.S. embassies and consulates targeted. A drone coming down near the U.S. consulate in Dubai, exploding into flames. 2 drones hitting the U.S. embassy in Saudi Arabia. Tonight, the Americans stranded, Secretary of State Marco Rubio saying they're preparing charter flights, military flights, land routes to get to other countries to try to get Americans out. The president is asked today, was there not a plan to get Americans out? And after that Iranian strike on a U.S. tactical operations center in Kuwait, ABC News Tonight learning U.S. service members did not have adequate defenses. 6 U.S. service members dead. And after 3 American F-15 fighter jets were shot down over Kuwait by friendly fire, one of them seen spiraling to the ground. Remarkable video tonight circulating online showing the tense moments as locals confront one of the downed American pilots, one man approaching with a pipe, the pilot's parachute still attached. Ian Pannell standing by live in the region. Tonight, at least 11 countries now involved in this conflict, all trying to intercept incoming strikes from Iran. Will the U.S. interceptors they're using last? James Longman in Iraq tonight. At the White House, President Trump is asked to clarify his administration's evolving explanations as to why the U.S. attacked Iran and now. The president appearing to contradict what Secretary of State Marco Rubio suggested just 24 hours ago. Tonight, the stock market plunging, oil and gas prices rising, with Iran essentially shutting down the Strait of Hormuz, where so much of the world's oil passes through. Also tonight here, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem grilled on Capitol Hill after the deadly scenes in Minneapolis, the fireworks today on the Hill. The guilty verdict tonight in the trial of a father whose son is accused in a deadly mass shooting at school. The jury deciding he was criminally responsible after getting his son an AR-15 style rifle, despite warnings from authorities. The stunning moment tonight, the shooting, a deputy whose life is saved by his own body camera, blocking a bullet to the heart. The plane crashing into the Hudson River right outside New York City.
We're going into the Hudson River. I don't think we're going to make the airport.
How they survived this. And the dramatic video tonight, a boat jumping across a highway median. Authorities on how this happened.
From ABC News World Headquarters in New York, this is World News Tonight with David Muir.
Good evening. We begin tonight here with the breaking news in the war in Iran. Tonight, U.S. embassies and consulates coming under attack and Americans stranded across the region. Late today, a drone strike reported near the U.S. consulate in Dubai. The drone coming down in a parking lot, fire breaking out. Just hours earlier, 2 drones hitting the U.S. embassy in Saudi Arabia. At least 6 embassies in the region now closed tonight. And this evening, 24 hours after the State Department urged all Americans to leave the Middle East, Secretary of State Marco Rubio late today saying they're now preparing military flights, charter flights, even coming up with land routes for Americans to try to get to other countries to try to get out. And tonight, with Iran essentially shutting down the Strait of Hormuz, where so much of the world's oil passes through, President Trump is now saying he will call on the U.S. Navy to escort ships through if necessary. ABC's chief foreign correspondent Ian Pannell leading us off from the region again tonight.
Tonight, U.S. embassies and consulates under attack from Iran, with U.S. citizens trapped in the war-torn region. The State Department now scrambling to secure military aircraft and charter planes to get them out, after telling Americans in 14 countries to evacuate. Tonight, video verified by ABC News shows an Iranian drone slamming into the U.S. consulate in Dubai. The explosion and fire in a parking lot next to the consulate. The U.S. Embassy in Amman, Jordan, also targeted. And drone strikes shutting down the U.S. Embassy in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Officials say so far no one's been injured in these strikes. And tonight, with Americans stranded across the Middle East, our Karen Travers asking President Trump, was there not a plan for this before attacking Iran?
Commercial air travel right now is severely restricted in the Middle East, and thousands of Americans are stranded. Why wasn't there an evacuation plan, and will you send planes to get people out?
Well, because it happened all very quickly.
Late today, Secretary of State Marco Rubio on the plan to get Americans out.
And it'll be a variety of methods: charter flights, military flights and transports, expanded commercial opportunities, and in some cases land routes that will allow them to go to neighboring countries who might have open airports at that point.
Tonight, the president saying he was, quote, surprised by the scope of Iran's retaliation across the region, even though Iran had clearly warned how it would respond.
I was surprised. I think and now those countries are all fighting against them and fighting strongly against them.
Tonight, Iran effectively shutting down the Strait of Hormuz, where 20% of the world's oil flows, sending oil and gas prices up already. Tonight, President Trump saying, if necessary, the U.S. Navy will provide escorts for ships in the Strait of Hormuz. As U.S. and Israel launching another wave of strikes on Iran. More than 700 Iranians killed, according to the Red Crescent. Today, there was a mass burial for the victims of the school attack, which left more than 160 dead. The Pentagon yet to explain what happened. And Israel saying it struck an area in Qom where Iran's Interim Leadership Council was meeting to appoint a new supreme leader. Tonight, verified videos online showing the area where those meetings were allegedly being held, reduced to rubble, but Iran denying they were meeting there. Trump asked who'll lead Iran next.
Most of the people we had in mind are dead. So, we had some in mind from that group that is dead. And now we have another group. They may be dead also, based on reports.
The president was asked what the worst case would be for Iran's next leader.
The worst case would be we do this and then somebody takes over who's as bad as the previous person, right? That could happen.
Tonight, the Pentagon identifying 4 of the 6 service members killed after that Iranian strike in Kuwait on a U.S. tactical operations center. U.S. officials tell ABC News that facility did not have adequate defenses, making them vulnerable to aerial attacks. And after 3 U.S. F-15 fighter jets were shot down over Kuwait by friendly fire, one of them seen spiraling to the ground. Remarkable video, verified by ABC News circulating online, shows the tense moments as locals confront one of the downed American pilots, approaching one with a pipe. His parachute still attached. That pilot putting his hands up and kneeling before the men realized he was an American.
You're safe, you're safe.
And this video showing Kuwaitis finding another one of those pilots.
Thank you for helping us.
After she's safely ejected too. David, amid this scramble to get Americans out, the State Department telling people to call a hotline. But when you dial the number, an automated message saying, do not rely on the U.S. government for evacuation at this time. David?
Wow, there is an intense scramble tonight across the Middle East to try to get these Americans out, Ian. Thank you. Meantime, tonight, there are at least 11 countries now involved in this conflict, all trying to intercept incoming strikes from Iran. And tonight, the concern, will the supply of U.S. interceptors that these countries are using to block these missiles and drones last? James Longman from Iraq tonight.
The growing race tonight to destroy missile launchers positioned deep inside Iran as they continue their barrage of retaliatory strikes across the Middle East. Gulf nations are working night and day using advanced U.S. air defenses to strike the danger from the sky. But the deepening concern, will there be enough U.S. interceptors? And could Iran's supply of cheap drones exhaust these multi-million-dollar systems, drone and missiles already causing chaos from Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Bahrain to Kuwait? U.S. embassies and troops in the firing line. The UAE says it has been targeted by at least 174 ballistic missiles, as well as several hundred drones. Military officials say it takes 2 or 3 interceptors to shoot down just one ballistic missile, and experts predict Iran has a stockpile of more than 2,000.
They're still lobbing some missiles. At some point, they won't even be able to do that because we're hitting all of their carriers, we're hitting all of their missile stock.
Some rockets penetrating the defenses beyond the firing line. A UK base in Cyprus attacked. Meanwhile, the war is now expanding to a second front. Israeli troops moving into southern Lebanon, targeting the Iranian-backed proxy Hezbollah. Our Matt Rivers is there, landing in Beirut amid several airstrikes.
So you can hear that's the latest Israeli airstrike. and another. You can see the smoke coming there behind me.
Americans living in Beirut, like many across this region, now forced to wait it out in an increasingly dangerous combat zone.
And here in Iraq, we have been hearing booms overhead. That's Iranian proxies targeting U.S. bases, some 70 drones and missiles in all. And we are hearing reports of a UN facility being hit tonight. David?
James Longman live from Iraq tonight. Our thanks to you and to Matt Rivers, who was in Lebanon for us. Thanks to you both. In the Oval Office today, President Trump was asked to clarify his administration's evolving explanations about why the U.S. attacked Iran and now. You'll hear what the president said, appearing to contradict what Secretary of State Marco Rubio suggested just 24 hours ago. Here's Rachel Scott.
Tonight, the White House pressed to clarify its shifting explanations for why the U.S. went to war with Iran. 24 hours ago, Secretary of State Marco Rubio said the administration believed Israel was going to attack Iran first and was concerned Iran would then retaliate against the U.S.
There absolutely was an imminent threat, and the imminent threat was that we knew that if Iran was attacked, and we believed they would be attacked, that they would immediately come after us. And we were not going to sit there and absorb a blow before we responded.
Rubio's words setting off a firestorm.
I find it very disturbing that we are committing this nation to war based upon a decision by even though a staunch ally, and I'm a supporter of Israel, but I don't think anybody should drive our decision to go to war, but the interests of the United States.
Today, when I asked the president about it, he contradicted Rubio.
Mr. President, did Israel force your hand to launch these strikes against Iran? Did Netanyahu pull the United States into this war?
No, I might have forced their hand. You see, we were having negotiations with these lunatics, and it was my opinion that they were going to attack first. They were going to attack. If we didn't do it, they were going to attack first. So if anything, I might have forced Israel's hand.
Late tonight, Rubio was asked to explain what he said 24 hours ago.
The president determined we were not going to get hit first. It's that simple, guys.
It comes amid growing concern from some of the president's core supporters that he took the United States to war after long promising he would not. This is what he said during the 2024 campaign.
She said, look at him, listen to him. He's going to start a war. Listen to his rhetoric. He's going to start a war. I said, no, no, no. My rhetoric is going to keep us out of wars.
Tonight, the administration is undeterred. Senior administration officials insist this campaign will continue, but it is clear tonight, David, there is concern for Americans that are still in that region, David.
Rachel Scott live at the White House. Rachel, thank you. Amid this war with Iran, the Strait of Hormuz essentially shut down, where 20% of the world's oil passes through. Tonight, the stock market plunging, oil and gas prices already up. The Dow plunging more than 1,200 points today before clawing back some of its losses. Ending the day down, you can see there, 403 points. The Nasdaq dropping 232 points, the S&P 500 down 2. Tonight, it's already affecting gas prices, and economists say American consumers can't get a break, saying this will go beyond prices at the pump. Here's Elizabeth Schulze.
Tonight, growing fears of prolonged war sending the stock market tumbling and oil prices surging. The Strait of Hormuz shut down. 20% of the world's oil comes through that strait. In just the last 2 days, the national average for a gallon of gas soaring 20 cents to $3.13, wiping out the drop in gas prices since President Trump returned to office. Tonight, the president acknowledging Americans could see higher prices.
If we have a little high oil prices for a little while, but as soon as this ends, those prices are going to drop, I believe, lower than even before.
Drivers already worried.
You're scared that the prices will just skyrocket.
Analysts warn higher energy prices will ripple across the economy.
The consumer can't catch a break, so you're going to see it in food prices, you're going to see it in airfares. Overall inflation is going to perk up a little bit over the next couple of months.
David, Gas Buddy says if there is not de-escalation in this war, the national average for a gallon of gas could go up another 25 cents in the next 2 weeks. David.
Elizabeth Schulze tonight. Elizabeth, thanks. Now to the fireworks on Capitol Hill tonight after the deadly scenes in Minneapolis and immigration raids across this country. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem was grilled by Democrats and Republicans. Here's Pierre Thomas tonight.
Tonight, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem under political attack, grilled over her agency's aggressive deportation policies and the deaths of American citizens Alex Preddy and Renee Good, who were killed by federal immigration officers. Republican Senator Tom Tillis, who has called for Noem to resign, was relentless.
And what we've seen is a disaster. Under your leadership, Ms. Noem, a disaster. What we've seen is innocent people getting detained that turn out are American citizens.
But many Senate Republicans defending DHS immigration tactics.
These men and women who are trying to solve this problem that was created by our Democratic colleagues, you have no idea of the mess they inherited.
And Noem was blunt, saying her job is to deport the millions of undocumented here illegally.
I'm blessed and honored that President Trump has asked me to do this job.
Democrats pushed Noem to apologize for what critics said were misleading statements and suggesting that both Preddy and Good were domestic terrorists.
Let me give you an opportunity to do the right thing.
Noem did not apologize, but offered her condolences.
When we have these situations happen, we always offer our condolences to those families, and I offer mine as well.
She was also asked about the media campaign that cost taxpayers $220 million that often stars Noem herself.
We will find you, and we will deport you.
Republican Senator John Kennedy.
How do you square that concern for waste, which I share?
The president tasked me with getting the message out to the country and to other countries where we were seeing the invasion come from.
David, all the bickering comes with Homeland Security facing a budget shutdown and the nation in a war with Iran. David?
Pierre Thomas here. Pierre, thanks. Now to the guilty verdict tonight in the trial of a father whose son is accused in a deadly mass shooting at school. The jury decided the father was criminally responsible after getting his son an AR-15 style rifle, despite warnings from authorities. Here's Steve Osunsami.
It took a jury deep in the heart of gun country less than 2 hours to hold this Georgia father responsible after police say that his son murdered 2 students and 2 teachers at this suburban Atlanta high school in 2024. The teenager is seen here in surveillance videos before the shooting, getting on a school bus, and here at Appalachia High School hiding an AR-15 style rifle that his father had given him for Christmas under a poster board.
We, the jury, find the defendant guilty.
Tonight, 55-year-old Colin Gray is facing more than 100 years in prison, convicted of second-degree murder and more than 24 other charges.
Sorry, boys.
Jurors agreed that he ignored signs that his son could kill, giving him the gun even after authorities are seen here warning him that his teenager was accused of making threats against another school. And the father had seen this on his son's bedroom wall, what prosecutors say was a shrine to the Parkland, Florida school shooter.
This was multiple warnings over a lengthy period of time.
Tonight, prosecutors are saying that this conviction should be a strong warning for parents everywhere. The son is now awaiting trial. David?
All right, Steve, thank you. When we come back, a lot more news ahead tonight. The incredible life-saving moment for a deputy. Take a look. The deputy's body camera actually stopping a bullet from his heart. Also, the plane crash landing out of the icy Hudson River outside New York City, what they told air traffic control. And look at this tonight, the boat jumping over the median on a busy highway. How this even happened and who they're looking for tonight. We'll be right back.
Truth Talks. Breaking news.
Point that comes on the mind, given the fact that they are claiming that they are targeting interests that are existing in the GCC that are relevant to the further enemy, which is the United States in this case. But in reality, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Oman, Kuwait, many of these GCC states have actively and publicly televised through the media, been involved in creating these mediation efforts up until the last minute. The decision, the unilateral decision within this limited alliance between the Netanyahu's administration and Trump's administration had nothing to do with the mediation efforts and the commitment from the GCC side to ensure a limited escalation taking place, to ensure and advocate to the United States a limited military strike, or not even a military strike at all in Iran, despite the hostility and the problematic relations that did exist between some of these GCC states and the Iranian government today. But it seems like it's a very simplified strategy from the Iranian side, where if there were to be an existential threat facing the current regime in Tehran, they would rather having a regional or a regional-wide escalation that would make the entire region, given that strategic partners do exist in the GCC today, would put so much enough efforts to push the United States to ensure that such an escalation wouldn't take place. But we all know that the GCC efforts and the commitment to end this war, or even prevent this war from the first place, didn't work. Therefore, it wouldn't be fair to assume that the Iranian attacks on the GCC is completely limited to the idea of pushing them to convince the Americans to stop the war. It seems like there is a way stronger intention from the Iranian governmental side that they do, in some way or another, enjoy witnessing a decreasing economic influence within the region as they face this existential threat themselves.
Yeah, just another one of the ramifications to this conflict. Thank you so much, Zaydun. We appreciate it. Wolfgang and Abbas, we'll have to leave it there for the moment. Thank you as well.
Catch our morning news updates every day.
Authorities
at 6 a.m.
on
to
the
12
Mediterranean
noon on
island of
Truth
Cyprus
Talks.
have closed the airspace above Larnaca International Airport after detecting what they say was a suspicious object. On Sunday, an Iranian-made drone caused minor damage at a UK military base on the island. Another 2 drones were shot down on Monday. John Soropoulos joins us from Limassol in southern Cyprus. And John, I understand Greek jets were in the skies a little earlier. Can you just give us a bit of an update on what's going on there now?
That's right, Tom. 2 Greek jets took off early on Wednesday to shoot down a suspected drone, we're told, just outside of Cyprus airspace. And 2 Greek frigates are also circling the waters around Cyprus to help provide targeting coordinates for not just those 2, but there are 2 pairs of F-16s Greece has sent here, and they're supposed to operate in tandem. I'm hearing that Greece is considering doubling that number to 8, but we haven't heard anything yet. The security situation here remains tense, even though there haven't been any strikes in the last couple of days. The one on Sunday night was the only one, but because there have been other drones headed towards Cyprus, it's deemed necessary to send all possible means here to make sure that those drones continue to be downed offshore and that none of them reach the island itself, where life attempts to continue as normal, but people are being told to have go bags with charged phones and batteries and radios, and to be ready to go to schools or other public shelters, something that hasn't happened here before. And there are no civil protection mechanisms in place for alerting people. The Cypriot government is now working on providing and building those with European help. So it is a tense situation, made more tense by the fact that we've just heard the Turkish defense minister announce ballistic missiles are heading towards Turkey, and that they were dealt with by NATO means in the East Mediterranean, not specifying whether it was Turkish forces or other forces that took those missiles down. That means there is still a flow of warheads in this direction. Cyprus, therefore, is ill at ease.
Operations resumed at Britain's military base in Akrotiri on Tuesday. An Iranian-made Shahed drone struck a hangar on Sunday, and 2 more drones were shot down into the sea on Monday. The incidents prompted authorities to move about 1,000 people out of a nearby village, but the local mayor told us there are no contingency plans.
We need to increase the number of shelters in the area. We need to have an early warning system, and we have to have in place a number of plans to evacuate, because as it stands, we don't have something in place right now.
Savas Loizidis was one of 24 who decided to stay. He showed me his pool, which he plans to convert into a bomb shelter.
My wife and I were in our bedroom shortly after midnight on Sunday when we heard an explosion. We sent our 6-year-old and 3-year-old to their grandmother, and my parents went to a local monastery for shelter.
People here say the island needs help, both with its security and crisis response measures. And since it isn't a NATO member, Cyprus is looking to Europe.
Although life appears to go on as normal, Cypriots know they are vulnerable. The island is the EU's easternmost territory. It lies just 170 kilometers from the coast of Lebanon. Cyprus has said it will not get involved militarily in the US and Israel's war with Iran. Instead, it has sought air defenses from its EU partners.
And that help began to arrive on Monday in the shape of 4 Greek F-16 fighter jets. Greece's newest warship, the frigate Kimon, delivered from shipyards just 2 months ago, and another Greek frigate are due this week. Their task is to track incoming drones and missiles and shoot them down. France, too, has said it will provide anti-drone and anti-missile systems, and Britain is sending a warship. The EU doesn't have a collective defense agreement like NATO, but this conflict might bring it about. John Psaropoulos, Al Jazeera, Limassol, Cyprus.
Well, Spain's Prime Minister has doubled down on his criticism of the attack on Iran by the US and Israel, warning the conflict risked playing Russian roulette with the lives of millions. Pedro Sanchez was responding to US President Donald Trump's threats to cut trade with Madrid over its position on the conflict. Now, tensions between the two NATO allies are on the rise after Sanchez described the bombing of Iran as reckless and illegal. He's also barred US aircraft involved in the operation from using Spanish naval and air bases. We're going to go straight to Sonia Gallego, who's standing by in London for us. And this really is the strongest condemnation yet from a European leader, isn't it?
It is. And when you consider that the two men, Pedro Sanchez and Donald Trump, they're practically diametrically opposed to each other when it comes to the politics that they pursue. But make no mistake, Pedro Sanchez gave a very full-throated, robust argument against resolving what he calls an illegality with another illegality. As he said, that would lead to a great catastrophe, very much coming down firmly on the line of international law and placing Spanish citizens first. With that messaging, it certainly is going to find a welcome response amongst the Spanish public because, of course, President Trump is certainly not a popular figure there. Also, what is incredibly unpopular has been this military offensive against Iran as well. That's not finding any popular support in Spain at all. However, politically, there may be those from the right who say that this is really an inopportune time to issue this robust response, especially of a key ally of Spain, the US, at a time when European defense strategies are looking quite tenuous. So all in all, quite a mixed response there, but certainly one that may have to resolve itself.
Indeed. Thank you so much, Sonia. Sonia Gallego for us in London.
Catch our morning news updates every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon on
authorities say
Truth
more than
Talks.
8,000 people have been forced from their homes following a series of cross-border attacks by Pakistan. Islamabad launched airstrikes last week. The Pakistani government accuses Kabul of harboring a group called Tehrik-i-Taliban Pakistan and allowing it to stage cross-border attacks. The United Nations has welcomed the reopening of the Karam Abu Salam border crossing, allowing deliveries of aid into Gaza. Israel had closed all crossings into the Strip following its strikes on Iran on Saturday. Well, voters in Nepal go to the polls on Thursday in an election many believe could see a major political shift. It comes after youth-led protests in September ousted the government. Tony Cheng reports from Chitwan.
A warm reception for candidate Renu Dahal in rural Nepal. A former mayor and daughter of a three-time prime minister, she has a strong political lineage. But this election campaign has been a struggle. The protests that ousted the government in September appear to have heralded a new dawn in Nepali politics.
As a strategy for public campaigning, we are using digital technology and the party's organizational structure, like our various social wings.
Much of the campaigning is now taking place on social media platforms, like this video for KP Oli, the former prime minister forced to resign last year. Other parties are still hitting the road. The Nepali Congress Party is one of the oldest and largest in the country, and despite the latest digital trends, It's canvassing rural voters the old-fashioned way. But it's not the farmers in the countryside who are likely to influence this election most. Rather, it's workers thousands of kilometers away who are sending remittances home.
Here in Chitwan district, it's estimated that every single household has at least one person working overseas. And while the vast majority of them aren't going to come back to vote, the impact they could have on their family members in this election is potentially huge.
Gangaram Sapkota worked overseas for 8 years. Both he and his wife Tulsi have family members working in the Gulf, Japan, and Poland. They stay in touch almost daily.
For many years, our family voted for the same person. People still had to migrate for work to Dubai and Qatar to earn 20 to 30,000 rupees. This time, our relatives abroad have advised us to change our vote.
The RSP, or National Independence Party, might benefit. Founded just 4 years ago, it's capitalized on disillusion with the traditional parties.
Namaste.
Its champion is a former rapper and mayor of Kathmandu, Balendra Shah. He said very little about his desire to be prime minister, but in a campaign when faith in politicians appears strained, it seems that less is more.
Can I ask you a very quick question?
Tony Cheng, Al Jazeera, Chitwan, southwestern Nepal.
Well, it is 12 GMT, that is 2:30 p.m. in Tehran and 1 p.m. in Tel Aviv. You're watching Al Jazeera's extensive coverage of the conflict between the US, Israel, and Iran. I'm Rashad Salamat.
Thank you for subscribing to Truth Talks Live. Be sure to like this video now to keep our algorithm high.
Escalating conflict with Hezbollah. Over the past several hours, Israel has struck multiple areas in Beirut's southern suburbs. It says our Hezbollah infrastructure. Tehran has come under intense bombardment after the Israeli military announced a broad wave of attacks. Since Saturday, US and Israeli attacks have killed 1,045 people. Government buildings have been destroyed.
Catch our morning news updates every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon on Truth Talks.
Multiple strikes on Israel,
You're watching morning news on Truth Talks Live. Hit that subscribe button now. Thank you.
Iran's next supreme leader will be, quote, a target for elimination. Iran is continuing its strikes across the Gulf region. Qatar, Kuwait, and the UAE have both intercepted, or all three have intercepted Iranian missile and drone attacks in the past few hours. On Tuesday, a drone strike hit the US consulate in Dubai, sparking a fire-off. Saudi Arabia has also confirmed there's been another attempted attack at the Ras Tanura oil refinery. It is one of the world's largest. At least 100 people are missing after an attack on an Iranian military vessel off the coast of Sri Lanka. Officials say 32 critically wounded sailors have been rescued. Search for the rest of the crew is ongoing. Well, we have correspondents in Tehran, Doha, and Gal in Sri Lanka, first of all. We will go over to Minel Fernandez for the latest there. Minel, give us a sense of what's been going on. Tell us a bit more about this attack on this Iranian naval vessel.
So the survivors in that attack, which the Sri Lankan Navy say there are 32 of, are in this hospital, the National Hospital in Galle. Just over my shoulder, the sort of accident and emergency unit that you can see. And literally in the last few minutes, I just saw one of those survivors being wheeled across in a wheelchair. And he had a black T-shirt that said Iran Navy on it. That plus his buzz cut kind of gave the game away as to who he was. But the rest of them are in the top floor of this accident building. Now, we are hearing that the ship issued a distress alert at between 6 and 7 o'clock this morning, Sri Lankan time, which is a little past midnight GMT, and that they needed assistance. So the Navy deployed vessels in the area, which is around 40 kilometers off the coast of Galle, which is basically about 72 kilometers south of Colombo. And those vessels have been scouring the seas. Both the Navy and the Air Force has said that there's no sign of the frigate. So there has been sort of lots of opinions expressed about what exactly happened to this vessel. But at the moment, from what we're hearing, of the Navy as well as other sources. There's no debris. It's basically literally disappeared into the waters. At the moment, we've also seen two members of the Iranian consular and the military attaché. Again, there's probably a lot of paperwork, so going to and fro between the divisions and departments of the hospital. We're also hearing of the possibility that a number of bodies recovered from the seas will be brought here to the hospital and then transferred, but waiting for that to happen.
Now, is there likely to be any sort of diplomatic fallout from this?
Right now, it's very early stages, so people are being very, very guarded in terms of what they will say about the cause of the sort of incident. They are playing a very cautious game. The Iranian ambassador in Colombo, I spoke to him on my way here. Even he said we have to wait and see. He did talk about those two members of staff being sent in to talk to the survivors to get a sense of what exactly unfolded on the seas. Now, in that sense, the bigger picture and the diplomatic fallout would obviously be if this is not a simple incidence of mechanical failure and things like that. But right now, as I said, all of the stakeholders playing it very, very cautiously in terms of responding. Even the Navy and the Air Force that had a press conference earlier will only say that search and rescue operations is going on. They've brought 32 survivors onto shore, but beyond that, there's very little they're willing to speculate or venture until they have more concrete information.
Mina Fernandez there in Galle in Sri Lanka. Let's now take you to Iran, and these are the latest pictures of a series of airstrikes hitting the capital, Tehran. In 5 days, US and Israeli attacks have killed 1,045 people. That's according to Iranian state media. Homes, hospitals, and a UNESCO heritage site have all been damaged in widespread attacks. Al Jazeera's Mohammed Val is in Tehran. So the death toll continues to rise here. Mohammed, tell us about it and tell us a little bit more about these latest Israeli strikes.
Well, that's right. The death toll has augmented from 800 yesterday to more than 1,000 today. That's a big number of people. We don't know the details regarding whether how many civilians are included in that number, but it's quite significant, and it's a result of the ongoing campaign, air bombardment on Tehran in particular, and also other cities. We have Kharaj and Isfahan that have been hit. 5 people reportedly killed in Isfahan, and 20 schools touched by some of these bombardments so far across the country. So civilians are being touched by this. They are suffering. They are, bearing the brunt of this war to some extent, to a great extent so far, considering what happened in a school just a few days ago. More than 160 people died in that girls' school and so on. So that the amount of people dying is increasing, including civilians. On the other hand, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard is stepping up its campaign of resistance and reaction against those attacks. They are issuing reports regarding the 16th and 17th waves of what they call True Promise 4 operation. That's the Iranian name of this operation. They launched attacks on Tel Aviv. They mentioned some of the targets, including the general headquarters of the Zionist army. As the statement says, the Ministry of War in Hakira, the infrastructure strategic areas are Beni Brak, the military targets in Beit Tekva, northwest of Tel Aviv, and the military center at Al Jalil Al Gharbi. The IRGC also saying their navy is still operative, and that's contrary to the reports by the Americans that it has been completely decimated, saying that they are launching strikes at targets as far as 600 kilometers within the Indian Ocean. And also ground reports from the same Revolutionary Guard about simultaneous operations against targets in the Gulf region. And particularly, they have launched 230 offensive drones at a U.S. air base and targets in an American base in Erbil, northern Iraq. Also, U.S. bases in Ali al-Salam in Kuwait and Arif Jan in Kuwait. A broad range of targets that they are mentioning, and this is just just a little bit of what is included in the reports of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, saying that they have the capabilities and they are stepping up this war as it is required for the defense of the country.
Mohammed, the morning of Ali Khamenei has been postponed now. Give us a sense of why they decided to do this. What's the latest?
Well, we have reports about that postponement, and it is related to certain conditions that have to be in place. The police has issued a statement saying that everything is under control, but understandably, there are some difficulties considering that there have been strikes in the streets of Tehran, and there is a little bit of chaos here and there and concerns for security. That gathering could have, was expected to include millions of people, and it was to be organized at the mausoleum of the mosque of Imam Khomeini here in Tehran. That's a large facility. So there are understandably concerns about its organization and whether it is going to be safe for those crowds to be there. But it's just postponed. It doesn't mean it is going to take place. And this is at the same time as preparations are going on in the highest echelons of the country's government to elect a new supreme leader. We have Ayatollah Mujtaba Husseini, a member of the Assembly of Experts. That's the assembly of 88 members that is going to elect a new supreme leader, saying that preparations are in their final stages, but there is no possibility of telling the public when the election will take place, but it is going to happen certainly very soon.
Mohammed Valda joining us from Tehran. Russia's foreign ministry says that a nuclear plant in southern Iran is under threat, with strikes happening just kilometers away. Russian technical specialists work on a site in Iran's Bushehr nuclear power plant. Russia saying the US-Israeli bombing campaign is posing a big risk to the site and is creating obstacles for the UN's nuclear watchdog to monitor the situation. Iran's also been attacking targets in the region for a fourth night. Saudi Arabia's defense ministry spokesman says there's been another attempted attack on its Ras Tanura oil refinery. It's one of several energy facilities Iran has targeted in the past few days. On Monday, a drone strike there caused a fire. Saudi Aramco's Ras Tanura is one of the world's largest oil refineries. Zain Basravi is right here in Doha for us. So Gulf nations taking stock of another round of attacks, Zain. What's the latest in Qatar?
Well, before I get to that, I just want to talk about something that Gulf countries and regional governments, as well as globally, people have been concerned about spillover from this conflict. And 5 days in, we're seeing it once again. It's been progressing throughout the last few days when we've seen the attacks escalating. We've seen the scope of Iran's retaliation for coming under attack by the US and Israel escalating to all the different GCC countries and other areas. And now we have some breaking news. The Turkish government and media confirming that an Iranian ballistic missile heading towards Turkish airspace was shot down by NATO air and missile defense assets stationed in the eastern Mediterranean. We understand there were no casualties, but the Turkish Defense Ministry is confirming that this incident did take place, and we'll get you more details as they become available. And that's this afternoon. This morning began much similar to other mornings, though it has been quieter, it has to say, despite all the attacks I'm about to list. The frequency and volume of attacks coming in from Iran have subsided. They have lowered. The UAE says it intercepted 3 ballistic missiles and 121 drones. The Ministry of Defense in Qatar said it was targeted at dawn by 10 drones and 2 cruise missiles from the Islamic Republic of Iran. It successfully intercepted all of them, involving the mission involved Qatar's air defenses, air force, and navy. This afternoon, or just a few hours ago, the Kuwaiti government said that it was dealing with a wave of missiles and drones that had been fired into Kuwaiti airspace. And earlier today, Saudi Arabia shot down a drone in the eastern part of the country and 2 ballistic missiles in an area near the Prince Sultan Air Base, which has hosted U.S. forces routinely over the course of the last few years.
Zain, the advice from the American embassy is for people to get out if they can. How can they? If the airport is shut, but many can't. How is this backlog of stranded people being managed?
Well, in terms of what the governments on the ground are doing, they're trying to house people in hotels, those that have been stuck at airports, and those that were here as tourists. They've had visas extended. The Qatari government has waived any fees and extended visas automatically for 30 days. We know that governments around the region have been trying to house people as best they can. And at the moment, if you do want to try to get out, it means whether you're in Qatar or elsewhere, is road travel to a nearby airport. But most of those airports, depending on which country you go to, have very limited air travel at the moment, if any at all. Airspace remains closed. So at the moment, what we're seeing from most people, there is tension, there is deliberation, there is concern. Many families many people here are with their families. They live here. They're not just tourists. But the concern now is to really wait and see. People are going to wait and see how much longer this carries on. I was speaking to one Iran expert who said that the reality is that we're not there yet. For evacuations to begin, for governments to step in and start pulling their people out, then it will have to get much worse. The scale of attacks will have to get much worse. We haven't seen that level of attack yet. There have been attacks on residential areas that the Iranian government has said was housing American assets of some kind or another. But those indiscriminate bombings of civilian space, attacks on hospitals and schools, that's more Israel's MO. We haven't seen that yet, and I doubt that we will. But if and when that happens, all eyes will turn to the United States first. And their warning to people and their advisory to people, they're telling people to leave immediately, but simultaneously saying do not expect any assistance from the U.S. government. There are no evacuation points at this stage.
Zain, thank you. Zain Basravi for us right here in Doha. Now, the Israeli military has asked tens of thousands of residents of southern Lebanon to move north of the Litani River, suggesting imminent attacks in the south. Bernard Smith is in Beirut.
Ordinarily, you'd get from the Israelis evacuation orders for individual villages or groups of villages. To order the evacuation of the whole of that area of southern Lebanon to north of the Litani River hasn't been recently heard of. Already, the Israeli army was estimating before they gave this order that some 300,000 people had evacuated from there. They're coming to Beirut. A lot of the hotels here in Beirut are filling up with people who've evacuated from the south looking for safety. And the Israeli army is already operating in Lebanese territory, in southern Lebanese territory. Hezbollah would like the Israeli military on the ground to come in. That's where they would feel they're at a more even position versus the Israelis. The Israelis doing much of their operation from the air at the moment. The Israelis have hit targets outside of Hezbollah strongholds in southern Lebanon. They hit a hotel in an area called Hazmir in Beirut, only 700 meters or so from the presidential palace. That is not a Hezbollah stronghold area. And this is again a repeat of really what we saw back in 2024 when Israel launched offensives across Lebanon. That only ended with a ceasefire that Israel then kept breaching and accusing Hezbollah of not disarming and accusing the Lebanese authorities, the Lebanese government, of not doing enough to disarm Lebanon.
Spain's prime minister has doubled down on his criticism of the attack on Iran by the United States and Israel, warning the conflict risks playing, quote, Russian roulette with millions of lives. Pedro Sanchez was responding to President Donald Trump's threats to cut trade with Madrid over its position on the conflict. Tensions between the two NATO allies are on the rise after Sanchez described the bombing of Iran as reckless and illegal. He's also barred U.S. aircraft involved in the operation from using Spanish naval and air bases.
We should learn from history, and we can't play Russian roulette with the destiny of millions of people. The powers involved in this conflict should immediately stop the hostilities and rely on dialogue and diplomacy. And the rest of us should act in a coherent way, defending the same values that we defend when we talk about Ukraine, Gaza, Venezuela, and Greenland.
In Washington, senior Trump officials have briefed Congress behind closed doors for a second day, justifying the attacks on Iran. But not everyone is convinced. Democrats want to vote on a war powers resolution. They accuse the president of breaching the Constitution by authorizing attacks on Iran without congressional approval. Patty Culhane reports from Washington.
Leaving a classified briefing by Trump administration officials, one Democratic senator made the startling statement. He thinks this could become a ground war in Iran.
I just want to say I am more fearful than ever after this briefing that we may be putting boots on the ground and that troops from the United States may be necessary to accomplish objectives that the administration seems to have.
That is something the administration has not ruled out, but also admitted they are not positioned to do that right now. When it comes to the reason for the strikes, the Trump administration moved to clarify what U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio had said just 24 hours before, that Israel was going to strike first with or without the United States, so they felt they had to act. I put that question to Republican senators. Are you concerned when Secretary of State Rubio says that the U.S. was going to attack Iran because Israel was going to first?
No, look, we coordinated very closely with Israel. And the whole point was to attack Iran when they were weakest.
But for Republican Senator Mike Rounds, another new explanation.
There's a whole series of reasons why this was the opportune time to do it, in part because of the manufacturing processes that were going on within Iran, in which they were going to be shortly in a position to overcome our capability to defend against them with the weapon systems that we have available to us.
In the coming days, the Congress is expected to vote on a bill that would order the president to stop all attacks on Iran. Okay, is the War Powers bill going to pass? And if not, what's the point?
I'm not sure. We'll find out when the vote is taken. I think it'll be a close vote. But if nothing else, I think every American deserves to know where their representatives stand on this issue.
A potentially pivotal vote for lawmakers, knowing that come November, many of them will face voters who will have the final say if they agree with where they stand right now. Patty Culhane, Al Jazeera, Capitol Hill.
Oil and gas prices have soared, particularly in Asia and Europe. Shipping through one of the world's most important oil choke points, the Strait of Hormuz has come to a halt. On Tuesday, Donald Trump announced that the United States will offer naval escorts and political risk insurance for tankers trying to get through. Here's Umi Kulsum Sharif on the knock-on effects of the conflict.
Iran's Revolutionary Guards Corps says the Strait of Hormuz is now closed. Now, this is an important waterway with about 20% of the world's oil consumption passing through this narrow curve. It's used by most of the major oil and gas producers in the Middle East. Well, the Strait of Hormuz is rather narrow, but holds a lot of traffic. If we look at just this narrow point, it's about 33 kilometers, but an estimated 20 million barrels of oil have flowed through it every single day last year. Now, much of it is headed to Asia through the Arabian Sea, but some of it is also headed to Europe, right through the Arabian Sea and up through the Suez Canal. Its closure would mean 19 billion barrels of oil will be wiped off the global market. Now, Iran has been targeting energy infrastructure right across the region. It sent global oil and gas prices soaring. In its latest attack, it has hit an oil tank in a port in Oman. A drone struck it, but no casualties have been reported. Iran is also targeting Israel, and the Israeli military has reported interceptions in Tel Aviv, West Jerusalem, and El Beit. Israel, for its part, is targeting Tehran and Beirut. And overnight, the Israeli military has deployed additional forces to southern Lebanon.
Key shipping hubs in Asia are expected to face severe port congestion as the conflict in the Middle East intensifies. Hubs like Singapore are managing an overflow as vessels reroute around Africa's Cape of Good Hope. And that's driving up shipping costs, as Patrick Fock reports from Singapore.
Now, the sight of lots of ships anchored here is common, but bottlenecks are beginning to build up around Singapore as shipping lines are requesting to stage Middle East-bound containers here. The increase in traffic is expected to cause significant delays, with some reports suggesting that waiting times for shipping berths could rise to as long as 7 days. Upended travel schedules is also causing what's known in the industry as vessel bunching, which reduces terminal efficiency and leads to higher costs. Now, we have seen similar sorts of situations before. Houthi attacks on US and Israeli flagged vessels in the Red Sea that began in 2023 caused similar disruptions and drove global shipping rates higher. But concerns over prolonged conflict could have a much bigger impact. The cost of hiring a supertanker to ship oil from the Middle East to China right now has risen to an all-time high of more than $400,000 a day. Marine insurers are also canceling coverage for some vessels, forcing operators to seek policies at much higher premiums. This can add hundreds of thousands of dollars to a single voyage. All of this is expected to increase inflationary pressures worldwide as higher freight rates and insurance costs are passed down the supply chain. It also poses significant energy security risks for many East Asian countries that are heavily reliant on Middle Eastern crude. Analysts are warned that if the conflict spreads, maritime choke points could become more volatile, prolonging disruptions into the second half of this year. For key ports like Singapore, the challenge is maintaining efficiency and resilience in these uncertain times. Patrick Falk, Al Jazeera, Singapore.
Catch our morning
A
news
great number of
updates
Filipinos in the
every
Middle
day
East
at
are
6 a.m.
seeking to
12
leave
noon
the
on
region
Truth
as the
Talks.
conflict escalates. People from the Philippines form the backbone of the workforce in many countries, particularly in the Gulf. Millions of migrant workers from the rest of Asia are also in harm's way. Barnaby Lowe has more from Manila.
Manila's international airport may not be a hub, but it is the gateway for millions of Filipinos who are the lifeblood of the global workforce and the Philippine economy. Their annual remittances account for nearly 10% of the country's GDP. And about a quarter of them are in the Middle East, now caught in the widening conflict there. One of the first expats to be injured by retaliatory strikes by Iran was a Filipino worker in Kuwait's international airport, and one of the first killed was a Filipina caregiver in Israel who was assisting her ward to a bomb shelter when a shrapnel hit her. Now, her family has requested that her remains be brought back home, but officials here say that may not be possible for a while.
In due time, OFW Mary Ann will be home safely. But in the meantime, Admin PY and myself sent our teams already over to Pangasinan and for the family. And then our teams naman also in Tel Aviv are with hand-holding the husband through this difficult process.
In fact, no homecoming is expected at this airport anytime soon, at least from the Middle East. That much Philippine President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. admits, while also assuring the nearly 2.5 million Filipinos in the Middle East that there are teams on the ground already getting ready for eventual evacuation of those who've requested to be repatriated, and there is a growing number of them whenever that becomes possible.
Our assessment is that it would be too dangerous to charter flights. There are suggestions to evacuate by land, but that could also be risky because we're talking about an active combat zone. People could be caught in crossfires or cars could be bombed.
And it's not just Filipinos. Across the Middle East, there are more than 24 million migrant workers, many from South and Southeast Asia. And so, for instance, Pakistan, Thailand, and Indonesia have urged their citizens to shelter in place. India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi has directed all departments to assist Indian nationals. Vietnam and Nepal have suspended the deployment of workers, and here in the Philippines, a limited deployment ban remains in place. Barnaby Lowe, Al Jazeera, Manila.
As we have been reporting, key shipping hubs are expected to face severe port congestion as the conflict in the Middle East intensifies. That's driving up shipping costs. Neil Roberts is the head of Marine at Lloyd's Market Association, and he joins us now.
Thank you for subscribing to Truth Talks Live. Be sure to like this video now to keep our algorithm high.
I wouldn't say that's completely true. That's a story that's in the press. Yes, insurance costs have proportionately increased to reflect the risk.
So that also brings me to the other question, which is Donald Trump announced that the U.S. would be offering political risk insurance for tankers trying to get through the Straits of Hormuz. How would that actually work, and is it feasible?
We haven't got any details about that, to be honest. We're not quite sure that it is political risk insurance that's being offered, although that's how it's described. But we are trying to find some details from the U.S. administration.
So how would it work? I mean, would they have to come to you at Lloyd's Insurance in the end, or would they have to go to a reinsurer?
Well, the tweet suggested, or the information we have so far, is it's a state-backed scheme for owners to apply for cover from, and whether there'll be a London market participation is to be established.
So how is this whole conflict affecting you in the insurance markets?
It's what the London market is set up to deal with. it's obviously a dynamic and evolving situation. The cover remains in place. People are reassessing their exposures and repricing as they go along. But basically, the service that owners expect, which is coverage in a difficult area, is available. And it's down to the charterers and traders as to whether they wish to try and go in or come out.
And what are the actuaries saying here about the conflict?
I don't know. I haven't heard anything from them.
Okay, Neil, thank you very much indeed for that. Neil Roberts is the head of Marine at Lloyd's Market Association. All right, we've also got Pakistani nationals arriving back home after being evacuated from Iran by their government. Stranded passengers arrived at a bus station in Quetta. More than 790 people, including some students, have returned to Pakistan through the Taftan border crossing. They describe what they experienced inside of Iran.
The first attack was around 10:15 a.m. 3 missiles were fired and the sound was very loud. After that, the system responded and missiles started firing from the Iranian side as well.
People are saying Tehran is being evacuated, but it's not true. People are out on the streets showing their love for the leader. We were there too, enjoying the atmosphere, but the embassy staff forced us to leave.
In other news, Afghan authorities say more than 8,000 people have been forced from their homes following a series of cross-border attacks by Pakistan. Islamabad launched airstrikes on Kabul and Afghan military positions in several provinces last week. The Pakistani government in Islamabad accuses Kabul of harboring a group called the Tehrik-i-Taliban Pakistan and allowing it to stage cross-border attacks. Kabul says 110 civilians have been killed since the fighting began.
Political efforts are ongoing, and the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan seeks to resolve the issue through diplomatic channels. The Minister of Foreign Affairs of Afghanistan has held telephone conversations with the foreign ministers of various countries, clearly outlining Afghanistan's position and policy. It has been emphasized that Afghanistan did not initiate the war, but is engaged in a defensive conflict.
That's it from me, Rashad Salamat, at least for now. A reminder, of course, that you can keep up to date with all the news by simply visiting our website, aljazeera.com. We'll have continued coverage of the conflict between US, Israel, and Iran right after Inside Story.
Catch our morning news updates every day at 6
Iran
a.m.
attacks
to 12
Gulf
noon
Arab
on
state.
Truth Talks.
The impact of the American-Israeli strikes on the Islamic Republic is felt across the region. What does this mean for Gulf states' relations with Iran and with the U.S.? This
You're
is
watching
Inside
Morning News on Truth Talks Live. Hit that subscribe button now. Thank you.
Catch our morning news updates every day at 6
Hello and
a.m. to
welcome to the
12 noon
program.
on
I'm
Truth
Mohammed.
Talks.
In the days since the U.S. and
Thank
Israel
you
began
for
a joint
subscribing
military
to Truth
operation
Talks
against Iran,
Live.
the Islamic
Be
Republic
sure
has
to
launched
like this
missiles
video
drones at
now
Gulf
to
Arab
keep our
nations.
algorithm
Countries
high.
hosting U.S. bases have been in the line of fire, but civilian infrastructure has been hit too. Relations between Iran and Gulf states have varied since the Islamic Republic was born of the 1979 revolution. Some, such as Qatar and Oman, have enjoyed friendly ties, others less so. But all are under severe strain now, in the midst of events barely imaginable a week ago. Gulf countries pushed hard for a diplomatic solution from the nuclear talks between the U.S. and Iran, a process shattered by U.S. and Israeli bombs on Saturday. So why has Iran decided to attack its neighbors? What are the implications for the region and for relations between Gulf states and Iran? And what about Gulf nations' alliances with the U.S.? We'll speak to our guest shortly, but first, this report from Perry Wilton.
Qatar, Bahrain, the United Arab Emirates, Oman, and Saudi Arabia, all targeted by Iran. In an address to the United Nations, the Gulf Cooperation Council condemned the strikes.
These attacks come at a time when mediation and de-escalation efforts are intensifying in Arab countries, prioritizing political solutions and dialogue. This escalation is therefore unjustified and undermines efforts to establish security and stability.
Terrorizing and targeting civilians in countries seeking peace is an abhorrent crime. This attack constitutes a flagrant violation and an unacceptable act in every respect.
Iran says it's targeting US assets in response to the joint offensive by Israel and the US that began on Saturday. All the countries hit house American military facilities. But Iran also struck energy infrastructure in Qatar, residential buildings in Bahrain, the Kuwaiti airport, and hotels in the UAE were also struck. Millions of foreign workers live in the Gulf, and the countries have long been considered safe havens in the Middle East, not least due to the US military presence. But now schools and businesses are closed, flights are disrupted, and people are leaving. The conflict has caused energy prices to soar. Strikes in Qatar and Saudi Arabia shut down gas and oil production. And Iran says the Strait of Hormuz is closed. Around 20% of global energy supplies passes through the narrow waterway. Qatar has had good relations with Iran in the past. They share the world's largest natural gas field. In a post on social media, former Prime Minister Sheikh Hamad bin Jassim bin Jabbar Al Thani said Qatar must not be dragged into a direct confrontation with Iran because it will deplete both countries' resources and give what he called many forces an opportunity to control us under the pretext of helping us. For every day the strikes continue, the costs are rising, both regionally and globally. Perry Wilton, Al Jazeera, for Inside Story.
All right, let's go ahead and bring in our guests. From Riyadh, we're joined by Abdulaziz Al-Ghashian, a senior non-resident fellow at the Gulf International Forum. Badr Saif is a professor at Kuwait University, specializing in Middle East history and politics. He joins us from Kuwait City. And Fouad Izzadi is in the Iranian capital. He's a professor in the Faculty of World Studies at the University of Tehran. A warm welcome to you all, and thanks so much for joining us today on Inside Story. Abdulaziz, let me start with you today. Gulf states have urged moderation throughout in the run-up to this current crisis, and they urged a diplomatic solution in the talks between the U.S. and Iran, which were brokered, of course, by Oman. Has that strategy been affected by these attacks, and could it change?
Well, firstly, Mohammed, thank you very much for having me in Ramadan Kareem. I think, unfortunately, we have entered into a juncture, in post this war. I think right now the process of the era of rapprochement, in my opinion, is dwindling, and we're entering into an era where I think it's going to be a very frosty position. In my opinion, I think the Saudi Arabia and other GCC states have invested a great deal of effort in diplomacy and rapprochement and de-escalation for the sake of trying to really share the region and share, I think, the prosperity in the region and create a calm and stable region. But I think the actions and the retaliations by, I think, the Iran regime now towards the Gulf against a backdrop of an immense amount of lobbying and effort for Saudi Arabia and other Gulf countries to actually avoid this effort. They stood against this effort. And for them only to be attacked, they have given assurances time and again. And even in the recent statements, you could tell how outraged the Saudi officials are by calling these attacks cowardly. So I think, in my opinion, we've definitely entered into a post-rapprochement era. I won't say that diplomacy is over, but I think we're going to have a different mode of diplomacy, one that's about more robust posturing until we try to figure this out. I think it's going to be some time, and I hope I'm wrong.
Fouad, Iran's foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, he says Tehran doesn't want to escalate tensions with countries in the region. He also added, we are not fighting our neighboring countries. We are fighting American forces that are based in these countries. But how is that the case when Iran is now targeting the Gulf region's energy assets and energy infrastructure? And why has Iran decided to attack its neighbors in this way?
You know, Iran is facing very difficult times.
the idea that a lot of people in Iran share is that the aim of the United States is to disintegrate Iran as a country, to balkanize Iran. They want to finish Iran in their minds, at least, and in practice, if they can, so they can dominate the region. That's the ultimate goal of Netanyahu and Trump. Netanyahu has been able to use American soldiers to achieve what he has been wanting to achieve for many years, which is going to war with Iran using American resources. I'm sure he would want to do the same with the resources of other countries in this part of the world. We have had American reporters, Tucker Carlson, reporting that both Saudi Arabia and Qatar have arrested Mossad agents trying to blow up things in these countries and blame Iran for it. Iran, as our brothers in Kuwait and Saudi Arabia know, has been trying to have good relations with these countries. The reapproachment was taken seriously by both Saudi Arabia and Iran. They have been working to improve relations. The hope that the Iranian officials have is some level of understanding that their neighbor is going through difficult times, and they need to use the power that they have, which is less than United States and Israel, to create cost to the United States and Israel. And they are hitting US bases, legitimate targets. They're hitting hotels that house US personnel, soldiers, legitimate target. They're hitting CIA headquarters. The CIA headquarters may be in office areas, not in bases, legitimate military targets. And I don't think Iran wants to damage the Saudi infrastructure. I haven't seen anybody suggesting that here. It could be the Israelis that are interested in that. The hope is that this war finishes. Iran didn't want to have this war. And Iran appreciates the efforts of the neighbors, especially the Omanis, Qataris, that worked very hard to avoid this. And hopefully, United States realizes this was a big mistake and they could finish it because they started it.
Abdulaziz, I see that you want to react. I'll let you jump in just a minute. Let me go first to Badr. Badr, you heard what Fuad was saying. They're saying that Iran wants to have neighborly relations with these countries in the Gulf. I want to ask you your reaction to that. And also I want to ask you, from your vantage point, are we in a new escalation phase now when it comes to Iran and Gulf countries, especially in light of Iran targeting energy infrastructure across the region?
Hamid, let me start by offering my condolences on the many lost lives and injured persons, that we hope them safe recovery across the region and all countries impacted. This is an illegal US-Israeli war that shouldn't have happened. There was room for mediation and we were coming close to it thanks to Gulf mediators in the process. But let me also stress that this, as it is an illegal US-Israeli attack, it's also an illegal Iranian attack on Gulf cities across the board. Gulf cities and states that have tried very hard to avert war and to help our neighbors in Iran to overcome this obstacle. To try to confuse our cards and to say that this is intertwined with US interests is a misnomer. These are sovereign territories of the Gulf states. We have been very clear on our positions that their airspaces will not be used, nor will the bases be used. And hence, you saw the armada that came in from the US because of that. And that also strained some US relationships in the process, yet it was not taken into account. And the whole notion of hitting infrastructure like airports, hotels, normal residential areas that came through does not give us a sense of neighborly relations. This needs to be clarified. And I think it's unfortunate that the Iranian regime, whatever that's left of it now, we have a new face of it, is falling into the Israeli playbook. Israel wants us to join this war on the side of the US and Israel. And we are abstaining from doing that because we appreciate our neighbors in Iran and we see that there is a shared region that requires peace, common prosperity. So to try to mix the papers across the Gulf from the Iranian side is not helpful. We need calm. We need to come to peace. To your question on escalation, it seems to be the case. The Iranians are following a scorched earth strategy. They want everyone to go down with them. But look, it's not our war in the Gulf, and they need to realize this. And by them focusing on the Gulf states, at times even more than Israel and the US, does not bode well for the relationships. Now, on the issue of diplomacy, look, we never gave up on diplomacy, and we will go full force on diplomacy if need be. There is a new leadership in Iran today. We need to understand what kind of power structures are evolving. There is a decentralized command structure, so it could be that some of those attacks have been assigned even before the death of Khamenei. We need some calm, and we need to trickle down into the roots of the issues. This is illegal on all counts.
Abdulaziz, I know you want to jump in. I'm going to let you, but first I just want to ask you, what is the feeling currently in Saudi Arabia and other GCC states, from what you know, about what potential action perhaps should be taken against Iran going forward?
In my opinion, I think this is the million-dollar question that I think a lot of the analysts have been asked in the past 2 days. You know, what is the threshold that will render some sort of measures to enter into an offensive reaction to or against Iran? And in my opinion, I think there is just no clear threshold. In my opinion, I think what is happening is a gradual process of maintaining restraint and then kind of gradually climbing the ladder of offensive, I would say, offensive defense, or probably forward defense here. Let me use an Iranian term. So what I would anticipate is the following. The duration of the war, alongside the intensity of the Iranian strikes on these infrastructures, will depend how far and how fast the escalation will up the ladder will be. In my opinion, I think the biggest weapon that we have in the Gulf states is restraint. We are, I think, clearly the most level-headed, most clear-eyed, and I think most disciplined leaders in the region. And I think what they don't want to do is they don't want to make a bad situation even worse. But this is, let me just say this, restraint does not necessarily mean passivity. And so if this continues, this will then lead into a situation that people will not want to join. Now, what is this situation? People are now saying, well, maybe the use and the facilitation of American bases, so they could use them against Iran. In my estimation, I won't think so. Not yet, because of the things that I think Dr. Badr Saif mentioned earlier. The American Armada already amassed enough military might in the region to cause this much chaos and inflict this much damage on Iran. So I don't think we will revert to that just yet. I will think personally there will be a process of a gradual posturing of defense. I think there will be more air sorties. I think there will be more kind of projection of the use of the qualitative defensive capabilities. And I think this is where we're heading. What we don't want to do is to enter into a war that's not ours, even though we're on the front line of a war that's not ours. And the last point that I want to say is that one of the political objectives of this war is actually to have Netanyahu say, we finally got the Saudis, the GCC states to fight with us shoulder to shoulder against Iran. One of the targets of the Netanyahu approach is to really break this rapprochement process that was happening. Now, we did not allow him to do this in the 12-day war, but unfortunately, the Iranian reactions, the illegal ones on the GCC states, is helping go towards that very, very unwise place that we don't want to be in. So we're in a really tough situation.
Fuad, I want to go back to something that Badr said a moment ago and get your reaction to it, because Badr was saying that Iran is following a scorched earth strategy. You said a few moments ago that Iran wants brotherly relationships with these neighboring countries. But I need to ask you, I mean, is Iran planning to burn all the bridges that they have with these regional neighbors? Or do they expect that they can actually repair relationships when this is done? Because Iran hasn't just struck, energy facilities and energy infrastructure sites in the region. They struck residential buildings in Bahrain, the Kuwaiti airport, a hotel in the UAE. Those are just some of the examples from the past few days. So how does Iran come back from that and try to build trust now?
I think Iran has been trying to build bridges, not burn bridges, build bridges with the neighborhood. There was no reason for many years after the Islamic Revolution for tense relationship with our neighbors. Both Saudi Arabia and Kuwait helped Saddam Hussein during the 8 years of imposed war on Iran. That was a wrong policy. I think the new leaders in these countries have realized that fighting Iran would be not in the interest of their respected countries. Iran agrees. This is a war zone now. We are losing 200-300 civilians on daily basis. Showing sympathy, as our brother Badr showed in the beginning of the program, is very useful when a neighbor, this is part of the Islamic teachings, when a neighbor is facing difficulties, other neighbors coming and helping.
Catch our morning news updates every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon on Truth Talks.
There could be damages, since this is a war zone, there could be damages to these countries. Attacking U.S. bases is legitimate military target for Iran. Iran is going to continue to do that because Iran wants to make sure there is enough cost to the United States. Otherwise, they will assassinate the new Iranian leader. If attacking Iran is cost-free, or if attacking Iran is relatively cost-free, they will continue attacking Iran every few months, which is not good for these countries. There could be some damages, unwanted damages to these countries, but the whole.
Catch our morning news updates every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon on Truth Talks.
Thank you for subscribing to Truth Talks Live. Be sure to like this video now to keep our algorithm high.
EU, just hearing some people talk about their emotions and feelings there as they cross the border. What have you seen and what have people told you?
Well, you got a bit of a tapestry there, didn't you, for personal motives for leaving, and I think it's a strange, almost nuanced threat that the Iranian people are facing at the moment. If you are in a major city, you are exposed to what has been a really sustained aerial assault, and it seems these strikes are on specific areas. I mean, the Americans and the Israelis are saying on missile defense capabilities, and you've got the Iranian authorities pointing to schools, for example, being hit. We've seen evidence of a sizable funeral taking place, and I think when you're looking at operations of this scale, civilian harm is always seen as is a byproduct of this. That is just an inescapable fact. And I think that's feeding into people's calculations as they make their way out. But this is not an easy journey. I mean, this is, if you're heading out of Iran to the north, there are 3 main crossings here, 2 for trade, 1 for civilians. As you can see, it's incredibly mountainous, it's at altitude, and it's a long way to go. And then if you do make it into Turkey, the cost of living here is greater, and it's not clear where you go from there. And so we try and keep an eye on what is going on at the border. It's one of the few places you can get a sense of the sort of physical symptoms of this ongoing wider conflict, which is taking place over such an enormous area at the moment. But in the main, I think people just describe what you heard there, terrifying airstrikes. And for so many people, that is a level of risk that is just unpalatable.
James, while we've been speaking, we've also been keeping an eye on some statements coming out of NATO here in Europe, where they say they are condemning Iran's targeting of Turkey. Can you help put that into context for us and the Turkish reaction to the fact that Turkey has now intercepted this ballistic missile that was fired from Iran? And Turkey, of course, is a NATO member, which represents quite an escalation. Unfortunately, we seem to have lost the line to James there on the border. But just to tell you more about that NATO conference, that press conference that we've been keeping across, or statements rather, we condemn Iran's targeting of Turkey. Our deterrence and defence posture remains. That coming to us from NATO. To remind you, though, an Iranian ballistic munition was detected heading towards Turkish airspace. It passed through Iraq and Syria and was then intercepted. So a lot of anger about this in Turkey at the moment as well. And of course, Turkey is a NATO member. And so we're now getting responses from NATO as well, saying that they condemn Iran's targeting of Turkey. Well, let's bring you now more on an exclusive interview that we've conducted here at the BBC with the former US ambassador to the United Nations, Samantha Power. She has said that to her knowledge, there is no evidence of an imminent threat that would have served as justification for bombing Iran. She's been speaking to one of our chief presenters, Katrina Perry.
Given the failure of talks through the Biden administration and in the last year to reach another deal, a successor to the JCPOA, was this situation somewhat inevitable, or could it have been avoided?
Well, I think we have to go back to what the JCPOA achieved, which was at least one of the stated objectives of this war that has been launched, namely to disable Iran's nuclear program. I mean, to have secured an agreement, it was so hard-earned, the endless negotiations to give rise to the JCPOA, to reduce Iran's nuclear stockpile by 98%, to allow the most intrusive inspection, nuclear monitoring regime in the history of the world, and to rip that up gratuitously, as President Trump did in his first term, only then in his second term to launch a war to try to achieve, or at least again, one of the reasons, one of the alibis for fighting this war, to achieve what had been achieved before. And what is so maddening is, had President Trump stayed within the negotiated agreement, his decision space would have been just the same as it was in this administration. Just the nuclear program would have been defanged through peaceful means, and a scenario like this could have been avoided. So I don't think, even in a circumstance where that deal could not be conjured up again, you can imagine the lack of trust on the Iranian side to make those kinds of concessions when it had been ripped up once. So we did not achieve that in the Biden administration. But the very absence of a negotiated framework doesn't mean you then bomb a country with no rationale justified to the American people, justified to the Congress, and clearly no plan for what comes next.
They would say that there was an imminent threat to the US and an imminent threat to the close ally of Israel. In all your time having access to all of this classified information, did you see evidence of that sort of imminent threat or one building?
Well, they describe an imminent threat today, but again, it was not long ago that they said that the nuclear program had been obliterated and declared victory after the so-called 12-day war. One thing I know, Katrina, is that if these individuals in the Trump administration or in the Israeli government had evidence of an imminent threat, the BBC would be leading with that evidence. In other words, they would be shouting that evidence from the rooftops. There is no evidence of an imminent threat that has been made available either in highly classified settings in Washington, such that members of those committees would be able to vouch for the imminence of that threat, or publicly.
How dangerous a moment is this for the world right now? I mean, we're seeing that Iranian retaliation through the region. We're also seeing this striking of US embassies, US military bases there.
It's a terrifying moment because the United States is very isolated. It went to this war with Israel, despite having a history of launching attacks either in self-defense, collective self-defense, or for other reasons with partners. This is really an unusual circumstance to be this isolated. You have Iranian command and control, if not shattered, certainly in chaos right now. And I've heard one colleague liken it to a machine gun that has been thrown on the floor and is just firing wildly in all kinds of directions. And one just doesn't know when a mass casualty event is going to happen. Already a mass casualty event appears to have happened inside Iran by virtue of an American strike on a school, killing lots of kids. But so far, again, casualties have been confined to US servicemen and women. But even the way that is talked about by the White House is different than anything I've seen in my lifetime. There's a kind of lack of gravity to discussing the deaths of Americans. That's very, very unusual. It's politically very, very strange.
Truth Talks.
An update to bring you on what is happening off the
Breaking
coast of
news.
Sri Lanka. We have been reporting.
Truth Talks. Breaking news.
It is 1300 hours GMT. That is 4:30 p.m. in Tehran and 8 a.m. in Washington. You're watching Al Jazeera's extensive coverage of the conflict between the United States, Israel, and Iran. I'm Rashad Salamat. Turkey has become the latest country dragged into this regional conflict. Ankara saying that a ballistic missile was fired from Iran toward its airspace, but was destroyed by NATO's air defenses in the eastern Mediterranean. Shrapnel has fallen on the southern town of Dört and in Incirlik Air Base in the nearby Adana province, hosting US troops. NATO has condemned the attack. The Turkish foreign minister has protested the incident to his Iranian counterpart and said that Ankara reserves the right to retaliate. At least 100 people are missing after an Iranian military vessel was attacked off the coast of Sri Lanka. Officials say 32 critically wounded sailors have been rescued. Crews are still searching for the rest. Israel has carried on a new wave of strikes across Lebanon in a rapidly escalating attack on the country. Over the past several hours, Israel has hit multiple areas in Beirut's southern suburbs, which it says are Hezbollah infrastructure. Tehran has come under intense bombardment after the Israeli military announced a broad wave of strikes. Since Saturday, US and Israeli attacks have killed at least 1,045 people. That's according to Iranian state media. Government buildings have been destroyed. Homes and hospitals have also been damaged. Iran has launched multiple strikes on Israel, including in the Tel Aviv area. Israel's defense minister says whoever is picked to be the next supreme leader of the country will, quote, be, quote, a target for elimination. Iran is continuing its strikes across the Gulf region. Qatar, Kuwait, and the UAE have intercepted Iranian missiles and drone attacks in the past few hours. On Tuesday, a drone strike hit the U.S. consulate in Dubai, sparking a fire. Saudi Arabia has also confirmed another attempted attack on its Ras Tanura oil refinery. Well, we have correspondents in Tehran, Doha, and Gal in Sri Lanka, as well as the White House. But first, let's start off with Rasul Sadar, who's here in this studio. Rasul, give us a sense of what is happening now. I mean, by launching a missile at Turkey, was it deliberate? What's been really said about this with NATO condemning it?
So we have two statements here. One of them is extremely weak, the Turkish statement, simply being released by the Directorate of the Communication of the Presidency and the Defense Ministry, saying that a ballistic missile, fired from Iran, past the Iraqi and the Syrian airspace, and while heading toward Turkey, it was intercepted by the NATO air defense systems that are stationed in the Eastern Mediterranean, and the remnants of the NATO ammunition fell on Turkish soil. So here, the question is that, was that aimed at Turkey, or was it aimed at somewhere else, but somehow heading toward Turkey or passing toward Turkish airspace, or whether it got into Turkish airspace at all? So the NATO statement is giving a certain clarity here. And in their condemnation, they're saying that Iran has targeted Turkey, a NATO member. So here the
I mean, it could be a rogue missile as well, Rasul, couldn't it?
I don't think that could be a rogue missile here. So the missiles that are passing to countries could not be rogue missiles, are fired from that. And it makes sense based on the statements of the Iranians that any American military bases in the region could be targeted. So because in Adana, very much close to where the remnants of the NATO ammunition fell, just 200 kilometers away from there, there is Incirlik Air Base. It's a Turkish-owned one, but it is operated by the US and Turkey altogether. And that has been an essential logistic hub for Afghanistan operation during the first Gulf War against Iraq. And it's all well known that there are dozens of Americans stationed
President
there.
Trump, the War Department unleashed this operation early Saturday morning, just 4 days ago, which means we need to remember two things. First, we are only 4 days into this.
Truth Talks.
Metrics are shifting,
Breaking
dust is
news.
settling, and more forces are arriving. It's very early. And as President Trump has said, we will take all the time we need to make sure that we succeed. Second, we are only 4 days into this, and the results have been incredible. Historic, really. Only the United States of America could lead this, only us. But when you add the Israeli Defense Forces, a devastatingly capable force, the combination is sheer destruction for our radical Islamist Iranian adversaries. They are toast, and they know it. Or at least, soon enough, they will know it. And we have only just begun to hunt, dismantle, demoralize, destroy, and defeat their capabilities, just 4 days in. Starting last night and to be completed in a few days, in under a week, the two most powerful air forces in the world will have complete control of Iranian skies, uncontested airspace. I hope all the folks watching understand what uncontested airspace and complete control means. It means we will fly all day, all night, day and night, finding, fixing, and finishing the missiles and defense industrial base of the Iranian military, finding and fixing their leaders and their military leaders, flying over Tehran, flying over Iran, flying over their capital, flying over the IRGC, Iranian leaders looking up and seeing only U.S. and Israeli air power every minute of every day until we decide it's over. And Iran will be able to do nothing about it. B-2s, B-52s, B-1s, Predator drones, fighters, controlling the skies, picking targets, death and destruction from the sky all day long. We're playing for keeps. Our warfighters have maximum authorities granted personally by the president and yours truly. Our rules of engagement are bold, precise, and designed to unleash American power, not shackle it. This was never meant to be a fair fight, and it is not a fair fight. We are punching them while they're down, which is exactly how it should be. Thus far, Operation Epic Fury has delivered twice the air power of shock and awe of Iraq in 2003, minus Paul Bremer and the nation building. The campaign has 7 times the intensity of Israel's previous operations against Iran during the 12-day war, 7 times. And as President Trump said, more and larger waves are coming. We are just getting started. We are accelerating, not decelerating. Iran's capabilities are evaporating by the hour, while American strength grows fiercer, smarter, and utterly dominant. More bombers and more fighters are arriving just today. And now, with complete control of the skies, we will be using 500-pound, 1,000-pound, and 2,000-pound GPS and laser-guided precision gravity bombs, of which we have a nearly unlimited stockpile. We used more exquisite standoff munitions at the start, but no longer need to. Our stockpiles of those, as well as Patriots, remains extremely strong. The enemy can no longer shoot the volume of missiles they once did, not even close. And the chairman will lay out some of those percentages. So our air defenses and that of our allies have plenty of runway. We can sustain this fight easily for as long as we need to. And as I said yesterday, we set the terms. Now, you may not see much of it because the IRGC shut off the internet to the entirety of the country. They blind their people on purpose, just like they kill their own on purpose. Much was made of the volume of missiles Iran was able to shoot in the first few days. And sadly, as we projected, a few got through and killed 6 of our best, who will hopefully arrive home soon. We will avenge them, no doubt. But I liken Iran's predicament to a football team who scripted the first 20 plays of a game. The team knew what plays to run because their first few drives were scripted. But now that the game has started and the blitz is on, they don't know what plays to call, let alone how to get in the huddle and call those plays. Iran's senior leaders are dead. The so-called governing council that might have selected a successor, dead, missing, or cowering in bunkers, too terrified to even occupy the same room. Senior generals, mid-level officers, enlisted ranks, they can't talk or communicate, let alone mount a coordinated and sustained offensive. That's not great for morale. The Iranian Air Force is no more, built for 1996, destroyed in 2026. The Iranian Navy rests at the bottom of the Persian Gulf. Combat ineffective, decimated, destroyed, defeated, pick your adjective. In fact, last night, we sunk their prize ship, the Soleimani. Looks like POTUS got him twice. Their Navy, not a factor. Pick your adjective, it is no more. In fact, yesterday, in the Indian Ocean, and we'll play it on the screen there, an American submarine sunk an Iranian warship that thought it was safe in international waters. Instead, it was sunk by a torpedo. Quiet death. The first sinking of an enemy ship by a torpedo since World War II. Like in that war, back when we were still the War Department, we are fighting to win. Also, yesterday, the leader of the unit who attempted to assassinate President Trump has been hunted down and killed. Iran tried to kill President Trump, and President Trump got the last laugh. Now, this is not a mission accomplished situation. This is simply a reality check. The combination of U.S. and Israeli intelligence and combat power will control Iran, and will control it soon. Sure, Iran will still be able to shoot some missiles and still be able to launch one-way attack drones at civilian targets, and their proxies will attempt to attack our embassies, bases, and soft targets. They are terrorists, after all, and they need to target civilians because they can't fight toe-to-toe. But we will find them, and we will kill them. This is what the fake news misses. We've taken control of Iran's airspace and waterways without boots on the ground. We control their fate. But when a few drones get through or tragic things happen, it's front page news. I get it. The press only wants to make the president look bad, but try for once to report the reality. The terms of this war will be set by us at every step. As I said Monday, the mission is laser focused. obliterate Iran's missiles and drones and facilities that produce them, annihilate its navy and critical security infrastructure, and sever their pathway to nuclear weapons. Iran will never possess a nuclear bomb, not on our watch, not ever. And this is why President Trump's moral clarity on Iran today is so vital. Unlike the past, where vague red lines and endless negotiations let Iran fund terror and inch ever so slightly toward a bomb, this president sees the threat plainly and acts decisively. No more half measures, especially when Iran is at its weakest. No more letting Tehran play for time while our people pay the price. His leadership ensures that we finish what we start and that we protect our warfighters by crushing the enemy before they can strike again. Our offensive operations, refined through months of relentless preparation, are unstoppable. And our defensive efforts are unprecedented. We have from the start put the protection of our troops ahead of everything else. Before we very publicly built up offensive combat power, we quietly ensured that our defensive posture and power was in place. And as we built up offensive combat power, we moved the vast majority of American troops, over 90% of Americans that were on our bases, what we say off the X, out of the range of Iranian fire. Our defensive shield is equally formidable, the most sophisticated air and missile defense network ever fielded. Thousands of Iranian missiles and drones have been intercepted and vaporized. Tens of thousands of American and allied lives protected. We have pushed every counter-UAS system possible forward, sparing no expense or capability. And like I said, this does not mean we can stop everything, but we ensured that the maximum possible defense and maximum possible force protection was set up before we went on offense. In closing, as President Trump told German Chancellor Merz yesterday, Iran negotiated in bad faith, stalling, scheming, and preparing to strike. And we acted decisively to defend our people, our interests, and our allies. President Trump took bold action, putting America first, the kind of bold action that the American people elected him to execute. To our steadfast partner, Israel, your mission is being executed with unmatched skill and iron determination. Fighting shoulder to shoulder with such a capable ally is a true force multiplier and a breath of fresh air. We salute your courage and your contribution. 4 days in, we have only just begun to fight. America fights to win, and in Operation Epic Fury, we are. May God's providence cover and protect our troops always. And with that, I turn it over to the chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. I'm here today to provide the American people and those of you in this room an update on Operation Epic Fury. First, it's with profound sadness and gratitude that I share the names of 4 of our 6 fallen heroes, all from the 103rd Sustainment Command, U.S. Army Reserves out of Des Moines, Iowa. Captain Cody Cork, Sergeant First Class Noah Tegens, Sergeant First Class Nicole Amore, and Sergeant Declan Cody. To the families of our fallen, we grieve with you today, and we look forward to welcoming your family members home at Dover in the coming days. Out of respect for the other families, we'll withhold the release of their names until next of kin notification is complete. And either myself or Admiral Cooper will release those names as soon as we can ensure that all of those families have been properly notified. To our Gold Star families, to our wounded warriors and their loved ones, we will never forget your sacrifice. Our nation stands with you, and we are eternally grateful for your courage, your resiliency, your devotion to this mission and to our nation. As the Secretary said, we're 4 days in, 103 hours into this campaign. The operation was again launched with clear military objectives designed to dismantle Iran's ability to project power outside of its borders, both today and in the future. First, we are targeting and eliminating Iran's ballistic missile systems to prevent them from threatening the U.S. Forces, partners, and interests in the region. Second, we are destroying the Iranian Navy, degrading its capacity, capability, and ability to conduct operations, not just in the Central Command AOR, but as the Secretary showed in the video, around the world. Third, we're ensuring Iran cannot rapidly rebuild or reconstitute its combat capability or combat power, and those phases will begin as the campaign continues. As of this morning, U.S. Central Command is making steady progress. Iran's theater ballistic missile shots fired are down 86% from the first day of fighting, with a 23% decrease just in the last 24 hours. And their one-way attack drone shots are down 73% from the opening days. This progress has allowed CENTCOM to establish localized air superiority across the southern flank of the Iranian coast and penetrate their defenses with overwhelming precision and firepower. We will now begin to expand inland, striking progressively deeper into Iranian territory and creating additional freedom of maneuver for U.S. forces. Let me explain a little bit about how we're thinking about staying ahead of the enemy. First, over the past several weeks, Admiral Cooper and the CENTCOM team have refined their operational approach to the region. Their planners identified key centers of gravity that would allow Iran to project power outside of its borders. They thought about how to isolate critical vulnerabilities and determined where, with precision, the greatest strategic effect could be achieved. As a result of this, CENTCOM is now shifting in day 4 already from large deliberate strike packages using standoff munitions at range outside an enemy's ability to shoot at us, now into stand-in precision strikes overhead Iran. As the Secretary said, this is a point of munitions transition from standoff munitions to stand-in munitions like joint direct attack munitions, which are GPS-aided free-fall weapons, and other things like Hellfires, etc. This will allow the joint force to deliver significantly increased precision effects on the target. The throttle is coming up, as the Secretary said, as opposed to ramping down. This will allow us to maintain consistent pressure on the adversary over the coming days, disrupt their launch timelines, and impose cost every day around the clock. I know there have been a lot of questions about munitions. We have sufficient precision munitions for the task at hand, both on the offense and defense. But I want to tell you, teammates, as a matter of practice, I don't want to be talking about quantities. And I know there's been a great debate about that, and I appreciate the interest, but just know that we consider that an operational security matter. Let me flip to the map here. Hopefully I don't kill anybody with a laser pointer. As I mentioned earlier, and for you with the camera right there, my friend, I hope I don't ricochet off and hurt you. Over the initial days, the U.S. Joint Forces continued to attack and attrit ballistic missile capabilities as well as integrated air defense capabilities along the southern axis. Along the northern axis, Israel and the Israeli Air Force has predominantly been working integrated air defense targets along the northern flank, as well as medium-range ballistic missile capability as well. From the sea, the USS Ford has continued to project combat power here, as well as the bomber pulses that we talked about in the opening days of this briefing. Along the southern axis, the USS Abraham Lincoln Strike Group has continued to provide pressure from the sea along the southeastern side of the coast and has been attriting naval capability all along the strait and up into the Arabian Gulf at a size and scale sufficiently to address the targets required. To date, we've hit over 2,000 targets, as Admiral Cooper said in his video last night. We've destroyed more than 20 Iranian naval vessels, including, in addition to the frigate outside of the area, one submarine, and effectively neutralized at this point in time Iran's major naval presence in theater out there. As the Secretary showed the video, for the first time since 1945, a United States Navy fast attack submarine has sunk an enemy combatant ship using a single Mark 48 torpedo to achieve immediate effect, sending the warship to the bottom of the sea. I want to remind everybody that this is an incredible demonstration of America's global reach. To hunt, find, and kill an out-of-area deployer is something that only the United States can do at this type of scale. Over the next 24 to 48 hours, CENTCOM will continue to strike infrastructure and naval capability, and will continue to assess our progress against the military objectives. It does take time for us to collect that information and to assess en route. Much of our intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance capability is currently hunting and killing ballistic missile launchers and one-way attack capability. We're precise in that assessment, and we call balls and strikes in that assessment. We take that matter seriously. Iran, on the other hand, has been indiscriminate and more imprecise in their attacks. They fired more than 500 ballistic missiles and more than 2,000 drones, striking innocent civilian targets throughout the region. Our partners are answering the call to defend themselves right alongside us. Jordan, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Qatar, and Kuwait are all defending their people with their own combat capability, with precision and restraint. Jordanian air defense crews recently intercepted a cluster of Iranian one-way attack drones headed to Amman. Bahrain's air defense forces shot down an inbound drone approaching Manama's maritime infrastructure, protecting both their population and critical shipping lanes. Saudi Patriot batteries stopped a salvo of ballistic missiles aimed at energy facilities near Dhahran. The UAE neutralized multiple drones targeting Abu Dhabi's industrial zone, demonstrating speed and precision. And Qatari fighters for the first time have shot down 2 Iranian bombers that were en route to their location. Together, these nations are helping to defend themselves and project power as required against the enemy. We're 100 hours in. It's still very early, as the Secretary said, but the balance is shifting. We've always got to remember that these operations are complex, dangerous, and far from over. Our soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, Guardians, and Coast Guardsmen remain in harm's way, and we must be clear-eyed that the risk is still high. This is combat. Let us never forget this. As we continue, I ask that we hold all of our deployed teammates in our thoughts, those standing the watch, flying the sorties, sustaining the fight, and carrying our nation's burden. And I'll stop where I started, and that's remembering our 6 fallen who will return home as soon as possible. I remain humbled, grateful, inspired by every day the valor and professionalism of our joint force. They are quiet professionals through and through, out there doing America's work through the day and through the darkness. And with that, I'll take your questions along with the Secretary.
Go ahead.
What do you assess the enemy's control and command status is right now? And can you broadly describe our decisive point in this operation?
Well, I won't describe the decisive point in the operation because that would tell the bad guys what it was.
That's a good question, though.
I appreciate the question. They're C2 structures in a bad way. Admiral Cooper's been continuing to pressure C2 at the IRGC C2 and other military elements, and will continue to do so. Thank you for the question.
Thank you, Secretary Hegseth. Mary Margaret with the Daily Wire. A couple questions for you and then one for General Kane. Can you tell us more about how we took out the leader who was the leader of the group that was trying to assassinate President Trump? And then Turkey's defense ministry says NATO air defense systems intercepted an Iranian ballistic missile headed towards Turkish airspace. Could this trigger NATO's Article 5, and was it the U.S. who shot it down?
On the first question, we've known for a long time that Iran had intentions on trying to kill President Trump and or other U.S. Officials. And while that was not the focus of the effort by any stretch of the imagination, in fact, never raised by the president or anybody else, I ensured and others ensured that those who were responsible for that were eventually part of the target list. It wasn't the beginning of the effort. We were focused on missiles and launchers, and that's the focus. But ultimately, if we had the opportunity to get at those who are trying to get at Americans specifically, we would. And so we eventually had the opportunity to do that from the air. And then on the matter with Turkey, I'll have to get back to you on exactly what the intercept looked like at that. We're aware of that particular engagement, although no sense that it would trigger anything like Article 5. No. Tie right there. You got a tie on.
Yeah. Thank you. Tom Baker with the BBC. Can you give us an update on what the administration knows, what you know now about the reported strike on a girls' school in southern Iran on Saturday?
All I can say is that we're investigating that. We, of course, never target civilian targets, but we're taking a look at investigating that. Red tie in front.
Just on the basis that with the information you would have, your reconnaissance abilities, ability to gather information, I mean, it's several days on now. So is there any clarity on whose munition this was?
We're investigating it. Thank you.
Secretary, so there are reports that the administration is considering arming Iranian Kurdish groups. So could you please clarify that whether any such plan has been authorized and whether Congress or regional partners has been notified and consulted?
All I would say is none of our objectives are premised on the support or the arming of any particular force. So what other entities may be doing, we're aware of, but our objectives aren't centered on that. Green, right there.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Secretary. Mike Lynn, Washington Times. Can you talk a little bit about the deconfliction process that's going on? You have two parallel operations, Epic Fury and Roaring Lion. How are you making sure they're not interfering with each other?
Sure, I'm happy to take that. Thank you for the question. We have liaison officers on both sides. There are U.S. CENTCOM teammates out in Israel, and there are Israeli Defense Force teammates at the relevant command and control nodes within the U.S. CENTCOM enterprise. Routinely, Admiral Cooper is talking to the IDF Chief of Defense, and I will occasionally speak to him through the arc of this. I've spoken to him a few times already. That allows us to coordinate, integrate, and synchronize activities while maintaining separate efforts.
And when I said a breath of fresh air, I really meant it. Usually it's us with some ancillary benefits from allies who are maybe willing but not as capable. When you have both the will and the capability of an ally that can really bring things to bear, we take certain targets, they take certain targets, and we coordinate it. It has incredible effects. Right here.
Secretary Hegseth, with respect to House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries' statement that the Iran mission will end in failure, what kind of message does that send to our enemies, and what does it do to the motivation of our troops?
Well, I've been through that movie before with the Democrats rooting against the country. Our generation saw that in our battlefields. I think it's pretty unprecedented and unfortunate that it would occur 4 days in to an operation where, as the chairman laid out, America's best are operating in an incredibly challenging environment where they're having incredible success, but they're meeting a determined adversary. And he's been privy to briefs that we've provided. He knows how effective this has been. He's being disingenuous, which we're used to. Right here.
Thank you for taking my question. Heather Mullins, Lindell TV. One of the questions I have is just really regarding the intelligence that indicated that this was something the U.S. had to get involved with at the time that you guys did. We had Operation Midnight Hammer back in June. We obliterated their nuclear facilities. What was the intelligence that suggested that somehow they became a threat once again that required us to get involved with Operation Epic Fury?
I appreciate the question. The evidence in front of us since the 12-day war was that Iran had no intention of actually negotiating a nuclear deal that truly meant they did not have a pathway to the nuclear bomb. And they had a moment. Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, two of the best negotiators in the world, poured into that negotiation, giving them every single possible opportunity to release that ambition, and they didn't. And the intelligence that we saw they didn't intend to do it in good faith, that they had the intentions eventually to get to a place where they could have a conventional shield to block their nuclear capabilities, as I talked about yesterday. So I would separate the what from the when a little bit. The what is they've been killing Americans for 47 years. They have thousands of missiles pointed at us. They have ongoing nuclear ambitions, and they're at the weakest they've ever been. So the when became, in a particular, hey, what makes the most sense to do this to ensure that the narrow objectives we have of ensuring they never have a nuclear weapon have a maximum effect? Yes, right here.
Thank you, Secretary Hegseth. I had two questions. First, what is your message to Iran's allies, namely Russia and China, who have called for an immediate end to hostilities?
I don't have a message for them, and they're not really a factor here. And our issue is not with them, it's with the nuclear ambitions of Iran.
Absolutely. And are any so-called fully autonomous weapons or other AI tools being used in Operation Epic Fury?
We've got a lot of autonomous systems or systems that drones and others incorporated with smart AI aspects to them, but a lot of which I can't talk about here. Yeah. Yellow, right there. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. As you know, China is accusing the United States of invading in Iran, a sovereign nation, and North Korea, which cooperate with Iran on nuclear development, has declared its commitment to protecting Iran. What is the United States' strategic response to this? And I have a second one. How many allies joined with the United States to fighting against Iran? Do you have any numbers?
Well, I think what you're seeing right now is a response in the region to the belligerence of Iran and the willingness of them to target civilian airports, civilian hotels, civilian locations, civilian oil infrastructure of their Gulf neighbors who would have preferred not to be in conflict, didn't want to, but now realize that this is something that has to be dealt with. So whether it's UAE or Qatar or Bahrain or Kuwait or Saudi, on different levels, they're reaching out to us, whether they're going on offense, which they are, whether they're giving us additional access basing and overflight. We're working very closely and collaborating with them. Also on air defenses. The air defense capabilities of those countries are significant, and when combined with ours and we coordinate, it brings simplicity to the shot doctrine, so we make sure we're using less munitions but being more effective with what we shoot at. And as it pertains to other countries, I'll sort of give the same question. They don't really bear on the case of Iran. We're going to deal with Iran's nuclear ambitions, and that'll send plenty of signals in the process. Right there. Purple.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary. I have two questions. One question for you and another question for Mr. Chairman. You ruled out that you are not engaging with the Kurdish forces, Iranian Kurdish forces, to incursion from the Kurdistan region to Iran. But now and today, Iranian said that under threat in the Kurdistan region, they said clearly if there is any incursion from the Kurdistan region, they will attack all the Kurdistan region and go war with the Kurdistan region. What's your comment on that? And a question for Mr. Chairman, given comments that the U.S. forces might be deployed if necessary, under what specific conditions would you determine that deploying U.S. boots on the ground is necessary? And how would such a decision support and advance your stated strategic goals?
Well, I'm not going to comment on U.S. boots on the ground. I think that's a question for policymakers, and I don't make policy, I execute policy. I will say on the question in the back corner about helping Americans get out, first, it's a great opportunity to encourage everybody in the region to go to the State Department and register. Secretary Rubio's been trying to get that word out, and I'd ask you to help us with that, to have folks register. We've also opened up space available seats as C-17s and other airplanes come in to try to help folks get out. But that's really a State Department matter. But to answer your question, that's what we've been doing.
Absolutely. Last question right here.
Secretary Hegseth, thank you. Reagan Reese with the Daily Caller. You touched on this in your opening remarks, but I'm hoping you could expand on it a bit. It's been reported that Iran might be trying to outlast our ability to intercept their missiles. It sounds like you guys are saying they don't have the ability to do so. Is that the case? Can they outlast us in their ability to do that?
Iran cannot outlast us. We're going to ensure through violence of action and our offensive capabilities and our defensive capabilities, as I said, that we set the tone and the tempo of this fight. That's why stories and speculation about different things that try to make it look like we're limited in what we can do. The only limits we have in this is President Trump's desire to achieve specific effects on behalf of the American people. And that's why we don't talk about, you can say 4 weeks, but it could be 6, it could be 8, it could be 3. Ultimately, we set the pace and the tempo. The enemy is off balance, and we're going to keep them off balance. And we know their ability to shoot versus our ability to defend. That difference gets wider and wider every day. Our defense gets better, their offense capabilities diminish. As we are going into ammunitions that we, as we said, have tens of thousands of and can drop unlimited supplies on with even more effects than the standoff emissions we have now, which is why when we say the throttle's going up, the throttle's going up and it's going to stay on high. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
All right, we're going to leave that news conference taking place there at the Pentagon. Pete Hegseth, the Defense or the War Secretary, and General Dan Kane, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, there talking. Pete Hegseth saying that the Iranians were toast and there were fresh waves coming in and they're just getting started. That was a running theme through all this. Dan Kane, the General there, saying we have superiority in the south of the country and we'll be moving gradually inland with regards to that. And they are using missiles and drones being launched in a precise manner. Also went on to congratulate partners in the Gulf here, saying that they were answering the call to defend themselves and really referring here to Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates and Bahrain. So that's it also in that Pentagon briefing. Pete Hegseth says a torpedo from a U.S. submarine sank an Iranian warship. Earlier, Sri Lankan authorities said at least 100 people are missing after an Iranian military vessel was attacked off its coast. Minel Fernandez joins us live from Galle in Sri Lanka. Minel, what more do we know?
The survivors from that from the incident that happened earlier on today off Galle, which is a little over an hour from Colombo, are in this hospital, the National Hospital in Galle. They're in the accident and emergency unit. During the last sort of hour or so, we did see 3 members of the Iranian Navy that were being transferred. Of course, there's a lot of security surrounding the building and access to those personnel. We also saw members of the Iranian diplomatic mission, the military attaché, the consular attaché, sort of coming in and out. There's obviously a lot of paperwork. So in terms of what we know, the Navy, the Sri Lankan Navy and the Air Force were conducting rescue operations in the waters, their international waters, about 40 kilometers off the coast of Galle. They did receive distress signals at about 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning, a little past midnight GMT, that this ship was in distress. Now, the Iranian naval frigate was returning. It had been in India for an international fleet review and was on its way back, is what we're hearing, part of 3 vessels from Iran, which was making its way back when we received this distress signal and went out to rescue them. Now, there is what we're hearing from the foreign minister, that there was a total of 180 crew on board that vessel. We do know concretely there are 32 in this hospital, which begs the question where the rest of them are. We also have heard from hospital sources that a number of the bodies that were recovered by those recovery operations are about to arrive at this hospital just moments from now.
Yeah, and now we have a line from that Deputy Foreign Minister that you were mentioning, telling local television that there could be at least 80 people killed in this U.S. submarine strike. Is this likely to have diplomatic implications?
Those are the kind of numbers that I'm hearing from my sources locally as well. The diplomatic implications, obviously looking at it in terms of the nature of this incident. As at present, the government authorities, the military authorities here in Sri Lanka have played it very, very safe. They have mainly talked about the rescue, the recovery. They've talked about having to sort of get statements from the survivors and things like that. Even the Iranian ambassador here in Colombo, that's the same thing he told me a little while ago, saying we have to wait and see till further details emerge. But having said all of that, if indeed this incident, the downing of an Iranian naval military craft in international waters, if there's more than just the technicalities, obviously huge implications. So everyone watching very, very closely at all the sort of international, the rhetoric, the conversations, the statements, and trying to take stock and make sense of what happened.
Minel Fernandez in Galle, Sri Lanka. Let's take you now to Iran, and these are the latest series of pictures of airstrikes hitting the capital, Tehran. In 5 days, U.S. and Israeli attacks have killed at least 1,045 people, and that is according to Iranian state media. Government and military buildings have been targeted. Homes, hospitals, and a UNESCO heritage site have also been damaged in these widespread attacks. We can go to Mohammed Val, who joins us now from Tehran. And we've been hearing also that the mourning period, 40-day mourning period of Ali Khamenei has now been postponed as well. Give us the latest.
Yes, Richard, the information we have is that that morning that was supposed to involve millions of people at the Imam Khomeini mausoleum here in Tehran has been postponed. No specific explanation of why it was postponed, but the understanding is that it has to do with logistics and preparation and fears for security for those millions of people that were expected to be attending. Let me notify here that according to the information we have is that three-fourths of the residents of Tehran have actually left the city. So, I mean, if millions were supposed to attend, then we can expect like an influx of people from other areas in Tehran. And that is a very difficult situation right now. Aside from that, talking about strikes are continuous. Over the last few hours, reported strikes in Tehran, Kharaj, Esfahan, and Qazwin. There is also a report about 14 people killed in an attack on Bisat residential area south of Tehran. So civilians are falling in this fight, bearing the brunt of this fight here and there, and the authorities here are accusing the Americans and the Israelis of chaotic strikes against the country, lack of precision and lack of clarity of targets in this campaign by the United States and Israel on Iran, acts of aggression against the country and the country's right to defend itself. Also, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard talking about the 17th wave and the 16th wave of the so-called True Promise operation, True Promise number 4, a wide range of targets in Israel, across Israel, and also in Erbil, northern Iraq, U.S. bases there, and also U.S. bases in Kuwait, 2 U.S. bases in Kuwait to hit. And also there is a report about another tanker or ship that they described it as an offensive ship that has been hit also in the Strait of Hormuz, and that it is on fire as we speak right now. There is this spirit of defiance despite what is happening and despite the volume of strikes from America and Israel against Iran. There is still that spirit of defiance and also tremendous amount of information about what IRGC is doing and also what the army of Iran is capable of doing and what they are still doing against the enemy across the region. That's the latest we have here.
Mohammed, thank you. Mohammed Val there in Tehran. Now, Iran does work to pick a new supreme leader. Israel's defense minister says whoever is selected will be a target. On Tuesday, an Israeli strike destroyed a building of the Assembly of Experts in the city of Qom. That's the clerical body tasked with appointing the next supreme leader. Russia's foreign ministry says a nuclear plant in southern Iran is under threat, with strikes happening just kilometers away. Russian technical specialists work on the site at Iran's Bushehr nuclear power plant. Moscow says the US-Israeli bombing campaign is posing a major risk to the site and making it difficult for the UN's nuclear watchdog to monitor the situation. Now, in Washington, senior Trump officials have briefed Congress behind closed doors for a second day, justifying the attacks on Iran, but not everyone is convinced. Democrats want to vote on a war powers resolution. They accuse the president of breaching the Constitution by authorizing attacks on Iran without congressional approval. Patty Culhane has this from Washington.
Leaving a classified briefing by Trump administration officials, one Democratic senator made the startling statement. He thinks this could become a ground war in Iran.
I just want to say I am more fearful than ever after this briefing that we may be putting boots on the ground and that troops from the United States may be necessary to accomplish objectives that the administration seems to have.
That is something the administration has not ruled out, but also admitted they are not positioned to do that right now. When it comes to the reason for the strikes, the Trump administration moved to clarify what U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio had said just 24 hours before. that Israel was going to strike first with or without the United States, so they felt they had to act. I put that question to Republican senators. Are you concerned when Secretary of State Rubio says that the U.S. was going to attack Iran because Israel was going to first?
No, look, we coordinated very closely with Israel, and the whole point was to attack Iran when they were weakest.
But for Republican Senator Mike Rounds, another new explanation.
There's a whole series of reasons why this was the opportune time to do it, in part because of the manufacturing processes that were going on within Iran, in which they were going to be shortly in a position to overcome our capability to defend against them with the weapon systems that we have available to us.
In the coming days, the Congress is expected to vote on a bill that would order the president to stop all attacks on Iran. Okay, is the War Powers bill going to pass? And if not, what's the point?
I'm not sure. We'll find out when the vote is taken. I think it'll be a close vote. But if nothing else, I think every American deserves to know where their representatives stand on this issue.
A potentially pivotal vote for lawmakers, knowing that come November, many of them will face voters who will have the final say if they agree with where they stand right now. Patty Culhane, Al Jazeera, Capitol Hill.
Mike Hanna joins us now from the White House. Well, we've got this move by Congress later on the War Powers resolution. What's likely to happen?
Well, today the Senate is going to attempt to vote on imposing a War Powers resolution ending or persuading or ordering President Trump to stop the action in Iran. But this is a rocky road. The Democrats are introducing this resolution in the Senate. They do not have enough votes, it would appear, to even get to a vote on this particular resolution. They would need at least 5 Republicans to cross the aisle to vote alongside them. So it's basically a non-starter. However, Democrats are arguing that it does give an opportunity in the Senate for those opposed to President Trump's action to make their point, to ask more questions about the aims of this operation, about its duration, and just to try and get more information for the American people about the whole situation surrounding this ongoing action against Iran.
Mike Hanna there, joining us from Washington. Now, the British Prime Minister has told the House of Commons that the crisis in the Middle East requires, quote, a cool head. Keir Starmer making the comments while defending his decision not to allow the United States to use British bases for its attack on Iran. US President Trump has strongly criticized it.
We need to act, therefore, with clarity, with purpose, and with a cool head. The protection of UK nationals is our #1 priority. And we're taking action to reduce the threat with planes in the sky in the region, intercepting incoming strikes, deploying more capability to Cyprus, and allowing US planes to use UK bases to take out Iran's capability to strike.
Well, let's get to Sonia Gallego, who's live for us in London. What else did you say in Prime Minister's questions there by Keir Starmer?
Well, there's no doubt that this was quite a hostile session of Prime Minister's questions on Wednesday, where you can clearly see two political divides emerging on this. One is the stance of the Prime Minister, which he himself has reiterated, and he reiterated it there in the chamber. Then came a volley of opposition from the opposition leader of the Conservative Party, Kimi Badenoch, who, to all intents and purposes, said that considering that British interests, territory, bases had been targeted, that the UK should actually take offensive action and align itself more closely with the US as well. That was rebuffed by Keir Starmer, saying that what was needed really was restraint, and that what he was looking out for primarily was for British interests and for British lives as well. Of course, not forgetting that there are some 300,000 British nationals who are across the Gulf region there as well. That's also going to be playing on the mind of politicians, especially as expatriation issues start to come to the fore there as well. But while this batting back and forth between the Prime Minister and and the opposition leader took place, there is, of course, an acknowledgement, perhaps, that the divisions is completely different, for example, to what was seen over at Ukraine, where there was strong cross-party support for the support of Ukraine. But we're not seeing that here when it comes to what's happening in the Middle East now.
Sonia, it seems like Keir Starmer's really feeling it from not just within the country, but certainly from without, including that pressure coming from the White House.
Absolutely, and we saw yet again another example of this on Tuesday night from the White House himself, with President Trump really speaking quite dismissively of Keir Starmer, saying that he was no Winston Churchill as well. Quite an about turn from when President Trump was last in the UK on that state visit last September, when there seemed to be a real warmth of relationships between the two. Well, that's completely gone out of the window now, and it goes back to the situation just ahead of the offensive there, where Keir Starmer initially refused to allow the US to use UK air bases, primarily in the Indian Ocean, Diego Garcia. But now, of course, he's reversed that decision and said that the US can use that.
Sonia Gallego there joining us from London. Now, Spain's Prime Minister's doubled down on his criticism of the attack on Iran by the US and Israel, warning the conflict risked playing Russian roulette with the lives of millions. Pedro Sanchez was responding to US President Trump's threats to cut trade with Madrid over its position on the conflict. Tension between the two NATO allies are on the rise after Sanchez described the bombing of Iran as reckless and illegal. He's also barred US aircraft involved in the operation from using Spanish naval and air bases.
We should learn from history, and we can't play Russian roulette with the destiny of millions of people. The powers involved in this conflict should immediately stop the hostilities and rely on dialogue and diplomacy. And the rest of us should act in a coherent way, defending the same values that we defend when we talk about Ukraine, Gaza, Venezuela, and Greenland.
Osama bin Javed joins us live from Brussels. Osama, Spain's foreign minister has been criticizing the German Chancellor, Friedrich Merz, for remarks he made while meeting Donald Trump at the White House yesterday. What did he actually say?
Well, it was essentially the lack of remarks when President Trump was berating Spain and telling the world that he's going to cut financial ties with Spain and put an embargo on the French economy. But essentially what this is the Spaniards have essentially taken the position based, as you heard from the Prime Minister there, on the basis of international law, saying that there needs to be a consistency when it comes to Palestine and Greenland and Venezuela and now Iran. In his initial statement, he did criticize the Iranian actions against protesters as well, and the regime that needs to be changed according to the aspirations of the Iranian people. But he did criticize the United States and Israel for carrying out an illegal action. And that is why it first irked the US president. And then when Spain refused that it is not going to allow its naval and air bases for these attacks on Iran, it further enraged Donald Trump. The German Chancellor, Friedrich Merz, was there when this announcement was made. He did not come out in solidarity. And in the last 24 hours, we've heard this morning from the EU Commission's president, EU Council's president, rather, and also from the French president, making calls of solidarity and saying that they will stand with Spain because this is an issue for the European Union and they trade as one rather than an individual nation. But it just goes to show that in the European Union, if there is somebody who is going to stand up for the principles and values that the European Union prides itself with, they are going to be held to account by the US president, and they're not appearing to get all the support that they thought they would.
Now, Osama, I mean, there are also fears of an energy crisis in Europe triggered by this conflict. Qatar, for one thing, has stopped production of LNG. And gas experts are meeting in Brussels, aren't they, to discuss gas supplies?
Well, that meeting has just ended with the gas coordinators from across Europe coming in. So far, they're not concerned about an immediate fallout, but they are deeply concerned about what is going to be the aftermath, how much of a damage is this going to cause, and for how long will these suspensions last? Because that is going to have a knock-on effect on European energy supplies. Europe's gas primarily comes from the region, and a major supplier is the United States. But European experts are going to meet again on March the 26th. They're going to monitor the situation, and they say they are watching it with quite a lot of concern, because it could have knock-on effects if this carries on for a longer period of time.
Osama, thank you. Osama bin Javed there in Brussels. Right. Well, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is framing the joint Israeli-US offensive against Iran as a religious conflict. He's invoked Jewish history and used religious text and sentiment to rally support for the attacks. Nurode explains how this increases right-wing sentiment in Israel.
When he announced the offensive against Iran, the Israeli Prime Minister didn't just talk about perceived threats. Benjamin Netanyahu invoked Jewish history, drawing parallels with Jews rising up against Persian enslavement more than 2,000 years ago.
My brothers and sisters, in 2 days, we celebrate the holiday of Purim. 2,500 years ago, in ancient Persia, an enemy rose against us with the exact same goal of destroying our people.
A day later, Netanyahu invoked scripture, describing the government in Tehran as Amalek, the ultimate enemy in the Old Testament, the enemy whose memory and existence must be erased.
We read in this week's Torah portions, remember what Amalek did to you. We remember and we act.
It's not the first time this reference is made by Netanyahu to justify violence against an adversary. In fact, his reference to Palestinians as Amalek was cited during hearings in the genocide case against Israel at the International Court of Justice. Inciting religious fervor is not unique to Netanyahu. It's a popular tactic that right-wing and populist leaders often use to rally support, and it often pays off. Opinion polls show how widespread these sentiments are. For example, last year, a poll by Hebrew University on Israel's war on Gaza found that 75% of Jewish Israelis believe there are no innocents in Gaza. A survey released last month by the Institute for National Security suggests 78% of Israelis consider Iran a serious threat. Mixing scripture with mainstream politics is playing with fire, and it's led to talk of greater Israel spanning from the Euphrates to the Nile River and erasing existing Arab countries in the process, an ambition referenced not only by Netanyahu, but also by the head of the opposition in Israel.
It is 1400 hours GMT, that is 5:30 p.m. in Tehran. It's 9 a.m. in Washington.
Truth Talks.
This is Al Jazeera, and you're watching
Breaking
our extensive
news.
coverage of the conflict between the United States, Israel, and Iran. I'm Rashad Salamat. Just a short while ago, U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says a torpedo from a U.S. submarine sank an Iranian warship off the southern coast of Sri Lanka. The Deputy Foreign Minister of that country says at least 80 people have been killed, 32 wounded sailors have already been rescued, but dozens are missing.
In fact, yesterday in the Indian Ocean, and we'll play it on the screen there, an American submarine sunk an Iranian warship that thought it was safe in international waters. Instead, it was sunk by a torpedo. Quiet death. The first sinking of an enemy ship by a torpedo since World War II. Like in that war, back when we were still the War Department, we are fighting to win.
Turkey has become the latest country dragged into the regional conflict. Ankara says a ballistic missile was fired from Iran towards its airspace, but it was destroyed by NATO's air defenses in the eastern Mediterranean. Shrapnel has fallen on the southern town of Dörtyol and the Incirlik air base in the nearby Adana province, which hosts U.S. troops. Israel, meanwhile, has carried out a new wave of strikes across Lebanon in its rapidly escalating attack on the country. Over the past several hours, Israel has hit multiple areas in Beirut's southern suburbs, which it says are Hezbollah infrastructure. Tehran continues to come under intense bombardment after the Israeli military announced a broad wave of strikes. Since Saturday, U.S. and Israeli attacks have killed at least 1,045 people. and that's according to the Iranian state media. The strikes have been so intense that a mourning ceremony for the Iranian Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei has now been postponed. Iran, meanwhile, launched multiple strikes on Israel, including on Tel Aviv. Israel's defense minister says whoever is picked to become the next supreme leader of Iran will be, quote, a target for elimination. Iran is continuing its strikes across the Gulf region. Warning sirens have been heard in Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait, and the UAE, and all have intercepted Iranian missile and drone attacks in the past few hours. On Tuesday, a drone strike hit the U.S. consulate in Dubai, sparking off a fire. Saudi Arabia has also confirmed another attempted attack on its Ras Tanura oil refinery. Right, but let's have a look at what's going on out there, and let's get it over to Minel Fernandez, who joins us now from Galle in Sri Lanka. And Minel, give us a sense of, what's been going on there with, I think, 32 bodies arriving in the hospital behind you. Do we know more about the fate of those on board that Iranian naval vessel?
Little bits of sporadic information and a lot of hearsay and speculation with this kind of thing. The bodies, the truck you see behind me is a freezer truck that has arrived just moments ago. That's being unloaded into the National Hospital morgue here in the National Hospital of Galle. What we're hearing is that it's 27 bodies, that a number more have been recovered. We had members of the government having gone on record as saying up to 80 bodies had been recovered from the seas in the international waters, where there was a distress signal in the early hours of this morning, where the Sri Lankan Navy and Air Force mounted rescue and recovery operations. We have 32 survivors within this hospital that have been admitted. We hear that a couple of them are critical, but the rest are injured but receiving treatment. Now, exactly what happened is still, in terms of an official version, we're sort of piecing together bits and pieces of information. We had the Iranian embassy, military attaché, consular staff going in to meet with the survivors. They haven't made a statement here to the media or made any sort of official statement so far. We've had the foreign minister telling parliament that the crew on that Iranian Navy frigate had 180 members on board. We also have a deputy foreign minister saying 80 plus bodies have been recovered. And that is that sort of grim process that you're seeing, the first transfer that have been brought to the morgue here. Obviously, there is a lot of paperwork and procedure. We heard earlier that the judicial medical officers from the hospital actually went to the naval base where the bodies were brought ashore in order to complete all the judicial proceedings, obviously deaths at sea, so that they can be swiftly transferred to the morgue on arrival. And that's what we're seeing here so far.
Minel, what was the vessel doing there in the first place? I mean, it's a long way from Iran to begin with, and I guess you also have to look at the diplomatic angle as well.
So from what we were hearing from sort of naval sources, this frigate, this naval frigate, was one of 3 Iranian Navy vessels that attended an international fleet review, an exercise in the Indian port of Visakhapatnam, that's to the north above Sri Lanka. They had completed that process, that exercise, and were then heading down past Sri Lanka on their way home. Now, the Sri Lankan Navy received this distress signal around 6 or 7 local time, which is a little past midnight, and that is when they responded. The distress signal came from around 40 kilometers off the coast of Galle, obviously international waters, and that's when these operations were conducted. So in terms of the sort of diplomatic issues now, having to look at exactly what happened, how it happened, who was involved, there is going to be a lot of questions being posed with a lot of answers being sought.
Minel, thank you so much. Minel Fernandez there in Galle, Sri Lanka. Israeli and US airstrikes are pounding Tehran and parts of Iran, and the death toll continues to mount. As we've been reporting, at least 1,045 people have been killed in 5 days, according to Iranian state media. Homes, hospitals, and a UNESCO heritage site have been damaged. Mohammed Val is in Tehran. And what do we know at the moment? The US military, should I say the Israeli military, says it's begun a wave of broad-scale strikes in Tehran. And what have you been hearing and what have you been seeing?
Well, Richard, overnight there were strikes around Tehran, but also this morning, just a couple hours ago, that was the latest, heard both west and east of Tehran. Tehran has been hit very hard during the last few days, and it is not being reduced, the amount of bombardment. Also, Kharaj, west of Tehran, and also we have Asfahan and Qazwin have been hit over the last few hours. There is talk of casualties across the board in many of those areas, including civilians. There are also reports of institutions that belong to civilians, like schools. 20 schools so far have been hit. And it is consistent with the campaign that Israel has announced, the 10th wave of attacks on Iran. And the intent, of course, the purpose of this is to destroy, according to the Israelis and the Americans, to destroy the military infrastructure, the security infrastructure, and even the government political infrastructure of the country. And that is being conducted as they planned. But also, on the other hand, we have the Iranian Revolutionary Guard saying that they are still stepping up their attacks wave after wave. Now, wave number 17 of the so-called True Promise 4 campaign by Iran against its enemies. And they have struck missiles and drones across the region, including in Israel, many places in Israel, and also across the Gulf. Two US bases in Kuwait, and also a US base in Erbil in northern Iraq. So there is no let-up in the reaction by Iran in this war. At the same time that there is no let-up in the attacks on Iran, the war is getting more and more intense, and casualties are falling among civilians. And that's the situation right now.
Ahmed, also we've got this 40-day mourning period for the now dead Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. That's been postponed. Give us the latest on that.
Yes, the news we have is that it has been postponed for logistical and organizational purposes. We understand that millions of people were expected to attend this meeting here in Tehran at the mausoleum of Imam Khomeini. That's a large facility that can host millions, but we understand that 3/4 of Iranians have left Tehran, and for a gathering like this to happen, we expect an influx of people from various regions to attend this ceremony. So for concerns of organization, it has been postponed, but it doesn't mean it's not going to take place. It's expected in the next few days. Ayatollah Mujtaba Hosseini, a member of the Assembly of Experts, has talked about the imminent election of a new supreme leader, saying that the assembly, made up of 88 individuals, is working on this right now, but he's not going to give a timeline or a specific date for this, but it is soon. Names have been circulated in the social media who is going to be the new supreme leader. And the atmosphere here is ripe for a new leader for the country, because that's a guarantor of stability in the country and for the continuation of this war that Iran says is a war of necessity for self-defense.
Mohammed Val joining us from Tehran. Well, as Iran does work to pick a new supreme leader, Israel's defense minister says whoever is selected will be a target. On Tuesday, an Israeli strike destroyed a building of the Assembly of Experts in the city of Qom. That's the clerical body tasked with appointing the next supreme leader. Nurodeh is in Ramallah, and the indication there from Israel Katz is that we will hunt you down, and that any new leader who emerges will go the same way as the supreme leader and would be eliminated in, on Israeli terms, irrespective of international law.
That's right. Two things that Israel is trying to control very, very tightly: optics and narrative. When it comes to optics, there is a lot of control on the images coming out of Israel, on the damage caused by Iranian missiles, and now missiles coming from Lebanon. On the narrative,
Israel needs to paint Iran as it would an armed group prescribed as so-called terrorists. And that is exactly the kind of language that it's using to describe the leadership in Iran, to describe its actions against them, and the logic behind them, hunting them down, taking them out, decimating them, and so on. And it's an important selling point as far as Israel is concerned, especially in the United States, where we know questions are coming up and doubts are coming up about why the U.S. got involved and what the end game is, because quite frankly, even Israelis are wondering how will this end and whether Israel can achieve all these big goals that it has set out for itself, especially when it comes to regime change.
Well, and you know, they're also attacking Lebanon. We'll have more on that, but Israel is authorizing Israeli troops to advance deeper into Lebanon, all part of this Operation Roaring Lion. What are the objectives here that have been stated?
Well, the stated objective is to crush Hezbollah, to finish off the group once and for all, as we heard from several officials. But this is a plan that was already in the making, under consideration, Rashad, for months. And it took diplomatic activity and pressure to refrain Israel from invading Lebanon, to refrain it from carrying out a large-scale attack that could potentially even damage civilian infrastructure, or damage more, I have to say. But now basically all the restraints are off, and Israel is waging this campaign, not just from the air, but also from land. And the idea is to take up more Lebanese land and to use it as an empty land, vacated of its Lebanese population, as a so-called buffer zone. The framing here is that this is the only way to ensure the Lebanese cannot harm Israeli civilians, to secure Israeli civilians. And that is what is being used as an argument in Syria, in Lebanon, and in Gaza.
No, thank you. No, Uday, joining us there from Ramallah. Now, over the past several hours, Israel has hit multiple areas in Beirut's southern suburbs, which, of course, Noor was just commenting on. And they're claiming that it's really targeting Hezbollah infrastructure. Tens of thousands of people have been uprooted from their homes, as Bernard Smith reports.
Israel's forced evacuation order for southern Lebanon means tens of thousands of Lebanese families are fleeing north. It means schools like this in Beirut being turned into emergency shelters. But there is very little for them here at the moment. They're still short of milk, they say, of other foods. They're still short of mattresses. It's the first time that Israel has given an order to evacuate all of southern Lebanon just to the Litani River. People have been told to get north of that. Previously, Israel has ordered the evacuation of some villages or groups of villages or individual villages where there are people that they want to target. But what will happen now is that the whole of southern Lebanon is having to leave. And rooms like this, classrooms like this, are being turned into people's homes. We're looking at a scenario very much like 2024, when Israel launched that widespread campaign across Lebanon, targeting Hezbollah, what they call Hezbollah infrastructure. That only ended with a ceasefire that Israel kept breaking, accusing Hezbollah of not disarming and accusing the Lebanese government of not doing enough to disarm Hezbollah. Well, now, again, all of those citizens, Lebanese citizens in the south of the country, caught in the middle of this, and it could be a very long campaign, and they're going to be stuck in this sort of emergency accommodation. Bernard Smith, Al Jazeera, Beirut.
Well, as Israel strikes Lebanon, thousands are seeking safety in neighboring Syria. But Syria has closed its border crossing with Lebanon after receiving a warning from Israel that it may target it. It remains open for Syrians fleeing Lebanon, however. Obeida Hito has more from the border.
On the fourth day of what's quickly turning into a regional conflict between America, Israel, Iran, and several other regional actors, the humanitarian crisis is growing just as quickly. And what you're seeing behind me here is more people arriving, women and children, elderly people here in Syria. We're at the Jdeida-Tiabous border crossing, where Syrian officials say more than 25,000 people have arrived between here and the Jusia border crossing in Homs province over the last 2 days. The influx of refugees continues to grow, especially as the violence in Lebanon intensifies. As we speak, there are ongoing Israeli airstrikes on the southern suburbs of Beirut, as well as in the border areas in southern Lebanon, which is going to cause more waves of refugees to arrive to the country. There are UN agencies here on the ground at the border crossing, as well as the Ministry of Disasters and Emergency Management, ready to provide any kinds of medical services and psychosocial services to these people. Most of the people that we've spoken with have been on the road for a day or two trying to reach the border crossing and actually get into Syrian territory. And officials here say they expect these numbers to continue to grow consistently, especially as the violence intensifies in Lebanon. But they say they're ready to accept anybody who wants to flee and make it to safety here in Syria. Obaid Hito, Al Jazeera, the Syrian-Lebanese border.
Well, the conflict's drawing more and more countries. Turkey has become the latest to be dragged into it. Ankara saying that a ballistic missile was fired from Iran, headed for its airspace when it was destroyed by NATO's air defenses in the eastern Mediterranean. The missile was headed towards a base in Adana, which hosts US troops. Rasul Sadar has reported extensively from Iran. And, of course, this is about Turkey here. A lot of mixed messaging here, Rasul. Last time we were talking, there's a lot of confusion. Pete Hegseth said it's not a matter for NATO anymore, for Article 5, but still, what have you been able to glean?
I think here, the Turkish statement regarding the Iranian missile is a little bit vague and deliberately vague. So simply the statement, Turkish statement says, well, a missile fired from Iran passing through Iraqi and Syrian airspace started to head toward Turkey, and then it was intercepted by the NATO's air defense system stationed in Eastern Mediterranean, and it was shut down. So some of the debris of the NATO ammunition fell in Turkey, while the remnants of the missile itself fell at the northeastern part of Syria. But NATO's statement then is quite clear. NATO is saying that we condemned Iran for targeting Turkey, a NATO ally, and it's also, of course, expressing the commitments of protecting its allies if needed. So here, of course, Article 5 is one of the issues. Because it's the first time that a NATO country is being attacked, according to the NATO. Turkish officials are still saying that there was a possibility that this missile was actually heading towards Cyprus. But NATO is clear that it was aimed at Turkey. So if it is so, then for the first time since the beginning of the war, a NATO country is going to be coming under attack, and whether Article 5 is going to be activated or not, of course, that's going to be a discussion for the future.
Let's move to Iran itself now, where they may be electing a new supreme leader. This is something that Israel Katz, the defense minister there in Israel, said will be the next person to be eliminated. What is the process here, and why do it right now?
Well, normally there was high expectation that today, after the funeral of the supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, so the new supreme leader could be announced. But the funeral is announced. And the reason could be potentially security reasons, and also maybe they still have not been able to agree on one certain name. But of course, Israeli threats are adding to the crisis, because now it's clear that any supreme leader is going to be attacked again and again. And so for that, now the process is working. There is an interim leadership council, consists of the president, the head of the judiciary, and one name from the Guardian Council. Now they're in charge of the authorities that Supreme Leader was supposed to use. And we're expecting an assembly of experts, 88-member body, together and to come up with a name. And eventually that's going to be the Supreme Leader. However, in this whole equation, we should see that it is going to be the Revolutionary Guard, IRGC, that is going to have the final say about who will be the supreme leader of the country. IRGC is not going to accept anyone to be imposing them, but whoever IRGC is favoring, perhaps is going to be Iran's
Would they
next
be more
supreme leader.
favoring somebody who's more hardline?
Absolutely, because a couple of the reasons. First, don't forget IRGC is not just merely an army. IRGC is an ideological, political, and economic pillar of the Islamic Revolution and the current day Iran. So, and they have an ideology. So supreme leader for them is not only the head of the state, but also is a divine figure. He is representing the hidden imam that is expected to come, according to Shia Muslims, at the end of the time and bring justice to the world. So he's a theological figure as well in that sense. So that's why it's extremely important. And also IRGC directly reports to the supreme leader. And during the wartime, particularly when the supreme leader is killed, IRGC is not going to come up with a moderate name.
Hold that thought, Rasul, because we just have, speaking of the White House, President Donald Trump saying that the son of the former Iranian Shah might not be the best candidate to lead the country.
Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, is he an option at all in your mind?
I guess he is. Some people like him, and we haven't been thinking about too much about that. It would seem to me that somebody from within maybe would be more appropriate. I've said that. He looks like a very nice person, but it would seem to me that somebody that's there, that's currently popular, if there's such a person. But we have people like that. We have people that were more moderate. You know, these were radical lunatics, and you know what they get? They get nothing. All they do is kill people.
Rasul, I mean, is his political compass right there?
Oh, this is a political bomb that Trump has just thrown into Iran. Because now, so the question, particularly among the hardliners, is going to be who is the one that Trump says somebody there currently and popular? Who is that collaborator?
Do tell me.
Who is that collaborator? So everyone is going to try to distance themselves from the statements that are coming from President Trump. Of course, there are some of the names. And many people will eventually say, well, perhaps it could be Hassan Rouhani, who was the president during the 2015 nuclear agreement, and many more, the former foreign minister Jawad Zarif, and so on. However, here, we're for the first time seeing something important, Rashad, is that for the first time, the president of the USA is talking about a smooth transition. So instead of imposing someone on Iranians, instead of breaking down the current regime and making a radical transformation, so he's suggesting a mid-ground, saying, well, someone who is currently in Iran, unpopular, and who have been a part of this system, but moderate that we can work with for a smooth transition. This is simply telling me that perhaps the USA decision makers are now coming to a strategy finally. So now they are crafting the next day plan. And it is perhaps the best exit for Iran, because either they go and try to break Iran and make a regime change, which is going to be bloody and prolonged, chaotic process.
And we saw what happened in Iraq.
Or they just significantly harm it and leave it leg broken. That's also chaotic and is going to have devastating consequences for the region. So now that they're coming and saying someone that could be acceptable by both sides is a strategy.
Rasul, thank you very much. Rasul Sadah there, the latest on what's happening with the political posturing within the upper echelons of the Iranian government. The conflict in the Middle East has reached Cyprus in the eastern Mediterranean. An Iranian-made drone caused minor damage at a UK military base on the island on Sunday. Cyprus is a member of the European Union, and the incident might strengthen the case for the EU to adopt a collective defence agreement, much like NATO has. John Sarapoulos reports from Limassol in southern Cyprus.
Operations resumed at Britain's military base in Akrotiri on Tuesday. An Iranian-made Shahed drone struck a hangar on Sunday, and 2 more drones were shot down into the sea on Monday. The incidents prompted authorities to move about 1,000 people out of a nearby village, but the local mayor told us there are no contingency plans.
We need to increase the number of shelters in the area. We need to have an early warning system,
and we have to have in place a number of plans to evacuate because as it stands, we don't have something in place right now.
Savas Loizidis was one of 24 who decided to stay. He showed me his pool, which he plans to convert into a bomb shelter.
My wife and I were in our bedroom shortly after midnight on Sunday when we heard an explosion. We sent our 6-year-old and 3-year-old to their grandmother, and my parents went to a local monastery for shelter.
People here say the island needs help, both with its security and crisis response measures. And since it isn't a NATO member, Cyprus is looking to Europe.
Although life appears to go on as normal, Cypriots know they are vulnerable. The island is the EU's easternmost territory. It lies just 170 kilometers from the coast of Lebanon. Cyprus has said it will not get involved militarily in the US and Israel's war with Iran. Instead, it has sought air defenses from its EU partners.
And that help began to arrive on Monday in the shape of 4 Greek F-16 fighter jets. Greece's newest warship, the frigate Kimon, delivered from shipyards just 2 months ago, and another Greek frigate are due this week. Their task is to track incoming drones and missiles and shoot them down. France, too, has said it will provide anti-drone and anti-missile systems, and Britain is sending a warship. The EU doesn't have a collective defense agreement like NATO, but this conflict might bring it about. John Psaropoulos, Al Jazeera, Limassol, Cyprus.
Qatar, the UAE, Kuwait and Saudi Arabia have all been intercepting Iranian drones and missile attacks. Saudi Arabia's defense ministry spokesman says there's been another attempted attack on its Ras Tanura oil refinery. On Monday, a drone strike there caused a fire. Saudi Aramco's Ras Tanura is one of the world's largest oil refineries. Well, right here in Doha is Laura Khan. Now, Gulf nations taking stock of another round of attacks. What have we had? What's going on in Qatar?
Yeah, absolutely. Now, in Qatar at the moment, there's not much going on. We understand that at dawn, in the early hours of the morning, there were interceptions from the Qatari air defenses, but also its air force and naval force when they shot down these 10 drones and 2 cruise missiles. We know at the same time, the UAE, the United Arab Emirates, was hit much harder with around 120 drones and some ballistic missiles. They shot down the majority of them, but around 8, they said, landed in the country. But just in the last few minutes, we've got word from Kuwait's foreign ministry, and they said, well, a few hours ago, that they said they were dealing with a number of missiles coming into the country. They didn't state where from. Now they said that they've summoned the charge d'affaires from Iraq because a number of Iraqi armed groups have been attacking the country with drones and missiles. So they've given him a protest note and they've made it clear that they will continue to shoot these down and continue to defend the country. But they did say that this injured a number of people from the military, and there's been possibly some civilian casualties as well. We're still looking into those being confirmed. But I will say this is day 5 of the war, and we've seen a continuous volley coming from the Islamic Republic of Iran into the Gulf region, really shutting down some of the gas and oil refineries. You mentioned earlier Ras Tanura. This is the second time it's been hit. It was hit with what they said was an unidentified object. This is along the Gulf Coast, one of the world's busiest transport hubs for oil going out of the country to Asia and also to Europe. We also know that there was a force majeure that's been issued from the liquefied natural gas here in Qatar, essentially to detangle itself from any contractual obligations from across the world while they're dealing with another shutdown in order to, in their words, protect the safety of their staff.
Laura, thank you. Laura Khan there joining us from Doha. Now, the US has focused much of its attacks on Iran's military assets, while Israel has focused its attacks more on Iran's leadership. Julie Daiger takes a look at some of the critical sites that have been hit.
The US and Israel have launched thousands of strikes targeting more than 100 cities across Iran and hitting crucial government buildings, most notably the Tahrallah headquarters in Tehran. Now, this is a key command center used by the IRGC to quell widespread anti-government protests or any civil unrest. Also, in the capital, Tehran, the Revolutionary Court has been hit, and these satellite images clearly show some of the damage that's been sustained. Now, the Revolutionary Court is important because this is where many political opponents of the establishment have been tried. Another key target has been the office of the Assembly of Experts in the city of Qom. Who are the Assembly of Experts? Well, they're a clerical body made up of 88 members who were chosen by the supreme leader. They now have the crucial job of deciding who comes next. US President Donald Trump has also said that the attacks have almost destroyed Iran's entire navy. Most of those attacks have taken place here, across the Strait of Hormuz and the Gulf of Oman. And again, satellite images have captured some of those strikes. This is an image clearly showing an Iranian vessel that's been hit off the coast of Bandar Abbas. But the strikes aren't isolated to military targets or government buildings. We've also reported attacks in the vicinity of hospitals. In the capital, Tehran, at least 2, and also in the city of Bushehr. But Iran's heritage has also been affected. This is a picture of Golestan Palace, and the images speak for themselves. The 16th century site that's crucial to Iran's royal heritage has been affected.
Well, let's get over to Tehran, and joining us is Hassan Ahmadian. He is an associate professor at the University of Tehran. Thank you so much for joining us. Well, what's next for the Iranian government?
There's not much. It has to stand up and fight back because it's attacked. I mean, the country's under aggression, so they have to defend it and fight back.
So what is the process, though, of the leadership change with the supreme leader, of course, being killed by the Israelis there and a new one being selected?
Well, the process is in motion, as we hear from officials here. We have a leadership council now running the country, but the process of the election of the next supreme leader is in motion, and it seems that a vote will be held in the coming days. It's not going to be so far, as we hear from different sources here. So it's the process is under a war. People thought it might be lengthy, but it seems that things are moving according to the constitution.
So give us a sense also of, the type of, I suppose, feeling there is on the street. Is the government's is the government's grip there on the people perhaps even strengthened? Perhaps there's a lot of sympathy for what Iran and the IRGC is having to withstand.
Of course. I mean, the picture in the States and in Israel and the promotion of the within Iran, the discontent, etc., was something for before the war. When the war broke up and the conflict started, as was expected by many who know Iran, rally around the flag is the main story. There are, of course, differences as well, but still, the country is fighting an aggression, and so sympathy is high. They are targeting many IRGC and police, as well as civilian places, unlike what Pete Hegseth claimed that they killed many Iranian students in a school and many also in a gym. But anyways, they hit many of the also state institutions. And that also creates more sympathy with those who are shouldering much of the burden at this point. Though those attacks, as the Iranians learned from the previous war, much of these installations were emptied before hit because previously they knew these will be attacked. So these attacks, much of them are not really affecting the capabilities of those forces to stand up to the aggression.
Thank you so much. That's Hassan Ahmadian from the University of Tehran. Well, if you are just joining us, it's a quick rundown of the latest developments. U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says a torpedo from a U.S. submarine sank an Iranian warship off the southern coast of Sri Lanka. The The deputy foreign minister of that country says at least 80.
We're not CNN, Fox, or Court TV. We're Truth Talks, where facts matter. Subscribe now.
A ballistic missile was fired from Iran, headed for its airspace when it was destroyed by NATO's air defenses in the eastern Mediterranean. The missile was headed towards a base in Adana, which hosts U.S. troops. Turkey has condemned the incident and says it reserves the right to respond. Iran, meanwhile, has come under intense bombardment after the Israeli military announced a broad wave of attacks. Since Saturday, U.S. and Israeli attacks have killed 1,045 people. Government buildings have been destroyed. Homes and hospitals have been damaged too. Now in Washington, senior Trump officials have briefed Congress behind closed doors for a second day, justifying the attacks on Iran. But not everyone is convinced. Democrats want to vote on a war powers resolution. They accuse the president of breaching the Constitution by authorizing attacks on Iran without congressional approval.
We're not CNN, Fox, or Court TV. We're Truth Talks, where facts matter.
By Trump
Subscribe
administration
now.
officials, one Democratic senator made the startling statement. He thinks this could become a ground war in Iran.
I just want to say I am more fearful than ever after this briefing that we may be putting boots on the ground and that troops from the United States may be necessary to accomplish objectives that the administration seems to have.
That is something the administration has not ruled out, but also admitted they are not positioned to do that right now. When it comes to the reason for the strikes, the Trump administration moved to clarify what U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio had said just 24 hours before, that Israel was going to strike first with or without the United States, so they felt they had to act. I put that question to Republican senators. Are you concerned when Secretary of State Rubio says that the U.S. was going to attack Iran because Israel was going to first?
No, look, we coordinated very closely with Israel. And the whole point was to attack Iran when they were weakest.
But for Republican Senator Mike Rounds, another new explanation.
There's a whole series of reasons why this was the opportune time to do it, in part because of the manufacturing processes that were going on within Iran, in which they were going to be shortly in a position to overcome our capability to defend against them with the weapon systems that we have available to us.
In the coming days, the Congress is expected to vote on a bill that would order the president to stop all attacks on Iran. Okay, is the war powers bill going to pass? And if not, what's the point?
I'm not sure. We'll find out when the vote is taken. I think it'll be a close vote. But if nothing else, I think every American deserves to know where their representatives stand on this issue.
A potentially pivotal vote for lawmakers, knowing that come November, many of them will face voters who will have the final say if they agree with where they stand right now. Patty Culhane, Al Jazeera, Capitol Hill.
Meanwhile, President Trump has said he expects the operation in Iran to be over in a matter of weeks. But the history of American intervention in foreign land suggests those operations often fail to meet their policy goals. John Hendren reports from Washington.
The American bombs landing on Iranian soil follow a long history of U.S. intervention abroad. President Donald Trump might have been encouraged by the January success of the mission to capture Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro.
And they're going to make more money than they've ever made before. We'll help build their country again.
We have to make a judgment as to...
President John Kennedy learned the hard way that interventions can go badly and quickly wrong, as he explained after the failed attempt to overthrow Cuba's government at the Bay of Pigs in 1961.
Victory has 100 fathers and defeat is an orphan.
The U.S. has intervened in Latin America dozens of times before and after JFK's speech. Since then, more often than not, it wasn't the initial invasion where things went wrong. A lesson learned in Vietnam in the 1960s and 70s, and more recently in Afghanistan and Iraq, where George W. Bush prematurely declared mission accomplished in 2003, with fighting dragging on for years after.
The lesson of U.S. interventions has often been that the power projected by the Pentagon often succeeds in leading to regime change. It's after that that things can get tricky.
In recent decades, historian Max Friedman has watched one American president after another fail to learn that lesson.
And the United States has demonstrated time and again that we have the military strength, we have the capacity to smash up states that we don't like or we don't like how they're governed. But then to build a replacement that will be on balance better for the people who live there, for the people in the wider region, that's a rarer case that we don't encounter, and we don't seem to have a recipe for it.
Those remembered as successes were often the shortest. The U.S. invasion of Grenada in 1983, Panama in 1989, and the first Gulf War in Kuwait in 1990.
Aggression is defeated. The war is over.
Put there by.
That might explain the time frame set for Iran by President Trump.
We projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go far longer than that.
Time and tactics will reveal whether this war keeps to Trump's schedule and meets his goal of regime change. John Hendren, Al Jazeera, Washington.
Ben Hodges is a retired Lieutenant General and former commander of the U.S. Army in Europe, and he joins us live from Frankfurt in Germany. General, thank you so much for joining us. What is your assessment so far of the conflict?
Well, we still don't know what the president's end game is. What is the reason that we're doing this? I've heard many justifications, but it's not clear exactly what we want the region to look like when this is all done. And I think this is a challenge.
Well, the thing is that they seem to have a clear objective in the sense that it's easy to start a war, but it's very difficult to perhaps end one successfully. And we have no idea what their idea of success is. Is that what you're getting at?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. I've heard multiple reasons, whether it was to make sure Iran did not have a nuclear weapon, to make sure that Iran could not support terrorism, to eliminate Iran's ability to make ballistic missiles, to protect protesters, a lot of different reasons, but I've never heard the president or his administration say the desired end state is this. And that's why there's such a risk of, making decisions like putting troops on the ground, for what reason?
Well, exactly. And do you think that that is a likely scenario even?
I don't think it's likely because the president also knows that his own domestic base back in the United States is so against this. And the popular support for this war in America was started very low. And of course, we are in an election year. So this will be part of the calculus as well.
General, please bear with us. I want you to listen to a soundbite from the U.S. Secretary of Defense or War, Pete Hegseth, saying that U.S. and Israel will have full control over Iranian skies over the coming days.
I hope all the folks watching understand what uncontested airspace and complete control means. It means we will fly all day, all night, day and night, finding, fixing, and finishing the missiles and defense industrial base of the Iranian military, finding and fixing their leaders and their military leaders, flying over Tehran, flying over Iran, flying over their capital, flying over the IRGC, Iranian leaders looking up and seeing only U.S. and Israeli air power every minute of every day until we decide it's over. And Iran will be able to do nothing about it. B-2s, B-52s, B-1s, Predator drones, fighters, controlling the skies, picking targets, death and destruction from the sky all day long. We're playing for keeps. Our warfighters have maximum authorities granted personally by the president and yours truly. Our rules of engagement are bold, precise, and designed to unleash American power, not shackle it. This was never meant to be a fair fight, and it is not a fair fight. We are punching them while they're down, which is exactly how it should be.
Well, General, what do you make of that by the Secretary of Defense?
First of all, the language is entirely inappropriate for the Secretary of Defense. And not once did he connect these operations to an end state. It was all about power
And that's the problem. They have not identified what this is for. Look, of course, it's always a principle, a priority to gain control of the air so that you can, in fact, go after targets and to protect your own pilots. That's always the priority, but that's not an end state. And what he just described, it makes it sound like gaining control of the air was the end state. And he did not connect it to what is the actual end state. And this is why I am very concerned that the leadership, the civilian leadership of this war does not understand how important it is to clearly define the end state. Otherwise, you cannot know for sure how much you're going to need for logistics, how long you're going to have to operate. And then the longer you do this, the greater the risk of some other escalation happening. Also, this is why the Congress is demanding to be briefed on what the plan is.
General, the other aspect to all this is, it's all about air power thus far, but, the hidden or perhaps stated goal is regime change in Iran. The thing about that is air power alone cannot win you a conflict. I mean, we've only seen it perhaps once in history, and that was in Japan in August of 1945.
Well, again, if regime change, is that the end state? The president, they talked about it, but then he kind of backed away from it. So I don't know that is the desired end state. I think they would prefer to find whoever really is in control and find somebody that is acceptable to the Iranian people, but that also would be help provide a more moderate, less of a threat to our allies and partners in the region. But they haven't stated that. They haven't said that that's the objective. So, air power, I love air power, but that by itself is not going to accomplish what likely end states ought to be.
Ben Hodges, thank you so much. Ben Hodges is a retired Lieutenant General and former commander of the US Army in Europe. Now, Al Jazeera spoke exclusively to Fatemeh Mohajerani, the spokesperson for the Iranian government. She says both sides have suffered, quote, blows to one another. And Mohajerani added that Iran was prepared for defense.
It is war, and in war there is both striking and being struck. Naturally, we have suffered painful blows, particularly due to the martyrdom of the supreme leader, our senior military officials, our people, and our children. At the same time, our armed forces have delivered extremely devastating blows, blows that have truly astonished the American and Zionist enemy. They miscalculated. They made a mistake they should not have made, yet they committed it. I emphasize again that although we have endured serious strikes, we have also inflicted very serious damage on the enemy. And as long as the conclusion by our state determines this course should continue, it will continue.
What is your assessment regarding the continuation of war or possible ceasefire?
We are a nation that over thousands of years of our civilization has experienced both diplomacy and war. We have employed both as strategies to safeguard our national interests and preserve our territorial integrity. Each has its own function. Over the past year, we have twice witnessed the negotiation table being attacked. This second time, it was very clear. Talks were scheduled, just as the first time when talks were scheduled for Sunday and the attack occurred on Friday. This time, on Monday, we were supposed to witness a meeting of experts to address issues on which they said good agreements had been reached. Instead, we witnessed an attack. It is evident that our Ministry of Foreign Affairs will continue its work alongside our military forces, which are carrying out their own work. The state will decide on the conclusion clearly based on the national interests and inform the people when needed. Let me reiterate that we did not initiate the war. We tried our utmost to avoid the war and re-entered the negotiating process despite a lack of trust. I wanted to emphasize this point. We are not the initiators of the war. But as we saw, we are prepared for defense and also for providing the needs of our people. All the infrastructure is available. We hope that, through the wisdom within the state, we will successfully pass through this stage.
Meanwhile, Donald Trump has announced that the United States is also at war with Iran on social media. That's also where his old views about what he thought of a war on Iran are resurfacing. Social media is also revealing how members of Trump's national security team have changed their stance as well. Al Jazeera's Phil Lavelle is in Washington.
American and coalition forces are in the early stages of military operations to disarm Iraq, to free its people.
That is how Americans find out that they are at war, or at least that's how it used to be. Remember, we're in the year 2026 now, and things are very different.
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran.
That came on social media. It is a medium that President Trump loves. Across X and Truth Social, that's the platform that he owns, he reaches more than 120 million followers. It is the age of announcements by algorithm, policies on podcasts. But remember, the internet is forever. There is always a tweet, as some say. Case in point, the president's past posts, like this one, 2011. In order to get elected, Barack Obama will start a war with Iran. Remember, it's an election year here now, too, because the midterms are in November. And then there is this.
Our president will start a war with Iran because he has absolutely no ability to negotiate. He's weak and he's ineffective.
Vice President J.D. Vance is also a prolific poster and podcast guest, touching on this very issue before the election.
Our interest, I think, very much is in not going to war with Iran, right? It would be a huge distraction of resources. It would be massively expensive to our country.
There he was in the Situation Room with Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard as those strikes began. She once ran to be leader of the Democrats, and also online you can see she sold T-shirts opposing any war with Iran as recently as 2020. Now, posts are flying up, eager to catch the president's eyes and ears. Some from his own party, furiously trying to turn him away from action. Republican Thomas Massie says, I am opposed. This is not America first. Former Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene says Trump, Vance, Tulsi, all of us campaigned on no more foreign wars and regime change. Even the late influencer Charlie Kirk, nearly 6 months after he was murdered, Republicans are now reminding Trump of his views on regime change.
Okay, that sounds good, but that's pathologically insane. I'm sorry, it is.
But the president is also getting a huge amount of support online as well. Republican Senator Lindsey Graham calling Netanyahu and Trump the modern-day Roosevelt and Churchill. Senator Tom Cotton saying the president was right to act. Even Democrat John Fetterman saying President Trump has been willing to do what is right and necessary to produce real peace in the region. Ultimately, nobody knows how long this war will last, when the US will deem mission accomplished. For the best indication, you could do worse than keeping an eye on social media. Phil Lavelle, Al Jazeera, Washington.
In other news, Afghan authorities say more than 8,000 people have been forced from their homes following a series of cross-border attacks by Pakistan. Islamabad launched airstrikes last week. The Pakistani government accuses Kabul of harboring a group called Tehrik-e-Taliban, Pakistan, and allowing it to stage cross-border attacks. The UN has welcomed the reopening of the Karam Abu Salem border crossing, allowing deliveries of aid into Gaza. Israel had closed all crossings following its strikes on Iran on Saturday. But since it reopened on Tuesday, only 14 fuel trucks and 2 commercial lorries have entered Gaza. Tarek Abu Azoum reports from Gaza City.
Strategically speaking, Gaza sits today at the intersection of regional power politics and humanitarian collapse. The ongoing confrontation between Iran and Israel is not unfolding in isolation from Gaza. Gaza is already feeling the consequences. And on the ground here, one of the most immediate impact is humanitarian. Once the war between Iran and Israel erupted a few days ago, the Israeli military shut down all border crossings with Gaza. And following an American pressure, Israeli authorities have opened only Karam Abu Salem crossing yesterday, allowing only for 14 trucks to access Gaza. They were mainly loaded with fuel, and a very limited number of humanitarian trucks have made their journey earlier this morning today to the main UN warehouses across the Strip. This leaves behind families who are living in tents, facing severe shortages in basic services, and leaving them with a remarkable anxiety after months of devastation and unrelenting humanitarian crisis.
If the border crossings remain closed for an extended period, famine will inevitably return. The evidence is already clear. Bread supplies have sharply declined and fuel is increasingly scarce. On a personal note, I went to a clinic yesterday to collect my blood pressure medication, only to find it unavailable due to the ongoing closure of the crossings.
Gaza's survival systems are fragile, and the current war between Israel and Iran is placing further strain on Gaza's population, who are still feeling anxious that Gaza could be sidelined or forgotten amid big headlines in a time when a humanitarian crisis is still far from over. Tariq Abu Azzoum, Al Jazeera, Gaza City, Palestine.
I'm Rashad Salamat. Rob Matheson will be joining you in a couple of minutes. But before that, Nepal is holding pivotal elections on Thursday. Youth-led protests ousted the government in September. Tony Cheng reports from Chitwan in the southwestern part of the country.
A warm reception for candidate Renu Dahal in rural Nepal. A former mayor and daughter of a three-time prime minister, she has a strong political lineage. But this election campaign has been a struggle. The protests that ousted the government in September appear to have heralded a new dawn in Nepali politics.
As a strategy for public campaigning, we are using digital technology and the party's organizational structure, like our various social wings.
Much of the campaigning is now taking place on social media platforms, like this video for KP Oli, the former prime minister forced to resign last year. Other parties are still hitting the road. The Nepali Congress Party is one of the oldest and largest in the country, and despite the latest digital trends, it's canvassing rural voters the old-fashioned way. But it's not the farmers in the countryside who are likely to influence this election most. Rather, it's workers thousands of kilometers away who are sending remittances home.
Here in Chitwan district, it's estimated that every single household has at least one person working overseas. And while the vast majority of them aren't going to come back to vote, the impact they could have on their family members in this election is potentially huge.
Gangaram Sapkota worked overseas for 8 years. Both he and his wife Tulsi have family members working in the Gulf, Japan, and Poland. They stay in touch almost daily.
For many years, our family voted for the same person. People still had to migrate for work to Dubai and Qatar to earn 20 to 30,000 rupees. This time, our relatives abroad have advised us to change our vote.
The RSP, or National Independence Party, might benefit. Founded just 4 years ago, it's capitalized on disillusion with the traditional parties. Namaste. Its champion is a former rapper and mayor of Kathmandu, Balendra Shah. He said very little about his desire to be prime minister, but in a campaign when faith in politicians appears strained, it seems that less is more.
Can I ask you a very quick question?
Tony Cheng, Al Jazeera, Chitwan, southwestern Nepal.
It's 15 GMT.
We're not CNN, Fox, or Court TV. We're Truth Talks, where facts matter. Subscribe now.
And I'm Rob Matheson. The U.S. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth says that the war will last for as long as President Donald Trump decides. Speaking at the Pentagon earlier, he also told reporters the U.S. has unleashed sheer destruction on Iran.
We are only 4 days into this, and the results have been incredible. Historic, really. Only the United States of America could lead this, only us. But when you add the Israeli Defense Forces, a devastatingly capable force, the combination is sheer destruction for our radical Islamist Iranian adversaries. They are toast, and they know it.
Well, since Saturday, U.S. and Israeli attacks across Iran have killed at least 1,045 people. That's according to Iranian state media. The capital, Tehran, has been under intense bombardment. Government buildings have been destroyed. Homes and hospitals have also been damaged. Turkey has become the latest country to be dragged into the conflict. A ballistic missile fired from Iran towards its airspace is being shot down by NATO's air defenses in the eastern Mediterranean. The Pentagon says it doesn't anticipate the incident's going to bring NATO into the war. And the Pentagon's released footage of its submarine torpedoing an Iranian naval vessel in the Indian Ocean. Sri Lanka's rescued 32 submariners after receiving a distress call. The country's deputy foreign minister says at least 80 people were killed. And Israel has carried out a new wave of strikes across Lebanon in its rapidly escalating attack on the country. It struck what it's called Hezbollah infrastructure in southern Beirut. The Israeli military has also made ground incursions into several towns in southern Lebanon. And officials in Lebanon say at least 65,000 people have been displaced by Israeli strikes. Families fleeing the southern suburbs of Beirut have been sleeping rough on the streets in the safer parts of the city. Now we've got correspondents in Doha, Washington, D.C., Ramallah in the occupied West Bank, and at the Turkey-Iran border, Gal in Sri Lanka, and in Tehran. But first, we're going to go to Noor Odeh in Ramallah. Let's talk about the succession process that's going on in Iran at the moment. Israel's Minister of Defense, Israel Katz, says that if any new leader emerges in Iran, they're going to be hunted down. Israel determined that the regime in Iran is going to cease to exist.
That's right. And just in the past few minutes, Rob, the Israeli Minister of Defense also revealed that Israel had plans to carry out this war only in the summer, but that the protests seen in December kind of expedited the execution of the war plans. And this brings us to those statements about killing any potential successor to the supreme leader. Israel needs to frame this war as a war against a group, not a country, not Iran, the member of the UN, a country of more than 90 million people. The framing of the Iranian leadership as a so-called terrorist group is important because that narrative justifies everything that is happening that is outside the boundaries of international law, as many experts and world leaders are now saying. And in that sense, it also serves to rally support in Israel, but also to kind of get support and patch up things in the United States where serious questions are being raised. Israel is gambling on Iranians taking to the streets and overthrowing the government. That is a big gamble, even according to many in Israel who support this war.
No, thanks a lot. We're going to go to Moval, who's in Tehran. So we understand that the mourning of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has now been postponed. Just talk us through what's been happening with that.
Yes, until middle of the day today, there were news that this morning will take place later today, but understandably it has been postponed because Tehran was under bombardment constantly, non-stop for the last 4 days, and for people to come to this place, it's a security risk. We haven't had a specific explanation, but the understanding here is that it has to do with security, with logistics. The Ayatollah Khomeini Mausoleum here in Tehran is a large facility, and it was supposed to host millions of people for this ceremony. And most of the people of Tehran, most of the residents of Tehran are outside the city right now. So many people were expected to drive to the city for this occasion. And it's going to put a lot of logistics challenges in this regard. So, I mean, it has been postponed, but also they're saying that it's not canceled, it's going to happen. At the same time, a member of the Assembly of Experts has told the media here that the preparations are underway and that they are in their final stages for the election of a new supreme leader for the country, and that it is going to happen anytime soon. But he did not give a specific timing for it, considering the challenges also security-wise and so on. Israel has promised to kill any new leadership. Also, Americans have even already talked about it. President Trump yesterday said the new leadership has already been eliminated. So here that's not really the case. The people here are talking about those 3 interim leaders. The Leadership Council are still meeting, and the experts, the Assembly of Experts also meeting, 88 members. The way they are meeting, the whereabouts is not specified. Nobody knows about it, but everyone is talking about it from the top to the leader to the bottom. Popularly, people are expecting it, bracing for it. The Iranians are waiting for this moment because it is very strong. It is a very strong condition for national unity, for continuity, for the feeling that the nation is still together and it is still united, because it is a condition sine qua non for the continuation of this war that the Iranians describe as a war of necessity that they have to fight until the end.
The Israeli military, I understand, is saying that it's carrying out broad-scale strikes in Tehran. What more do we know about that?
Yeah, it is going on until a few hours ago. There were strikes on Tehran and also on Kharaj, on Isfahan, on Qazvin. There are casualties reported among civilians, and lots of locations are targeted. This is consistent with what the Israelis are saying about a 10th wave of attacks on Iran. 20 schools have been hit so far. 9 hospitals have been hit, and the number of civilians killed is over 1,000 right now. More than 5,000 people have been wounded so far, according to medical authorities, the Red Crescent, the Iranian Red Crescent. I mean, Iran is paying a heavy price in terms of civilian lives in this war, but also at the same time, there is the message of defiance is still there, and the action is still going on. According to the Iranian army and the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, wave after wave of attacks are being conducted against the enemy. The 17th wave of what they call a True Promise 4 operation, that's the name the Iranians are giving to their part of this war, has been conducted this morning, and many targets in Israel have been mentioned in specific names and so on, and also in Erbil, northern Iraq, two US bases also have been hit in Kuwait, and they are talking about a tanker or a ship, an enemy ship that is burning right now in the Strait of Hormuz, consistent with their promise to close that strait for international navigation as a part of the Iranian response of this war.
Mohammed Val there in Tehran, thank you very much indeed. Well, the chairman of the U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff, Dan Kane, is saying the military campaign against Iran will continue at full force.
Iran's theater ballistic missile shots fired are down 86% from the first day of fighting, with a 23% decrease just in the last 24 hours. And their one-way attack drone shots are down 73% from the opening days. This progress has allowed CENTCOM to establish localized air superiority across the southern flank of the Iranian coast and penetrate their defenses with overwhelming precision and firepower. We will now begin to expand inland.
Well, Laura Khan is live for us in Doha. Laura, the general was also saying there had been a decrease in the number of missiles and drones being fired by Iran. I think he said about 80% since about day one. Some of those drones and missiles, of course, have been coming over Doha. Where else has been hit?
Yeah, absolutely. We have seen a pretty serious lull. The Defense Ministry is essentially saying that they are intercepting them further out to sea. But there seems to have been a lull in those being shot towards the Gulf nation. Around dawn this morning, there were around 10 drones coming in from Iran and also 2 cruise missiles. And the ministry said they shot them down and that they have the capabilities essentially to keep the residents and civilians and those who have been stranded in the country safe. Now, elsewhere, we've seen a huge amount of action. Actually, the United Arab Emirates has been one of the hardest hit, where we've seen everything from military, U.S. infrastructure, but also civilian infrastructure being targeted. There were around 121 drones shot at dawn this morning towards the UAE. The majority of those were shot down, and also 3 ballistic missiles. They say debris from 3 of them had landed inside the country. And only in the last hour or so, we've also heard from Kuwait's foreign ministry. They said they've summoned the charge d'affaires from Iraq because there have been armed groups in Iraq attacking Kuwait. And they said that a number of those have come in and they've injured, there's been a number of casualties, both military and civilian. We don't know much more than that. We don't know who they are yet. There's been no names given or how bad these injuries are. But they did say that they've given him essentially a protest note to say that they will continue to shoot these down. They will continue to defend Kuwait. We've also heard from Bahrain, from the Rifah area, which is the second largest city by area in Bahrain. That's a number of social media posts have shown smoke rising near a military training ground and also a major oil hub there. So we only know this from social media, but the Interior Ministry said that there has been sirens sounding across the country. There's also the Ras Tanura, a major oil hub in eastern Saudi Arabia near the Gulf Stream. That's been hit by what the country called an unidentified object. It's the second time it has been hit, and they've temporarily shut down all operations there, and they provide a huge amount of oil that's exported across to Europe, Asia, and also China, South Korea, and Japan. So it provides a huge amount of energy needs around the world. We've also seen the same happening in Qatar. The LNG, that's liquefied natural gas port in the north of Qatar, and that's been attacked. They issued a force majeure, essentially detangling themselves from any contractual obligations with their clientele. They said they're very important to them, but the safety of the staff is currently paramount.
Laura, thank you very much indeed. That's Laura Khan bringing us up to date there from Doha. We're going to go across to the White House in Washington, D.C. Mike Hanna is there for us. Now, throughout the run-up to all of this, Mike, Democrat senators particularly have been furious about the fact that Donald Trump the Trump administration has taken this action unilaterally. They say it's up to Congress to decide whether or not action like this should be taken. I understand that there is a resolution on what's war power, known as war power, later on today. Tell us what's happening.
Yes, that will be introduced in the Senate initially. That is being introduced by some Democrat senators. But once again, this is merely for show in a way, because there is no real chance of this passing in the Senate, given the Republican majority there, and given the indication that at least one Democratic senator will be voting against the motion. So the Democrats would need at least 6 Republican votes to get the majority needed to pass that legislation. Remembering, even if it does get passed, it can be vetoed by the president, which would then require a 2/3 majority. So essentially, this resolution is an opportunity for Democratic senators to make their point, to express their resistance to President Trump's action of taking this operation against Iran without the go-ahead or even the knowledge of Congress. So it is basically going on the record. But in terms of having a tangible effect, a practical effect, that is just not going to happen.
Mike, for now, thank you very much indeed. That's Mike Hanna there at the White House. Well, as we mentioned earlier, Ankara says a ballistic missile was fired from Iran towards its airspace, but it was destroyed by NATO's air defenses in the eastern Mediterranean. Shrapnel has fallen on the southern town of Jotyol. The Incirlik air base in the nearby Adana province hosts U.S. troops. NATO has condemned the attack. The Turkish foreign minister has protested the incident to his Iranian counterpart and says Ankara reserves the right to retaliate. Sinem Koscioglu is joining us from the border between Iran and Turkey. Just tell us, first of all, Sinem, where you are and what you're seeing at the moment.
We're not CNN, Fox, or Court TV.
Well, I'm
We're Truth
in the
Talks,
eastern
where
city
facts
of
matter.
Van, by
Subscribe
the
now.
Iranian border. It's the Kapıköy crossing behind me, and it crosses into Hoy city of Iran. So there are 3 main crossings between Iran and Turkey, Rob, and the one where I'm standing is the most popular one. Turkey and Iran has a 534 kilometers border, which are mostly mountainous. And this border is usually very active on a daily basis in every season. In this season, let me say, daily 1,000, 1,500 people cross to Turkey and from Turkey to Iran, because there is also daily trade. But today it has been very slow. It was very slow, especially in the early hours. We were hearing that it was before our arrival here. We were hearing that just 5 people in every 1 hour were crossing into Turkey, and they were mostly Iranians with dual citizenship in other European countries. However, we learned that there was a technical failure on the Iranian side. There was a problem with their server, and there were about 1,000 people waiting on the other side of the border. Probably that problem has been solved within the last 1.5 hours. We are seeing more and more people, more Iranians crossing from Iran into Turkey. They come to Iran. Crossing from here, and there are buses and taxis waiting outside. As they reach one, they try to find a way out to Istanbul. They usually try to go to Western cities if they are going to stay in Turkey, or if they are citizens of other European countries, they try to find the first flight from Istanbul or Ankara to the countries that they reside. We have been speaking to people who are crossing the border. Mostly they are saying that they are escaping the war. For instance, we just ran into a family who left Urmia city on the Iranian side. Urmia has been targeted by the strikes. The military positions there have been struck, and the women we were talking to, they told us that just within 10 minutes, at least 8 positions were struck close to their homes. That's why they immediately moved, but they couldn't enter from the closer crossing, as it was closed for people's crossing, just for open for just straight. Now, as you see, people are after waiting a couple of hours. After speaking to them, we learned that they are trying to find their way out. Merhaba. Merhaba. Türkçe konuşuyorsunuz. So I'm speaking to some Turkish speaker Iranians. Hangi şehirden geliyorsunuz?
Ben Kerej'den.
Kerej'den geliyorsunuz. Ne kadar beklediniz o tarafta?
Yani en az 3 saat sıra var bayağı.
This lady comes from Kerej city on the Iranian side. She says she waited for a couple of hours because there was a line. Niye Türkiye'ye geldiniz?
Ben şimdi Türkiye'de yaşıyorum, Tekirdağ'da. İşte gitmiştim annemi görmeye, Nebet
Evet.
Bayramı olmaya şey oldu. Bombalar oldu, geri döndüm işte. Annemi de aldım, geri döndüm.
She says she lives in Turkey, in Edirne. She came to celebrate Nevruz with her family, but as the clashes happened, she took her mother and she came back to Turkey. Orada durum nasıl, güvenlik nasıl?
Hani çok iyi sayılmaz yani. Geceyi stresle uyuyorsun. Bombaların sesiyle. Ben zaten 2 gece uyuyamadım stresten. Hemen döneyim dedim.
She says because of the bombs and the noises, they cannot sleep at night. It's very stressful, and that's why she took her mother and she came back. Peki ne kadar süre burada kalmayı düşünüyor anneniz?
Annem yani mecbur 3 ay zaten hakkı var. 2 ay bende kalır. 2 ay da Kıbrıs'ta biraz savaş sakin olur. Geri gider işte öyle.
Çok teşekkürler. Iranians have a permission to stay 3 months when they come to Turkey. So this lady explains us that her mother is going to stay 3 months, and maybe later she will pass to Cyprus. This is how they are planning if the tension goes further. This is the situation. People come here, they take the buses, they take the taxis to Van. Some of them stay overnight, some of them go to Istanbul. Also, Iranians who want to cross into Iran, go back to their country, they come in small buses, and they say they want to go back because they want to protect their country. This is the situation. The numbers are not very high. There is no abnormality or any extraordinary situation in terms of figures. But of course, authorities are also preparing themselves for any scenarios. Back to you.
Selim Kasiroglu, they're talking to us from the border between Iran and Turkey. The British Prime Minister has told the House of Commons that the crisis in the Middle East requires a cool head. Prime Minister Starmer initially refused to allow the United States to use British bases for its attack on Iran. He's since said US planes can use UK bases, but only for defensive actions. He's been defending that position in Parliament on Wednesday.
We need to act, therefore, with clarity, with purpose, and with a cool head. The protection of UK nationals is our #1 priority. And we're taking action to reduce the threat with planes in the sky in the region, intercepting incoming strikes, deploying more capability to Cyprus, and allowing US planes to use UK bases to take out Iran's capability to strike.
Earlier, Sri Lanka authorities said at least 100 people are missing after an Iranian military vessel was attacked off its coast. Pannell Fernandez is joining us now live from Galle in Sri Lanka. Pannell, what more can you tell us about this?
So far, the Sri Lankan Navy says their boats are still out in those international waters, approximately 40 kilometers off the coast here in Galle in southern Sri Lanka, looking now increasingly for the bodies of those Iranian sailors. Just a short while ago, here at the hospital, we saw the remains of 27 sailors who had been recovered from the seas being brought here to the morgues. Essentially, there are many more batches that are expected. We're hearing that 87 bodies have been recovered so far. And indeed, as I said, further recovery operations underway right throughout the night from what we're hearing. Now, even in the fact that this was outside Sri Lankan waters, there was a distress call in the early hours of the morning, and the Navy as well as Beechcraft patrolling the skies were deployed to look for survivors. Now, 32 of those survivors were brought and admitted to this hospital, the National Hospital in Galle, and we're hearing that 1 or 2 are critical, but most of them have relatively minor injuries. We did see a few of them being transferred between sort of wards here at the hospital. There are members of the Iranian consular service, the embassy. We did hear from the ambassador earlier that they were waiting earlier in the day to find out the exact details. And now with that claim by the US that it downed an Iranian naval frigate in Indian waters, we know what happened.
Pannell, this, as you mentioned, happened in international waters, but will Sri Lanka have complaints about what's been going on? Yeah, unfortunately, we seem to have lost our line to Pannell Fernandez in Galle there. Iran's spokesperson for the health ministry, Hossein Kamanpour, has given details about the casualties over the past 5 days.
We have had around 5,700 injured and killed across our country and nearly 800 martyrs. Most of them are civilians. Of course, military areas have been targeted a lot. However, one thing that's become common in this war is that I don't know why they don't respect that in addition to military centres in large cities, there are hospitals, schools and universities. This cannot be respected at all. Of course, if any of these are targeted, our hospitals will also be affected. For example, Avaz, one of the southern cities of Iran, and a hospital called Abu Zar, which is a place where children are hospitalized, was a military complex and it was targeted. We transferred 26 patients from the ICU, all of which were children, and from the special ward. They transferred to other hospitals in other parts of Avaz. Every drop of blood is like the entire world being harmed. During the corona period, we realized that if the health of one region is at risk, the health of the world is at risk. And health is not something that can be played by the powers. Even if I live another 100 years, I will never allow myself to attack my enemy. If my enemy is even standing next to a hospital, I will not attack him because I know that there are people in hospitals who are weakened by their situation. I hope that rationality will prevail in human society, that health is not an issue that can be played by wars, whether it is Iran or anywhere in the world.
Russia's foreign ministry says a nuclear plant in southern Iran is under threat, with strikes happening just kilometers away. Russian technical specialists work on site in Iran's Bushehr nuclear power plant. Russia says the US-Israeli bombing campaign is posing a big risk to the site. The International Atomic Energy Agency said Wednesday it detected no damage to the site or any risk from radiation. But Russia is now calling on the IAEA to look again and make what it called an objective assessment. Well, joining us now from Tehran is Hassan Ahmadian. He's an associate professor at the University of Tehran. Thank you very much indeed for being with us. Let's talk about the succession process that the Iran leadership is going through at the moment. Israel says that anybody who succeeds the late Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is going to be a target. What problems does that create for finding somebody who is willing to step into his shoes?
I think it doesn't create that much of a problem. Every official basically building, every state infrastructure is under risk. I don't think that the process that we see in motion for the election of the supreme leader is going to be affected by that. Everyone knows this threat, and I think that is another layer of security that is to be, tackled moving forward, because anyways, they murdered the Iranian supreme leader, and they might not refrain from doing the same moving forward, no matter if they claim it or not, or they say it or not. So it's there, and I'm not seeing how it can affect the succession process.
Mojtaba Khamenei is the son of the late Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Now, he is said at the moment to be leading the field as a possible successor. What message do you think would be sent if he was chosen?
I'm not sure. Firstly, basically within Iran, there was no official or anything about him succeeding the previous supreme leader. What came out was basically from the Iranian opposition TV channel, Iran International, which is in no means connected to the official circles here. But in any case, he's one candidate among many. His election, I think, will signal continuity, and because he's very much close in his mindset to his father, and that's what I think will be basically the perception within Iran and beyond if he's elected. But still, as I said, that can be basically one issue raised by the opposition to suggest that the Iranians are choosing, basically going for his son, not to change anything, or basically to add to the to what the United States and Israelis are claiming is to be, as Iran moving maybe towards nuclearization, weaponization, or being more hardline, as they claim. But as I said, we will wait for the official declaration of the next supreme leader, which said to be in the coming few days. Previously, there was this thought that the war might prolong the process. But at this point, it seems that Iran is moving, and the succession process in motion, and it will be announced in a rather short period of time within this or under this war.
I understand that the funeral for Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has been delayed. Do you have an idea why that might be? And are we likely to see further delays? And if that happens, are we going to see the whole process of finding a successor delayed?
Well, the finding of the successor, as I said, is going according to the Constitution. The deliberations are being done, it seems, as it is announced. We don't know how lengthy the process will be, but I'm not sure the two are linked clearly, because what the officials have announced is that the infrastructure for the proceedings need to be ready for them to pull that off, because they said that we expect millions to turn to the funeral, and so that's a challenge at this point. They don't have the infrastructure ready. I think within 1 or 2 days delay the procession will go on. But the succession process is another story. I think that has its own, according to the Iranian constitution, its own merit and its own process, and it's ongoing as we speak.
Hassan Ahmadian, we appreciate you joining us on Al Jazeera. Thank you very much indeed. It's just past 15:30 GMT. You're watching Al Jazeera's continuing coverage of the conflict between the US, Israel, and Iran. I'm Rob Matheson. The US Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth says that the war will last for as long as President
Truth
Donald Trump
Talks.
decides. Speaking
Breaking
of the Pentagon
news.
Earlier, he's also told reporters the US has unleashed sheer destruction on Iran.
We're not
4 days
CNN,
into
Fox, or
this,
Court TV.
and the
We're
results
Truth
have
Talks,
been
where facts matter.
historic,
Subscribe
really.
now.
Only the United States of America could lead this. Only us. But when you add the Israeli Defense Forces, a devastatingly capable force, the combination is sheer destruction for our radical Islamist Iranian adversaries. They are toast, and they know it.
Since Saturday, US and Israeli attacks across Iran have killed at least 1,045 people. That's according to Iranian state media. The capital, Tehran, has been under intense bombardment. Government buildings have been destroyed. Homes and hospitals have also been damaged. The Pentagon has released footage of its submarine torpedoing an Iranian naval vessel in the Indian Ocean. Sri Lanka has rescued 32 submariners after receiving a distress call. The country's deputy foreign minister says at least 87 people were killed. And Israel has carried out a new wave of strikes across Lebanon in its rapidly escalating attack on the country. It struck what it's called Hezbollah infrastructure in southern Beirut. The Israeli military has also made ground incursions into several towns in southern Lebanon. Bernard Smith is in Beirut.
Ordinarily, you'd get from the Israelis evacuation orders for individual villages or groups of villages to order the evacuation of the whole of that area of southern Lebanon to north of the Litani River hasn't been recently heard of. Already the Israeli army was estimating before they gave this order that some 300,000 people had evacuated from there. They're coming to Beirut. A lot of the hotels here in Beirut are filling up with people who've evacuated from the south looking for safety. And the Israeli army is already operating in Lebanese territory, in southern Lebanese territory. Hezbollah would like the Israeli military on the ground to come in. That's where they would feel they're at a more even position versus the Israelis. The Israelis doing much of their operation from the air at the moment. The Israelis have hit targets outside of Hezbollah strongholds in southern Lebanon. They hit a hotel in an area called Hazmir in Beirut, only 700 meters or so from the presidential palace. That is not a Hezbollah stronghold area. And this is again a repeat of really what we saw back in 2024 when Israel launched offensives across Lebanon. That only ended with a ceasefire that Israel then kept breaching and accusing Hezbollah of not disarming and accusing the Lebanese authorities, the Lebanese government, of not doing enough to disarm Lebanon.
Spain's prime minister has doubled down on its criticism of the attack on Iran by the US and Israel, warning that the conflict risked playing Russian roulette with the lives of millions. Pedro Sanchez was responding to US President Donald Trump's threat to cut trade with Madrid over his position on the conflict. Tensions between the two NATO allies are on the rise after Sanchez described the bombing of Iran as reckless and illegal. He's also barred US aircraft involved in the operation from using Spanish naval and air bases. Osama bin Javeed's joining us now live from Brussels. Osama, it was just about this time, 24 hours ago or so, that we were covering.
We're not
Friedrich
CNN,
Merz's
Fox,
visit,
or Court
the German
TV.
Chancellor's visit
We're
to
Truth
the White
Talks,
House.
where
Spain's
facts
foreign
matter.
minister is
Subscribe
criticizing
now.
the Chancellor for remarks he's made while he was meeting Donald Trump.
Well, there is outrage in Spain, not just because of what the United States, because what they're doing is essentially the embargo from the United States on Spanish trade, but also the statement that you saw, or the lack of it, from Friedrich Merz sitting beside the United States president when he made those remarks about Spain. And then since then, there's been a number of statements about how the situation would have been if there was somebody else in charge of Germany right now. It is worth noting that it was France and Germany who were leading the charge in 2003 against when the Europeans decided that it was an illegal war that the United States declared in Iraq based on flimsy evidence. And now it is only the Spaniards who've essentially stood up and said that if the principles of Venezuela and Greenland and Ukraine are to be applied equally, well, this war does not have any legal footing as well. And that is why the US president is going after the Spanish prime minister, and he's not had the kind of support that he would have expected from the European Union. There is the issue from the European Union about how the support is going to come from Spain, from France rather, and from the EU Council's president. But again, this is something where the European leaders would expect they would stand united on the principles that joins the European Union rather than being coerced into whatever position they need to take from the US president.
If I understand it, there are fears, growing fears of an energy crisis in Europe triggered by the conflict. Now, Europe's gas experts meeting in Brussels apparently to discuss gas supplies.
Yes, the Gas Coordination Group did meet here in Brussels. They said there is no immediate threat, but they are deeply concerned about the situation that is continuing to escalate. They're going to watch a number of things, apart from the prolongation of this conflict, also about how far the damage goes and how it is going to continue to affect the supply lines. It is worth noting here that it is not directly impacted the supply of gas or oil to Europe yet, but it is going to be having an impact in the long run when it's going to push prices further up. The Qataris have now stopped producing liquefied natural gas. The largest refinery in Saudi Arabia has stopped production as well. And it appears that knock-on effect from the chokehold that the Iranians have over the Strait of Hormuz, despite those comments that you saw from the US president last night about sending warships to escort tankers, has not really had an impact. So it is all about words of caution here from Europe right now. On the 26th of March, this gas coordination group is going to meet again, unless there is something that warrants an earlier meeting from them.
Bringing us up to date there from Brussels, that's Osama bin Javed. Thank you very much. Iran has attacked targets in the Gulf region for a fourth night. Saudi Arabia's defense ministry spokesman says there's been another attempted attack on its Ras Tanura oil refinery. It's one of several energy facilities that Iran has targeted in the past few days. On Monday, a drone strike there caused a fire. Saudi Aramco's Ras Tanura is one of the world's largest oil refineries. And the US has focused a significant number of attacks on Iran's military assets, while Israel has focused strikes on Iran's leadership. Julie Deger takes a look at some of the critical sites that have been hit.
The US and Israel have launched
Thank you for
thousands of
subscribing
strikes,
to Truth
targeting more
Talks
than 100
Live.
cities
Be sure to
across
like
Iran
this video
and hitting
now to
crucial
keep our
government
algorithm
buildings,
high.
most notably the Tahrallah headquarters in Tehran. Now, this is a key command center used by the IRGC to quell widespread anti-government protests or any civil unrest. Also, in the capital, Tehran, the Revolutionary Court has been hit, and these satellite images clearly show some of the damage that's been sustained. Now, the Revolutionary Court is important because this is where many political opponents of the establishment have been tried. Another key target has been the office of the Assembly of Experts in the city of Qom. Who are the Assembly of Experts? Well, they're a clerical body made up of 88 members who were chosen by the supreme leader. They now have the crucial job of deciding who comes next. US President Donald Trump has also said that the attacks have almost destroyed Iran's entire navy. Most of those attacks have taken place here, across the Strait of Hormuz and the Gulf of Oman. And again, satellite images have captured some of those strikes. This is an image clearly showing an Iranian vessel that's been hit off the coast of Bandar Abbas. But the strikes aren't isolated to military targets or government buildings. We've also reported attacks in the vicinity of hospitals. In the capital, Tehran, at least 2, and also in the city of Bushehr. But Iran's heritage has also been affected. This is a picture of Golestan Palace, and the images speak for themselves. The 16th century site that's crucial to Iran's royal heritage has been affected.
Well, Jason Campbell's a senior fellow at the Middle East Institute and focuses on military operations and international securities in Washington, D.C. for us. Thank you very much indeed for being with us. U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has said just in the last couple of hours that the war is going to continue until President Donald Trump decides when it's going to stop. Now, in your assessment of what's been going on at the moment, the dynamic between Israel and the U.S., is that decision going to be down to President Trump or is it going to be down to Prime Minister Netanyahu?
Well, I think it'll continue to be somewhat coordinated, although I think both Netanyahu and Trump are confronted with different political realities at home, and that might here be a factor as this conflict rolls on. Both are facing election, or excuse me, President Trump, his party is facing an election. Prime Minister Netanyahu likewise has an election this year, so some of these domestic issues become certainly more magnified.
So if the US and Israel do have multiple objectives in Iran, predominantly they're on the same page with regard to those priorities, and the priorities are all the same for all those subjects. What does that mean for military strategies? How does both sides prioritize what targets should be hit and what strategy should be followed?
Well, I think we need to be somewhat careful about the assumption that the United States and Israel are perfectly aligned here. The Trump administration has certainly insinuated through its messaging to the Iranian people that it would like to see a regime change in Iran, but is still, at least in its public statements, prioritizing destruction of the nuclear program, the ballistic missiles, and Iranian support for terrorism, where Israel has been, I think, much more assertive in calling for regime change. So the degree to which this can be achieved solely through the air operations we're seeing is very much in question. And again, as time goes on here, I think you might start to see at least the possibility for some splits between Israeli and American prerogatives.
I want to look, I mean, we are in the early days of this. We're only finished day 4 of this, but I want to look ahead a little bit. So there is the initial impact of the strikes that we've been seeing both by Israel and by the US on the targets that we've been talking about, the strategies that they're following. Past that stage, how do you ensure, how does the US, and particularly the US, but also Israel, ensure that Iran is not going to pose a threat in the future that doesn't mean a permanent presence in Iran itself, and therefore boots in the ground? And that, of course, is relevant particularly to President Trump.
Absolutely. I think given, again, the America's public statements here, I think securing an Iran that does not pursue a nuclear weapon, does not pursue ballistic missiles, and does not consort with proxy elements in the region is very difficult, if not impossible, to do when relying on air power and or some scramble among the leadership that we're seeing take place now. So ensuring that all of those things remain or are attained will require some sort of forces on the ground to ensure that. This has thus far, though, not been part of the planning, and to do this in the kinds of numbers that would be required would take at least months of mobilization, pre-deployment training, and a whole host of other things.
Really interesting to get your thoughts on this, and we appreciate it. Jason Campbell, thank you.
My pleasure.
As Israel strikes Lebanon, thousands are seeking safety in neighboring Syria, but Syria has closed its border crossing with Lebanon after receiving a warning from Israel that it may target it. It remains open for Syrians fleeing Lebanon. Obed Hito has more from the border.
On the 4th day of what's quickly turning into a regional conflict between America, Israel, Iran, and several other regional actors, the humanitarian crisis is growing just as quickly. And what you're seeing behind me here is more people arriving, women and children, elderly people here in Syria. We're at the Jdeida Tiabous border crossing, where Syrian officials say more than 25,000 people have arrived between here and the Jusia border crossing in Homs province over the last 2 days. The influx of refugees continues to grow, especially as the violence in Lebanon intensifies as we speak. There are ongoing Israeli airstrikes on the southern suburbs of Beirut, as well as in the border areas in southern Lebanon, which is going to cause more waves of refugees to arrive to the country. There are UN agencies here on the ground at the border crossing, as well as the Ministry of Disasters and Emergency Management, ready to provide any kinds of medical services and psychosocial services to these people. Most of the people that we've spoken with have been on the road for a day or two, trying to reach the border crossing and actually get into Syrian territory. And officials here say they expect these numbers to continue to grow consistently, especially as the violence intensifies in Lebanon. But they say they're ready to accept anybody who wants to flee and make it to safety here in Syria. Obaid Hito, Al Jazeera, the Syrian-Lebanese border.
Qatar's Prime Minister and Foreign Minister Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdulrahman bin Jassim Al Thani has held a phone call with Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. The Prime Minister categorically denies claims by Iran that the missile attacks have been directed solely at U.S. interests. Well, Laura Khan's in Doha for us. Laura, I understand this is part of a wider statement. What's been said?
Yeah, absolutely. We've just received a statement now from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It's been put out as well on social media. Now, essentially, the Prime Minister and the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdulrahman bin Jassim Al Thani, had a phone call with Abbas Araghchi, the Foreign Minister of Iran, where the Foreign Minister essentially said that they'd only been targeting U.S. interests in the region. And as you said, this was categorically denied by the Foreign Minister and also the Minister of Foreign Affairs and the Prime Minister. Essentially, he said, no, they have continued to target civilian infrastructure, energy infrastructure, and also military infrastructure. And they had actually reiterated earlier that even Al Udeid Air Base, which Iran essentially says is a U.S. interest, this is also a Qatari air base. This is where the Qatari Air Force is, and they built this in 1996. So they said this is also an attack on its sovereignty, on its sovereign base here. So I'll just read some of the parts of the statement. So he affirmed that such actions reflect an escalatory approach by the Iranian side and demonstrate no genuine desire for de-escalation or resolution, but rather an intent to harm its neighbors and drag them into a war that's not theirs. So essentially saying that, you know, none of the Gulf region wanted to be involved in this war that started with Israel and the US, but all of them have been dragged in. All of them have been attacked with Iranian missiles, with drones, cruise missiles, ballistic missiles. We've seen volleys of those coming over this region in the past 5 days, and they've continued through to today, although there has been a significant lull here in Qatar. And it's very interesting, maybe coincidental, that this comes as the phone calls happening, as they've been reaching out now. I was actually at the Foreign Ministry at a presser yesterday, where the spokesperson for the ministry essentially said that Qatar has every right to defend itself under Article 51 of the United Nations Charter, and that they will do so if they continue to be attacked. And he essentially said that Iran had crossed every single red line by continuing the attacks. And this essentially cannot go unanswered. This was reiterated in the statement now. So some very strong words, but they had said yesterday that there had been no contact with Iran, just that these red lines have been crossed. Now there's contact. So this is significant. And they did say that there is always an interest in bringing this back to the negotiating table, but also this cannot go unanswered.
Laura Khan in Doha. Laura, thank you very much indeed. A growing number of Filipinos.
We're not CNN, Fox, or Court TV. We're Truth Talks, where facts matter. Subscribe now.
In many countries, particularly in the Gulf. The Philippine president says teams are on the ground preparing evacuation procedures. Millions of migrant workers from the rest of Asia are also in harm's way. Barnaby Lowe has the story from Manila.
Manila's international airport may not be a hub, but it is the gateway for millions of Filipinos who are the lifeblood of the global workforce and the Philippine economy. Their annual remittances account for nearly 10% of the country's GDP. And about a quarter of them are in the Middle East, now caught in the widening conflict there. One of the first expats to be injured by retaliatory strikes by Iran was a Filipino worker in Kuwait's international airport, and one of the first killed was a Filipina caregiver in Israel who was assisting her ward to a bomb shelter when a shrapnel hit her. Now, her family has requested that her remains be brought back home, but officials here say that may not be possible for a while.
In due time, OFW Mary Ann will be home safely. But in the meantime, Admin PY and myself sent our teams already over to Pangasinan and for the family. And then our teams naman also in Tel Aviv are with hand-holding the husband through this difficult process.
In fact, no homecoming is expected at this airport anytime soon, at least from the Middle East. That much Philippine President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. admits, while also assuring the nearly 2.5 million Filipinos in the Middle East that there are teams on the ground already getting ready for eventual evacuation of those who've requested to be repatriated, and there is a growing number of them whenever that becomes possible.
Our assessment is that it would be too dangerous to charter flights. There are suggestions to evacuate by land, but that could also be risky because we're talking about an active combat zone. People could be caught in crossfires or cars could be bombed.
And it's not just Filipinos. Across the Middle East, there are more than 24 million migrant workers, many from South and Southeast Asia. And so, for instance, Pakistan, Thailand, and Indonesia have urged their citizens to shelter in place. India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi has directed all departments to assist Indian nationals. Vietnam and Nepal have suspended the deployment of workers, and here in the Philippines, a limited deployment ban remains in place. Barnabelow, Al Jazeera, Manila.
Asia stock markets tumbled on Wednesday, led by a record drop in South Korea and the biggest sell-off since the pandemic in Thailand. It's all being driven by concern about an oil shock. South Korea's stock market dived more than 12%. Fears the Iran war could cripple Asia's fourth largest economy and sent the country's currency to a 17-year low. Jack Barton has more from Seoul.
Oil prices climb steadily higher as Asian stock markets continue to fall, but none as steep as South Korea's, which has plunged faster than during the global financial crisis nearly a decade ago.
The reason why Japan and South Korea's shares are falling so much is because Asian countries are the largest importers of Middle Eastern crude oil. This phenomenon is likely a consequence of this. Therefore, if the war is prolonged, South Korea's real economy itself will inevitably collapse.
It's already leading to long queues at the pump.
We don't produce any oil ourselves, and the international situation is becoming more serious by the day. On top of that, the $1 exchange rate keeps climbing. All of this is quite worrying.
Governments have been trying to reassure investors and the public.
Many Asian countries have large stockpiles of oil and gas that can cover short-term disruption, but would dwindle in the case of a sustained conflict.
South Korea and Japan are already working on diversification.
If the stable supply of LNG gets disrupted, we will respond by increasing supplies from other countries.
Alternatives from outside the Middle East will be more expensive, with soaring shipping rates adding to the rising cost of fuel. China has been pressuring Tehran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, a major maritime transport route. About 20% of global oil supplies pass through the waterway off the coast of Iran. A prolonged conflict is expected to push up global inflation and erode growth, with Asia bearing much of the short-term economic pain. Jack Barton, Al Jazeera, Seoul.
Going to take a look at some of the day's other news stories now. Afghan authorities say more than 8,000 people have been forced from their homes following a series of cross-border attacks by Pakistan. Residents on the Pakistani side of the border have also been fleeing due to heavy shelling Islamabad began launching airstrikes on Kabul and Afghan military positions in several provinces last week. The Pakistani government accuses Kabul of harboring a group called Tehrik-e-Taliban Pakistan and allowing it to stage cross-border attacks. Kabul says 110 civilians have been killed since the fighting began.
Political efforts are ongoing, and the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan seeks to resolve the issue through diplomatic channels. The Minister of Foreign Affairs of Afghanistan has held telephone conversations with the foreign ministers of various countries, clearly outlining Afghanistan's position and policy. It has been emphasized that Afghanistan did not initiate the war, but is engaged in a defensive conflict.
The United Nations has welcomed the reopening of the Karim Abu Salam border crossing from Egypt. It's the main gateway for deliveries of fuel and food into Gaza. Israel had closed all entry points to the strip following its strikes on Iran on Saturday. No Palestinians have been allowed through the crossing, but just over 100 aid trucks entered on Tuesday, and that's well below the 600 per day agreed as part of October's peace deal.
The Office of the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs tells us that Israeli authorities today reopened the Karim Abu Salam crossing for the entry of 500,000 liters of fuel and humanitarian assistance that's arriving through Israel and Egypt, and that is welcomed. As we've said before, approximately 300,000 liters of fuel per day are required to maintain the critical humanitarian operations in Gaza. So it is essential that fuel continues to enter consistently until longer-lasting solutions of supply for Gaza with power are found.
Voters in Nepal go to the polls
Truth
on
Talks.
Thursday in an election that many
Breaking
believe will
news.
see a major political shift. It comes after youth-led protests in September ousted the government. Much of the campaigning has been happening on social media platforms, and established political parties seem to be struggling to adapt. Tony Cheng reports from Chitwan in southwestern Nepal.
A warm reception for candidate Renu Dahal in rural Nepal. A former mayor and daughter of a three-time prime minister, she has a strong political lineage. But this election campaign has been a struggle. The protests that ousted the government in September appear to have heralded a new dawn in Nepali politics.
As a strategy for public campaigning, we are using digital technology and the party's organizational structure, like our various social wings.
Much of the campaigning is now taking place on social media platforms, like this video for KP Oli, the former prime minister forced to resign last year. Other parties are still hitting the road. The Nepali Congress Party is one of the oldest and largest in the country, and despite the latest digital trends, it's canvassing rural voters the old-fashioned way. But it's not the farmers in the countryside who are likely to influence this election most. Rather, it's workers thousands of kilometers away who are sending remittances home.
Here in Chitwan district, it's estimated that every single household has at least one person working overseas. And while the vast majority of them aren't going to come back to vote, the impact they could have on their family members in this election is potentially huge.
Gangaram Sapkota worked overseas for 8 years. Both he and his wife Tulsi have family members working in the Gulf, Japan, and Poland. They stay in touch almost daily.
For many years, our family voted for the same person. People still had to migrate for work to Dubai and Qatar to earn 20 to 30,000 rupees. This time, our relatives abroad have advised us to change our vote.
The RSP, or National Independence Party, might benefit. Founded just 4 years ago, it's capitalized on disillusion with the traditional parties. Namaste. Its champion is a former rapper and mayor of Kathmandu, Balendra Shah. He said very little about his desire to be prime minister, but in a campaign when faith in politicians appears strained, it seems that less is more.
Can I ask you a very quick question?
Tony Cheng, Al Jazeera, Chitwan, southwestern Nepal.
It's 16 GMT, that's 7:30 p.m. in Tehran. You're watching Al Jazeera's coverage of the conflict between the U.S., Israel, and Iran. I'm Rob Matheson. U.S. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth says that the war will last for as long as President Donald Trump decides. Speaking at the Pentagon earlier, he also told reporters that the U.S. has unleashed sheer destruction on Iran.
We are only 4 days into this, and the results have been incredible. Historic, really. Only the United States of America could lead this, only us. But when you add the Israeli Defense Forces, a devastatingly capable force, the combination is sheer destruction for our radical Islamist Iranian adversaries. They are toast, and they know it.
Since Saturday, U.S. and Israeli attacks across Iran have killed at least 1,045 people. That's according to Iranian state media. The capital, Tehran, has been under intense bombardment. Government buildings have been destroyed. Homes and hospitals have also been damaged. And Turkey has become the latest country dragged into this conflict. A ballistic missile fired from Iran towards its airspace has been shot down by NATO's air defenses in the eastern Mediterranean. The Pentagon says it doesn't anticipate the incident's going to bring NATO into the war. And the Pentagon's released footage of its submarine torpedoing an Iranian naval vessel in the Indian Ocean. Sri Lanka has rescued 32 submariners after receiving a distress call. The country's deputy foreign minister says at least 87 people were killed. And Israel has carried out a new wave of strikes across Lebanon in its rapidly escalating attack on the country. It struck what is called Hezbollah infrastructure in southern Beirut. Israeli militaries also made ground incursions into several towns in southern Lebanon. We've got correspondents in Doha, Washington, D.C., Ramallah in the occupied West Bank.
Catch our morning news updates every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon on Truth Talks.
Is live for us in the Iranian capital. So the Israeli military is saying it's carrying out broad-scale strikes in Tehran. Mohammed, what do we know?
Yeah, they have just announced that they have hit the complex of all headquarters of the Iranian military compounds east of Tehran. We haven't heard the blasts, but every now and then we hear some bombardment. It's been 2 hours since we really heard something close to us, but it is going on. The campaign is going on. More and more names of cities are mentioned. We have Tehran, of course, we have Karaj, we have Qazvin, and we have Isfahan. Repeatedly, these places are being targeted. And the Iranians are taking these blows. They know that they are coming. We have a lot of Iranians talking, including the spokesperson of the government, saying that this is a war. We strike and we get struck, and it is going to continue. And we know that there is a cost to pay, but we also know that we are dealing severe blows, very painful blows to the enemy, and we are going to stay the course. The Iranian Revolutionary Guard are sending messages after messages about the campaign that they are waging, talking about the 17th wave of the so-called True Promise, what they call True Promise number 4. That's the name of the campaign here in Iran, talking about a wide range of targets in Israel, and also 2 air bases in Kuwait, and an American air base in Erbil in northern Iraq, talking about heavy damage. I'm going to read for you this tweet by Ali Larijani, Secretary General of the Supreme National Security Council, just a while ago. Mr. Trump, by playing the clown of Netanyahu, has dragged the American people into a cowardly war with Iran. Now let's do the math. With more than 500 American troops killed in these few days, is America still first or Israel first? The story continues. Imam Khamenei, martyrdom will cost you a heavy price, God willing. So there is this message of defiance, and messages also, and reports and messages about the strong action taken by the Iranian army and the national, the other components of the Iranian armed forces against the enemy, and there is no let up, and there is no reduction of the high spirit that Iranians are showing, despite the rhetoric coming from the United States and the words we heard just a while ago from the Secretary of Defense saying that this campaign is continuing until complete obliteration of the Iranian forces, and also until complete dominance of Iranian skies. the words he mentioned were very powerful, but the Iranians are not being dented. Their resolve is not being dented, as they say, by those words.
Now, I understand the morning of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has been postponed. What more do we know about that?
Yeah, we know it has been postponed, but not cancelled, according to the information we have. It's a huge logistic challenge to have those millions of people who are expecting to gather in one place at Imam Khomeini Mausoleum here in Tehran. Most of the people of Tehran have already left, so it's going to be a tough challenge for security, for people to return to that place to attend that ceremony, but it is going to happen according to the authorities here. We have Ayatollah Mujtaba Husseini, who is a member of the Assembly of Experts, that 88-member assembly that is going to elect the new supreme leader, saying that preparations are underway and they are at the final stages, but he's not going to mention the time when the election is going to take place, but it is going to happen soon, and a new supreme leader is going to be in place for the Iranians to know that continuation is guaranteed and that the country is united, and there will be no chaos and no divisions and no problem facing the Iranians in terms of choosing a new leadership and continuing the fight.
Mohammed Valder for us in Tehran. Thank you very much indeed. Well, as we've mentioned, U.S. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth gave an update.
We're not
from the Pentagon
CNN,
earlier,
Fox, or
detailing
Court
American
TV.
operations in
We're
Iraq.
Truth Talks,
Here's more
where
of what
facts
he had to
matter.
say.
Subscribe now.
We're playing for keeps. Our warfighters have maximum authorities granted personally by the president and yours truly. Our rules of engagement are bold, precise, and designed to unleash American power, not shackle it. This was never meant to be a fair fight, and it is not a fair fight. We are punching them while they're down, which is exactly how it should be.
Manuel Rapolo is joining us now from Washington, D.C. Manny, we covered that press conference just within the last couple of hours or so. There's a very different tone between the way that Defense Secretary Hegseth was presenting what has been happening compared to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Dan Kane. Talk to us about what was heard at the briefing.
There certainly is a different tone, Rob. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth has that characteristic, very energetic way of delivering his remarks. Oftentimes seems like more of a pep rally than a news conference, one might argue. But this was a news conference that was conducted by the Secretary of Defense and General Dan Kane, from the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. This was part operational advances and part doubling down on what the actual military objectives of the United States are right now as they continue this coordinated attack on Iran in conjunction with the Israeli military. There were points in the news conference where they were simply touting, or at least Secretary Hegseth was simply touting some of those advances, undermining the military capabilities of Iran, the sinking of an Iranian warship by a U.S. submarine using a torpedo, saying that this is one of the first times, or the first time, that such an incident has taken place since World War II. There was a moment where General Kane was reading the names of 4 of the 5 U.S. service members who have been killed thus far in this conflict. Also going over some of the numbers, some of the advances here. The U.S. has Secretary Hegseth spoke about the uncontested control of Iranian airspace, giving a list of the different types of aircrafts that are being used, the use of B-2s, stealth fighters, unmanned drones by the U.S. military, the fact that the United States military is accelerating this operation, and that, quote unquote, has the unlimited capability, or sorry, the unlimited stockpile of weapons for a quote, sustaining this fight for as long as it takes. So again, that's part of some of the language here when we're talking about the difference in the rhetoric from the different senior White House officials, not only in the way that these updates are being delivered, but also on what exactly is being said, which some critics have said is sending mixed messaging.
One of the key elements of Donald Trump's campaigning was that he was promising that there were going to be no more wars with no clear ends, and there was going to be an end to these endless wars, particularly in the Middle East. How is this new line that the conflict could actually go on for a lot longer now being received in Washington and, of course, by the voters?
How it's being received, it depends. It really does go down party lines, but that's starting to change as rifts grow within President Trump's own base, the so-called Make America Great Again movement. Secretary Hegseth said during that press conference today that we are only 4 days into this fight, that the fight has only just begun. But again, saying that capable of sustaining this fight for as long as it takes. At the beginning, in the immediate aftermath of these strikes by the United States against Iran, there was almost an understanding that President Trump did not want a prolonged conflict, that we talk about President Trump being a savvy politician in many regards, that he understands the power of messaging and he understands the power of optics, that he would not want a scenario that would include boots on the ground in Iran, that would include a scenario where U.S. service members would be returning from Iran in caskets draped in American flags. But at this point, that messaging is starting to get lost. It's starting, what we're hearing a lot in terms of criticism is confusion over what exactly the military objectives are and whether or not this could be a prolonged conflict, a sustained conflict. President Trump himself said on Tuesday that he has not ruled out the possibility of boots on the ground in Iran. So again, this is part of the reason that critics are saying that this seems like mixed messaging when it comes to senior Trump officials. But the fact of the matter here, the thing that we really need to underline is that the longer this conflict drags on, the more American service members are killed, the more President Trump is going to have to answer, not only to lawmakers on Capitol Hill here in Washington, but to his own base, many of whom feel betrayed by a president and back then a presidential candidate who had promised them no more foreign wars and no more situations where American service members would be sent to fight to fight these endless wars, citing situations like Iraq and Afghanistan.
Manuel Rapallo talking to us there from Washington, D.C. Manny, thank you very much indeed. Well, the U.S. Senate is meeting for a debate on a resolution aimed at curbing President Donald Trump's ability to wage war on Iran. If it passed, it would require the withdrawal of U.S. forces from the fighting unless Congress gives the green light. But it's unlikely to because Republicans hold a majority in the Senate. Joe Castro is joining us now from Washington, D.C. A lot of Democrat senators have been asking the same questions that Manuel was just relating to there about the legality of this war, the rationale behind it, and so on. They have been pushing for this debate. What have we heard from it so far?
That's right. There has already been talk about this on the Senate floor, and we're just waiting now to see whether the Democratic Senator Tim Kaine, who sponsored this War Resolutions Act, forces this to a vote. But like you said, this is a long shot. A similar attempt by Kaine back in June failed. If he were to convince enough Republicans to cross over and support it here in the Senate, then it would still have to be passed in the House. And ultimately, Donald Trump, the president, will likely veto any such resolution. But it is an important practice, Democrats argue, because, of course, the U.S. Constitution does say that it is Congress's sole duty to declare war. And the Trump administration has not consulted Congress for any authority to launch these strikes against Iran. So what this resolution in the Senate would do is authorize a single member to call for a vote that would withdraw U.S. troops, to whether or not to withdraw U.S. troops from Iran. And it would give the Trump administration a 60-day deadline before it would be forced to seek authority from Congress. Now, today, we heard those remarks from the U.S. Secretary of Defense, and responding to that, the Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer said he heard it as the administration saying that this is a war without end. He said it is obvious that it appears the war is widening, and he said that the administration will seek to put U.S. troops on the ground in Iran, which again, as Manny pointed out, has not been ruled out. And we know that is a deeply unpopular prospect with the greater American public. In fact, these strikes on Iran are unpopular. 3 out of 4 Americans telling pollsters that they are against the president making this decision. So though this attempt to pass a War Resolutions Act to constrain Trump's actions in Iran will likely fail, Democrats are saying it is important to at least voice this opposition that they feel they're getting from the greater American public.
Yeah, I understand that the processes for it surrounding the
Thank you for subscribing to Truth Talks Live. Be sure to like this video now to keep our algorithm high.
Political ways of getting some sort of check on the power of the presidency?
Really, Congress is it. And the criticism that Republicans in Congress have been facing ever since Trump came back to the White House is that Republicans have decided they do not want to enact this authority to check the executive branch. And so until Republicans do that, there really is no really great restraint on this, because it is up to the Congress and up to the executive branch to declare war. Now, it would take at least 5 Republicans on the Senate side to cross over and vote to pass this War Resolutions Act. We do have at least one, that is Senator Rand Paul, a Republican who's in fact co-sponsoring this legislation with Tim Kaine, but no other Republicans have said publicly that they will support it. And in fact, one Democrat, John Fetterman, has said he's going to vote against it. He's going to be with the Republicans on this vote. So again, this is a very uphill climb the Democrats will have to take.
Heidi, I know you and the team are going to be sitting across.
You're watching Morning News on Truth Talks Live. Hit that subscribe button now. Thank you.
Washington, D.C. Thank you very much. Qatar's Prime Minister and Foreign Minister Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdurrahman bin Jassim Al Thani has held a phone call with Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. The Prime Minister categorically denies claims by Iran that the missile attacks were directed solely at U.S. interests. Laura Khan is in Doha for us. I understand that this has come as a result of a statement that's been released from the government, and it is a long statement. Just talk us through what we've been hearing about this.
This is a very important statement because it will signal the first time Qatar has had contact with Iran since this war began 5 days ago. I went to a press conference only on Tuesday where they were saying there was no contact with Iran, but the missiles that had been volleying over, from cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, and also numerous drones, as well as some aircraft coming into the territory, was an attack on Qatar's sovereignty. It was an attack on its energy, on its civilian infrastructure, and its military infrastructure. So this phone call between Qatar's Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs, Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdurrahman bin Jassim Al Thani, and also Abbas Araghchi from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Iran, signals not only this first connection, but this disconnect between the two, where Iran's saying, no, we've only been aiming towards U.S. interests across the Gulf region and in Qatar, and essentially they're disagreeing, saying absolutely not. And this rhetoric from Qatar just hasn't changed. It's been very stable. From the press conference I went to, from the spokesperson of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we're essentially saying Iran crossed every single red line by attacking the country. Not only had it attacked Al Udeid Air Base, which houses the U.S. Air Force, but also this is a Qatari air base. Qatar built it. It has Qatar's Air Force there, but also other areas such as Hamad International Airport, a major travel hub in the country that has thousands of people coming through on a daily basis, and of course, civilian infrastructure. Now, there has been a lull in anything being volleyed over this evening so far. Only at dawn, we know 2 cruise missiles and a number of drones came in. So, yeah, we're going to wait to hear more, but they did say they have every right to respond to this.
Interestingly, Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian has just posted on X, and he's posted a statement both in Arabic and in Farsi. I'm just going to read it out, Laura. Your Majesties, heads of friendly and neighboring states, we have strived alongside you and through diplomacy to avoid war, but the American Zionist military aggression has left us no choice but to defend ourselves. We respect your sovereignty. We believe that the security and stability of the region must be achieved through the collective efforts of its states. That statement coming out from Masoud Pezeshkian, but at the same time, of course, we have been seeing successive strikes across the Gulf today.
We have done indeed. And in the past few minutes, there's been a message from Bahrain's Interior Ministry.
Catch our morning news updates every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon on Truth Talks.
Warning people to be vigilant and stay safe. We know that Kuwait has also said they've been under attack from armed groups from Iraq that could possibly be supporting what Iran is doing in the region. And they said there were civilian casualties as well as casualties in the military. So they actually summoned their charge d'affaires from Iraq, handing him a protest letter saying that they will respond to this. We've seen a huge amount of attacks towards the United Arab Emirates, not just at dawn today, but throughout the 5 days. It's been one of the worst affected. There were around 121 drones sent in from the Islamic Republic of Iran at dawn this morning, and also 3 ballistic missiles. The majority of them shot down. Some of that debris landed inside the country. And essentially, the United Arab Emirates is seeing much of its civilian infrastructure also being hit, as well as military targets. So, yes, there seems to be this message, but also reiterated in this message from Qatar's Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs, saying we're being dragged into a war that we never wanted to be part of. And historically, this has been a major hub for mediation. This has been a major soft power for Qatar. So they are absolutely rejecting this and said that they can respond.
Laura, for now, thank you very much indeed. Laura Khan there in Doha. And turning to the situation in Israel.
You're watching
Iran
morning
has
news on
launched
Truth Talks
multiple
Live.
strikes on
Hit that
Israel,
subscribe
including
button
in the Tel
now.
Aviv area.
Thank you.
At least 11 people have been killed across the country since the conflict began. Meanwhile, the Israeli defense minister said earlier on Wednesday that whoever is picked to be Iran's next supreme leader will be, quote, a target for elimination. No rodeos in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. So Israel's Minister of Defense, Israel Katz, saying that if any new leader emerges in Iran, they're going to be hunted down. Israel determined that the regime in whatever format in Iran is going to cease to exist.
Absolutely. And the Israeli Minister of Defense has also said that this war, this attack on Iran was in the plans, that the plan was to launch it in the summer, but Israel hastened execution because of the protests, the popular protests that were seen in late December in Iran. Israel will not allow this regime to survive. At least that is what it's promising the public, which has seen a few days of basically living in or near a shelter in Israel, and really across Israeli territory, across illegal settlements in the occupied West Bank, and now with the involvement of Hezbollah as well, northern communities in Israel, the city of Haifa, the port of Haifa, all the military installations there and the petrochemical assets there are all under advisement of incoming missiles and incoming rockets and drones. This effort is expected to cost at least $2 billion in the first week, which has prompted Rob, the Minister of Finance, to call for some easing of restrictions on economic activity. Israel is in this for the long haul. They're talking about weeks, and they're waiting or searching for ways to make sure that the Israeli economy and people can manage through all of it.
Okay, let's talk about the situation inside Lebanon, particularly with the Israeli attacks that we've seen in southern Lebanon. Israel Katz has apparently authorized Israeli troops to move deeper into Lebanon. Do we know if this is supposed to establish a buffer zone inside the Lebanese border, which Israel has long wanted, or are there signs of a longer term and wider objective?
Well, this extraterritorial ambition is not a secret for Israel. The Israeli generals and Israeli politicians have talked about creating this so-called buffer zone on Lebanese territory for some months now. Anything south of the Litani, they want to be empty of Lebanese people, empty of the Lebanese army and of Hezbollah. And this seems to be what Israel is moving to achieve, pushing 25 to 30 kilometers into Lebanese territory. It's a doctrine we've seen, Rob, implemented in Syria, in the occupied Syria and Golan. When the Assad regime fell, Israel took more land, established more military outposts. Even in Gaza, Israel controls now more than 60% of the territory in the name of creating a buffer zone. All of this action, experts are repeatedly telling the world, are outside the boundaries of international law.
Reporting there from Ramallah, that's Noor Odeh. Thank you very much indeed. Well, the U.S. has focused a significant number of attacks on Iran's military assets, while Israel has focused strikes on Iran's leadership. Julie Dega takes a look at some of the critical sites that have been hit.
The U.S. and Israel have launched thousands of strikes targeting more than
Thank you for
cities
subscribing
across
to Truth
Iran
Talks
and hitting
Live.
crucial
Be sure
government
to like
buildings,
this video
most
now
notably
to keep
the
our
Tahrir
algorithm
headquarters
high.
in Tehran. Now, this is a key command center used by the IRGC to quell widespread anti-government protests or any civil unrest. Also, in the capital, Tehran, the Revolutionary Court has been hit, and these satellite images clearly show some of the damage that's been sustained. Now, the Revolutionary Court is important because this is where many political opponents of the establishment have been tried. Another key target has been the office of the Assembly of Experts in the city of Qom. Who are the Assembly of Experts? Well, they're a clerical body made up of 88 members who were chosen by the supreme leader. They now have the crucial job of deciding who comes next. US President Donald Trump has also said that the attacks have almost destroyed Iran's entire navy. Most of those attacks have taken place here, across the Strait of Hormuz and the Gulf of Oman. And again, satellite images have captured some of those strikes. This is an image clearly showing an Iranian vessel that's been hit off the coast of Bandar Abbas. But the strikes aren't isolated to military targets or government buildings. We've also reported attacks in the vicinity of hospitals in the capital Tehran, at least 2, and also in the city of Bushehr. But Iran's heritage has also been affected. This is a picture of Golestan Palace, and the images speak for themselves. The 16th century site that's crucial to Iran's royal heritage has been affected.
Well, joining us in the studio is Paul Musgrave. He's an associate professor at Georgetown University, Qatar. He focuses on US foreign policy. It's very good to have you with us. I do understand, of course, that your focus is on US foreign policy, but I want to get your assessment, given the fact you have an expertise in this region, about the kind of announcements and diplomatic moves that we've been seeing over just the last couple of hours. We've just been talking, as Laura was saying, Qatar's Prime Minister and Foreign Minister has been talking to the Foreign Minister of Iran, Abbas Araghchi. Now, there's a dispute there about Iran's view of what it's trying to attempt in Qatar. Qatar disputes the view that it's taken. The very fact that that call is happening at all, plus the fact we get this tweet from on X from Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian in Arabic and Farsi, essentially saying to Arabic countries, we respect your sovereignty. We believe the security and stability of the region must be achieved through the collective efforts of its states. We've been talking over the last 24 hours about off-ramps in this. At least in terms of the Gulf regions, is this a sign that there could be some sort of rapprochement?
Thank you for subscribing to Truth Talks Live. Be sure to like this video now to keep our algorithm high.
Since this conflict began, and even before the conflict began, Tehran has really been trying to drive a wedge between the United States and its allies in the GCC. And to one extent, this actually shows that the first phase of that, which was the missile and drone attacks, may have backfired because spines around the Gulf have been stiffened by seeing their cities and their countries come under attack. And I think that after a certain point, missiles no longer speak for themselves. This phone call with Qatar's foreign minister and the prime minister has really shown that the Iranians are now trying a different tack, something that really communicates through communication. What was interesting to me is seeing the reaction of the Qatari leadership in saying, no, you're not just attacking US assets, you're also attacking civilian infrastructure, energy infrastructure here. And if you go one step beyond that, the way that Qatar has declared force majeure over LNG production, the way that fuel deliveries out of the UAE are being suspended, the fact that shipping here is at a standstill, even if we're not talking about strikes on these countries themselves, their economic lifeblood from the ships in the sea to the planes in the air is being threatened. So on the one hand, the Iranians are now talking, but they're not stopping the kinds of actions that most directly threaten the GCC countries.
We've been covering the press conference that was held just a couple of hours ago. U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Dan King, were talking at that. Now, Pete Hegseth says the war is going to continue until President Donald Trump decides it's going to stop. But there are two parties in this. We've got the US and we've got Israel as well. And we know that whilst they have a broad shared goal, in individual elements, they are very different. Where do you think the decision to stop this is going to lie? Is it going to be Donald Trump or Benjamin Netanyahu?
For my money, it is absolutely going to be with Prime Minister Netanyahu. And I think that the stories that we've gotten about how the U.S. came to be involved specifically in this conflict show that the specific decision to initiate hostilities, not the broad direction, but the specific timing that was set by Prime Minister Netanyahu and intelligence reports. And at every subsequent stage, the United States has been pursuing very precise, sophisticated attacks, while Israel has been going after political and symbolic attacks as well as military attacks. So, Secretary of Defense Hegseth took a very bellicose, a very defiant tone in that press conference, but that's also the sign, to me, of somebody who is trying to reassure himself that he is actually in control and that things aren't spiraling or that others might not serve him with a fait accompli.
Let's talk about the longer-term political implications for this, for Donald Trump particularly, but U.S. foreign policy generally. Now, we know that Donald Trump has said that he would not go into any Middle East wars or any wars anywhere by putting boots on the ground. But we were talking to an expert just an hour ago who was a military strategy expert, who was saying that what they're doing now is not enough. If they want to make sure that Iran does not get to the stage of being a threat anymore, they have to have a continual presence. And it's hard, he said, to see that could be done without boots on the ground. Where does that leave Donald Trump?
Well, I think that this is something where the logic of the situation is going to compel Donald Trump either to find a way to declare victory and go home with or without Israel. And this is where the fact that the United States and Israel do have distinct agendas and also distinct political bases for this war begins to matter. And if President Trump really wants to, say, secure the Strait of Hormuz from missile attacks, that might in fact require boots on the ground, because at a certain point, simply having air power might not be enough. But at the same time, as you mentioned, the political constraints on Donald Trump are greater than they may appear. Overall in the American public and within his own base, cracks are beginning to show in terms of America's support for Israel, and its specific support for this war. By contrast, in Israel, among Israeli Jews, a poll just came out showing that there's 93% support for continuing this war. That number in the United States, easily less than half that, and that support is much softer in the US. So if President Trump were to try to continue this, he would face increasing costs, increasing backlash, and all of that would be compounded by the inflation and soaring energy costs that the war is causing.
I'm going to stop you there, Paul, because we're going to go across to Lebanon's Prime Minister Nawaz Sharif, who is going to be speaking at the moment.
Lebanese people, I address you today in a difficult moment that our country is encountering, as thousands of our people in the southern parts and the Dahya to leave their homes, villages, and cities due to the aggressive operations seeking safety for every mother who has carried her children in a hurry, to every family who had to shut the doors of their homes, and to all those who had to leave their lands, and for all those who spent hours on the streets. I would like to say that you are not alone. All of Lebanon is your home. Our collective responsibility as a government and a society, that we need to stand by our people who had to leave their homes, to be displaced, and to provide them all their needs with dignity and with solidarity. And I would like to state clearly that our people who had to leave their homes are not responsible for what has befallen them. They are rather victims of policies not of their making. Therefore, I would like to warn that no one should discriminate or exploit these people. Our collective duty is to stand by their side and to receive them in such a way that is befitting our humanity and their dignity. The government, since the morning of Monday, through ministries and respective competent authorities and the disaster management unit, to take necessary precautions and steps to offer a response and to provide the basic needs, and any shortage of these supplies that could have happened over the past few days, despite all precautions we have taken. I would like to reassure everyone that we are addressing such shortages and that additional preparations and supplies have started to reach the shelters. And I'm following and monitoring the situation every hour. I would like to express my thanks and gratitude to our peoples who have received the displaced people, to the families who opened their homes, and to the local municipalities for offering their help. I have requested the competent ministers to listen to their needs and to seek to provide such needs as soon as possible and within the available means. I would like to promise all the Lebanese that we will spare no effort to bring an end to this destructive war and for the displaced people to return to their home and to protect Lebanon and its people, and so that Lebanon wouldn't continue to be an arena for regional conflicts. And I would like to thank all the dedicated personnel in the operations rooms, and I would like to give the floor to Ms. Hanin. Thank you.
You've just been listening to Lebanon's Prime Minister Nawaz Sharif, who was speaking about the number of displaced people who have been moved from their homes, particularly in the southern part of Lebanon, as a result of an Israeli incursion into the lower part of Lebanon across the border. We heard from our correspondent earlier that the suggestion there is that Israel is attempting to create a buffer zone that they have long wanted on the inside of the Lebanese border. The Prime Minister was saying all of Lebanon is your home, talking to the people who have been forced out of their homes. Our people who have had to leave their homes are not responsible, he said, for what has happened to them. He called on the disaster management authorities and other authorities to step in to help. I can go to Bernard Smith now. He is in Beirut for us. I just gave a kind of a broad outline of some of the headlines there. What did you make of what we heard from Nawaz Salam?
Well, Rob, there was an appeal there from the Prime Minister that to the Lebanese people to stand by the people who left their homes. He said, I would like to warn that no one should discriminate. And he's saying that because in this country that is divided often on sectarian lines, there'll be parts of the country where people from the south are not necessarily welcomed, or it's hard for them to find shelter. And that is what he's saying. He wants all Lebanese to help the people, to help the Lebanese people who've had to leave the south of the country. We were at a school earlier on today that's been turned into a shelter, and that's happening across the country. The schools are closed, they're becoming shelters, but there's very little at them apart from shelter. They need mattresses, they need food. And now for Salam was saying there that the government has activated its disaster management centre, and he says additional supplies are reaching shelters. But Lebanon is a very poor country, and there's very little the state is often able to do to help in circumstances like this. People rely on charity, they rely on NGOs, and again, we were hearing from people in the school we were at that they need that help pretty quickly. Certainly, at least something to sleep on for tonight, and they're going to be there a long time. It looks like.
Bernard, I understand that there have been fresh strikes this hour. The Lebanese city of Tyre. What more can you tell us about that?
Yeah, we know that Israel has stepped up strikes, not just there, but also in other parts of southern Lebanon and in also the southern suburbs of Beirut. We've seen smoke rising from those southern suburbs this afternoon. Israel has issued an evacuation order, a forced evacuation order from all of southern Lebanon up to the north of the Litani River. That's unprecedented. We think ordinarily they would order forced evacuations from groups of villages or individual villages. This is now the whole of southern Lebanon, and we're talking tens of thousands of people are being forced north. They're coming here to Beirut and to elsewhere looking for shelter. Israel says that it is determined to crack down on Hezbollah, and it looks like we're in for something at least as prolonged as what happened back in late 2024 with that war with Hezbollah. Then Israel now going after Hezbollah again, a group that is in a more weakened position than it was at that time. Rob.
Bernard, thanks very much indeed. That's Bernard Smith here bringing us up to date on that statement by Lebanon's Prime Minister Nawaz Salam. Thank you very much. The U.S. has confirmed a torpedo from a U.S. submarine sank an Iranian warship in the Indian Ocean off the coast of Sri Lanka. Sri Lankan authorities say they've recovered at least 87 bodies and that the ship was headed back to Iran from an eastern Indian port. Manal Fernandez has more from Gal in Sri Lanka.
So far, the Sri Lankan Navy says their boats are still out in those international waters, approximately 40 kilometers off the coast here in Galle in southern Sri Lanka, looking now increasingly for the bodies of those Iranian sailors. Just a short while ago, here at the hospital, we saw the remains of 27 sailors who had been recovered from the seas being brought here to the morgues, and essentially there are many more batches that are expected. We're hearing that 87 bodies have been recovered so far, and indeed, as I said, further recovery operations underway right throughout the night from what we're hearing. Now, even in the fact that this was outside Sri Lankan waters, there was a distress call in the early hours of the morning, and the Navy as well as Beechcraft patrolling the skies were deployed to look for survivors. Now, 32 of those survivors were brought and admitted to this hospital, the National Hospital in Galle, and we're hearing that one or two are critical, but most of them have relatively minor injuries. We did see a few of them being transferred between sort of wards here at the hospital. There are members of the Iranian consular service, the embassy. We did hear from the ambassador earlier that they were waiting earlier in the day to find out the exact details. And now with that claim by the US that it downed an Iranian naval frigate in Indian waters, we know what happened.
Iran's spokesperson for the Health Ministry, Hossein Kamanpour, has given details about the number of casualties over the past 5 days.
We have had around 5,700 injured and killed across our country, and nearly 800 martyrs, them are civilians. Of course, military areas have been targeted a lot. However, one thing that's become common in this war is that I don't know why they don't respect that in addition to military centres in large cities, there are hospitals, schools and universities. This cannot be respected at all. Of course, if any of these are targeted, our hospitals will also be affected. For example, Avaz, one of the southern cities of Iran, and a hospital called Abu Zar, which is a place where children are hospitalized, was a military complex and it was targeted. We transferred 26 patients from the ICU, all of which were children, and from the special ward. They transferred to other hospitals in other parts of Avaz. Every drop of blood is like the entire world being harmed. During the corona period, we realized that if the health of one region is at risk, the health of the world is at risk, and health is not something that can be played by the powers. Even if I live another 100 years, I will never allow myself to attack my enemy. If my enemy is even standing next to a hospital, I will not attack him because I know that there are people in hospitals who are weakened by their situation. I hope that rationality will prevail in human society, that health is not an issue that can be played by wars, whether it is Iran or anywhere in the world.
Well, joining us from Tehran is Hassan Ahmadian. He's an associate professor at the University of Tehran. Very good to have you with us. I want to ask you, first of all, about the fact that the foreign ministers of Qatar and Iran have been speaking on the phone. Now, there was a difference of opinion about what Iran's intentions had been towards the Gulf states, but the phone conversation did take place. We then get this post on X from Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian, talking both in Arabic and in Farsi and saying, we assume, addressing the leaders of the Gulf nations, we respect your sovereignty. We believe the security and stability of the region must be achieved through the collective efforts of its states. In your assessment, is this a sign that the Iranian leadership is preparing to acknowledge the extent of the actions that it's been taking in Gulf states and perhaps is moving forward to reducing that?
Yeah, well, I think the issue here is not about stopping, basically, attacking U.S. bases and forces and interests in neighboring countries. It's about telling those, as consistent with the previous rhetoric,
that we are not attacking you. We are attacking the country that is waging an aggression against us. And that differentiation is not accepted, at least in the rhetoric, by GCC leaders and officials. But that's what the Iranians have been doing, and I don't see them stopping until the aggression stops. His talk is consistent with the foreign minister's earlier talks and points that he raised, that this is something that is addressed and aimed at U.S. Interests and forces and bases. We don't have any interests in targeting you or escalating things with the neighbors. So that's consistent, and I don't see it at odds with the policy that is adopted by Iran's armed forces as well.
So despite those statements that we've heard, what you're suggesting is that the attacks on the oil installations in Saudi Arabia, the airports in Dubai and in Abu Dhabi, the liquefied natural gas refineries here in Qatar are likely to continue because, if I understand you correctly, as far as the Iranian leadership is concerned, they are legitimate military targets.
No, they are not. Actually, within Iran, no claim of attacking oil or gas installation has been confirmed so far. This can be, as I hear from debates here, false flag operations. There is no sense for Iran to attack those. They have, if they want to affect oil prices and gas prices globally, they have the Strait of Hormuz to tackle that. They don't need to target those installations. That's why many here believe that these are false flag operations. There are reports of spies, Israeli spies, being arrested there. This can very well be within the lines of what we hear in Tehran, that we didn't, and we have no intention of targeting those. But targeting U.S. bases, forces, and interests are to continue, as according to my understanding of the official position here. The hotels that you mentioned have been confirmed. Some of them, at least, have been confirmed by U.S. Sources that U.S. forces were there. They weren't hotels for tourists globally or residents of those countries, but for U.S. forces who moved from bases to those, and the Iranian intel seems to have had a intel on them, and that's why they were targeted. That's the official line here.
I understand, and obviously, just to repeat, of course, Qatar, in that conversation with Abbas Araghchi, Qatar's foreign minister, did say that civilian and residential areas had also been targeted, and there were calls for immediate ends to the strike. But I do want to ask you one further question, which is about the leadership itself. We're going through a process at the moment where a successor to Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is being chosen. There are some names that are emerging in that field. One of the leading ones, at least certainly in terms of speculation in Western media, is Mujtaba Khamenei, the son of the late Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. If that were to be the case, and if I understand it correctly, he is very much geared towards the position that his father held. If that was the case, how acceptable do you think that would be to the people of Iran?
Well, the people of Iran obviously were divided and will have difference of opinions about him. Him being appointed by the Guardian Council would signal continuity. Some would be very happy with it, some would be unhappy with it. And but still, these news broke by Iran opposition media, Iran International. So there is nothing in Tehran that backs those. That can be the case moving forward, but still we don't have really a clear, as the process of electing the leader, the next leader by the Guardian Council is very much done behind closed doors. So there are names. One of them was and still is Mujtaba Khamenei. We don't know to what extent they're getting closer to electing him or someone else. That remains to be seen. But him being elected is continuity, and the continuity is appealing to some, non-appealing to others.
Hassan Ahmadi, and we appreciate you being with us on Al Jazeera, breaking that down for us. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Well, as we've just been discussing, the conflict has throttled global oil and gas supplies. Cargo vessels are avoiding the Strait of Hormuz after Iran announced its total closure on Monday. That's caused energy prices to spike and sparked fears of worse to come. On Tuesday, President Trump said the U.S. Navy can escort cargo vessels and provide shipping insurance as companies drop war risk cover. But that hasn't dampened industry fears. Cargo giant Maersk on Wednesday announced a shipping halt to Gulf countries around the strait. At least 200 vessels are currently stranded in the Arabian Gulf, unable to fulfill oil and natural gas shipments. When countries like China, Japan, and South Korea rely heavily on energy from the Gulf, making them vulnerable to supply disruptions. In Seoul, the stock market plunged more than 12% on Wednesday. Jack Barton's got more from the South Korean capital.
Oil prices climb steadily higher as Asian stock markets continue to fall, but none as steep as South Korea's, which has plunged faster than during the global financial crisis nearly a decade ago.
The reason why Japan and South Korea's shares are falling so much is because Asian countries are the largest importers of Middle Eastern crude oil. This phenomenon is likely a consequence of this. Therefore, if the war is prolonged, South Korea's real economy itself will inevitably collapse.
It's already leading to long queues at the pump.
We don't produce any oil ourselves, and the international situation is becoming more serious by the day. On top of that, the $1 exchange rate keeps climbing. All of this is quite worrying.
Governments have been trying to reassure investors and the public.
Many Asian countries have large stockpiles of oil and gas that can cover short-term disruption, but would dwindle in the case of a sustained conflict.
South Korea and Japan are already working on diversification.
If the stable supply of LNG gets disrupted, we will respond by increasing supplies from other countries.
Alternatives from outside the Middle East will be more expensive, with soaring shipping rates adding to the rising cost of fuel. China has been pressuring Tehran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, a major maritime transport route. About 20% of global oil supplies pass through the waterway off the coast of Iran. A prolonged conflict is expected to push up global inflation and erode growth, with Asia bearing much of the short-term economic pain. Jack Barton, Al Jazeera, Seoul.
The British Prime Minister has told the House of Commons that the crisis in the Middle East requires a cool head. Keir Starmer initially refused to allow the United States to use British bases for its attack on Iran. It's since said that the US planes can use UK bases, but only for defensive actions. He's been defending that position in Parliament on Wednesday.
We need to act, therefore, with clarity, with purpose, and with a cool head. The protection of UK nationals is our #1 priority. And we're taking action to reduce the threat, with planes in the sky in the region, intercepting incoming strikes, deploying more capability to Cyprus, and allowing US planes to use UK bases to take out Iran's capability to strike.
And Keir Starmer has also confirmed that a Royal Navy ship, HMS Dragon, is being sent to the British Air Force base on Cyprus, but it won't set sail until next week. That's after an Iranian-made drone caused minor damage at the base on Sunday. John Siropoulos reports from Limassol in southern Cyprus.
Operations resumed at Britain's military base in Akrotiri on Tuesday. An Iranian-made Shahed drone struck a hangar on Sunday, and 2 more drones were shot down into the sea on Monday. The incidents prompted authorities to move about 1,000 people out of a nearby village, but the local mayor told us there are no contingency plans.
We need to increase the number of shelters in the area. We need to have an early warning system. And we have to have in place a number of plans to evacuate, because as it stands, we don't have something in place right now.
Savas Loizidis was one of 24 who decided to stay. He showed me his pool, which he plans to convert into a bomb shelter.
My wife and I were in our bedroom shortly after midnight on Sunday when we heard an explosion.
We sent our 6-year-old and 3-year-old to their grandmother, and my parents went to a local monastery for shelter.
People here say the island needs help, both with its security and crisis response measures. And since it isn't a NATO member, Cyprus is looking to Europe.
Although life appears to go on as normal, Cypriots know they are vulnerable. The island is the EU's easternmost territory. It lies just 170 kilometers from the coast of Lebanon. Cyprus has said it will not get involved militarily in the US and Israel's war with Iran. Instead, it has sought air defenses from its EU partners.
And that help began to arrive on Monday in the shape of 4 Greek F-16 fighter jets. Greece's newest warship, the frigate Kimon, delivered from shipyards just 2 months ago, and another Greek frigate are due this week. Their task is to track incoming drones and missiles and shoot them down. France, too, has said it will provide anti-drone and anti-missile systems, and Britain is sending a warship. The EU doesn't have a collective defense agreement like NATO, but this conflict might bring it about. John Psaropoulos, Al Jazeera, Limassol, Cyprus.
Going to take a look at some of the day's other news now. Afghan authorities say more than 8,000 people have been forced from their homes following a series of cross-border attacks by Pakistan. Residents on the Pakistani side of the border have also been fleeing due to heavy shelling. Islamabad began launching airstrikes on Kabul and Afghan military positions in several provinces last week. The Pakistani government accuses Kabul of harboring an armed group, allowing it to stage cross-border attacks. Kabul says 110 civilians have been killed since the fighting began.
Political efforts are ongoing, and the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan seeks to resolve the issue through diplomatic channels. The Minister of Foreign Affairs of Afghanistan has held telephone conversations with the foreign ministers of various countries, clearly outlining Afghanistan's position and policy. It has been emphasized that Afghanistan did not initiate the war, but is engaged in a defensive conflict.
The United Nations has welcomed the reopening of the Karim Abu Salem border crossing from Egypt. It's the main gateway for deliveries of fuel and food into Gaza. Israel had closed all entry points to the Strip following its strikes on Iran on Saturday. No Palestinians have been allowed through the crossing, but just over 108 trucks entered on Tuesday. That's well below the 600 per day agreed as part of October's peace deal. Voters in Nepal go to the polls on Thursday. It comes after protests in September ousted the government. Much of the campaigning has been happening on social media platforms. Tony Cheng reports from Chitwan in southwestern Nepal.
A warm reception for candidate Renu Dahal in rural Nepal. A former mayor and daughter of a 3-time prime minister, she has a strong political lineage. But this election campaign has been a struggle. The protests that ousted the government in September appear to have heralded a new dawn in Nepali politics.
As a strategy for public campaigning, we are using digital technology and the party's organizational structure, like our various social wings.
Much of the campaigning is now taking place on social media platforms, like this video for KP Oli, the former prime minister forced to resign last year. Other parties are still hitting the road. The Nepali Congress Party is one of the oldest and largest in the country, and despite the latest digital trends, it's canvassing rural voters the old-fashioned way. But it's not the farmers in the countryside who are likely to influence this election most. Rather, it's workers thousands of kilometers away who are sending remittances home.
Here in Chitwan district, it's estimated that every single household has at least one person working overseas. And while the vast majority of them aren't going to come back to vote, the impact they could have on their family members in this election is potentially huge.
Gangaram Sapkota worked overseas for 8 years. Both he and his wife Tulsi have family members working in the Gulf, Japan, and Poland. They stay in touch almost daily.
For many years, our family voted for the same person. People still had to migrate for work to Dubai and Qatar to earn 20 to 30,000 rupees. This time, our relatives abroad have advised us to change our vote.
The RSP, or National Independence Party, might benefit. Founded just 4 years ago, it's capitalized on disillusion with the traditional parties.
Namaste.
Its champion is a former rapper and mayor of Kathmandu, Balendra Shah. He said very little about his desire to be prime minister, but in a campaign when faith in politicians appears strained, it seems that less is more.
Catch our morning news updates every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon on Truth Talks.
Southwestern Nepal.